Chapter 701. Han Dynasty, Boundless Celestial Capital. In a large hall. Notify all the Qin figurines of the Han Dynasty. Notify all the officials and citizens of the Han Dynasty. If I am not in the Han Dynasty, I will confer Chen Tianshan, the commander of the Han Dynasty's Second Army, as the Tianshan King of the Han Dynasty. He will be in charge of supervising the Han Dynasty. All my subjects, no matter who they are to listen to the Tianshan King's orders and guard the Han Dynasty for me until I return. No matter what happens, if I do not return, the Tianshan King will guard the nation. In the soaring palace hall, under the dragon throne, there is the imperial edict I left behind in the second purple gold box. The Qin figurines sent the message. As the commander of the Han Dynasty's Second Army, Chen Tianshan naturally had the right to know about the Qin figurines. At this moment, he received the message immediately. Congratulations, Lord Chen. No, congratulations, Tianshan King. The officials in charge of the Qin figurines in the hall immediately looked at Chen Tianshan with congratulatory expressions. However, Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Chen Tianshan did not expect that the emperor would confer Tianshan King on him. Chen Tianshan's strategy was not as good as Mo Yike's or Gao Xianji's. It was somewhat far-fetched for him to be the Second Army's commander. Yet, the emperor actually conferred Chen Tianshan King on him? Tianshan King to guard the nation? Chen Tianshan King's noble rank instantly surpassed everyone else's? The surrounding officials congratulated him, but Chen Tianshan felt confused for a while. He thought back to the past. Since he was in the mortal world, he did not seem to have any political achievements or military exploits that he could take out. When was he not outdone by Gao Xianji and Mo Yike? Even Bingheim did not seem to match up to him. Why? Although his heart was filled with doubt, Chen Tianshan's heart was filled with gratitude. Chen Tianshan's abilities were average, but he could also see the others' contempt for him. Gao Xianji, Mo Yike, Montez, and even Crown Prince Guqin did not respect him. They were all capable people, and they only respected capable people. Chen Tianshan felt like a burden. Only the emperor would approve of her. The emperor gave him control of the strongest immortal demon army in the Han Dynasty. It was not to balance the factions but to trust Chen Tianshan King. It was not a decision made on the spur of the moment. The emperor's letter said that under the soaring palace hall's dragon throne, there was an imperial edict in the second purple gold box. This showed that the emperor had always trusted me. Chen Tianshan immediately felt a warm current in his heart. Let's go. Chen Tianshan's mood fluctuated as he rushed towards the soaring sky hall. Chen Tianshan Palace's palace. Indeed, there were a few purple gold boxes under the dragon throne. Chen Tianshan took out the imperial edict in the purple gold boxes before all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Then, a ceremonial official at the side read it out. According to the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that Chen Tianshan is extremely loyal and will be conferred the title of King of Tianshan. While I am not in the Great Han Dynasty, the King of Tianshan will be in charge of managing the dynasty. No official is allowed to interfere for any reason. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. That's it. When the imperial edict was read out, the entire court was in an uproar. Chen Tianshan King Tianshan SS. Emperor Tianshan King Emperor Dynasty King Chen. Greetings, King. The officials could only kneel respectfully. Chen Tianshan received the imperial edict, and his eyes reddened slightly. The imperial edict did not say much. However, the line about Chen Tianshan being extremely loyal moved him immensely. This official swears to protect the Han Dynasty for His Majesty. Long live His Majesty! Chen Tianshan said resolutely with reddened eyes as he received the imperial edict. Former Day One Empire, capital city. Mo Yike and Gao Xianji led the army and quickly subdued the former cities of the Day-One Empire. The Deqian officials retreated. However, they still made things difficult for Mo Yike. Mo Yike had governed the Day-One Empire for many years. The Deqian had only occupied the Day-One Empire for a few years. How could it be difficult for Mo Yike? The former Mo clan forces quickly mobilized, and countless other clans responded. Soon, they subdued a large number of cities. The other dynasties and sects in the surroundings grew restless. However, Gao Xianji's army moved swiftly. Of the army that entered the Azura Path's secret realm, 500,000 were in Qin Tianshan's hands. However, 100,000 were in Gao Xianji's hands. Qin Tianshan was not willing to lend the authority of the immortal demon army to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji also did not lend the immortal demon army to Gao Xianji out of spite. Gao Xianji's 100,000 general-level experts continuously reached the lower heavenly palace. They led the army and swept through the surroundings, unrivaled. Hence, Gao Xianji did not even need to lead the army. She only needed to command from the capital city. On this day, in Great Leisure Hall, Mo Yike and Gao Xianji listened to the Qin figurines recount and raised their eyebrows. Qin Tianshan? Gao Xianji raised her eyebrows as well. That's right. Qin Tianshan. His Majesty conferred him the title of Tianshan King. While His Majesty is not around, Qin Tianshan will guard the nation. Mo Yike also frowned. Then, he smiled bitterly. How can it be him? What is His Majesty thinking? Why can't I understand? Gao Xianji showed a complicated expression. You can guess His Majesty's thoughts? Mo Yike looked at Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji shook his head. No, I've known Your Majesty since the mortal realm. No one can guess what Your Majesty is thinking, but in the end, all the results show that Your Majesty is right. Mo Yike nodded. In so many years, His Majesty is the only one that I cannot figure out. However, His Majesty's abilities completely subdue me. Mr. Mo, can you figure out why His Majesty values Qin Tianshan so much? His Majesty even conferred him the title of Tianshan King? Gao Xianji looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike shook his head. In terms of loyalty, all of us are loyal to His Majesty. I can't see through him. However, since it is His Majesty's decision, we will wait and see. Gao Xianji nodded. Lu Yaqing. Lu Yaqing followed Montez to the floating hub in the city. He transferred a large number of spirit stones and floated toward the limitless celestial capital. Bingheim and Montez stood at the entrance of a large hall. They were looking worriedly at Gu Hai in the distance when they saw Gu Hai take out a Guqin figurine. A Guqin figurine? Montez widened his eyes and quickly took out a Guqin figurine. Bingheim and Ao Shun looked at the Guqin figurine curiously. The Guqin figurine immediately repeated Gu Hai's instructions. Qin Tianshan was the Tianshan King. The Tianshan King? Montez's expression changed. Montez had followed Gu Hai for a long time and knew Qin Tianshan. Qin Tianshan was not capable and was rather pedantic. Why did the emperor trust him so much? The crown prince died, and the emperor let Qin Tianshan govern the nation. From afar, Gu Hai soared into the air and flew toward the shrinking entrance to the heavenly realm. Whoosh! Soon Gu Hai flew in. After Gu Hai flew in, another person charged in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Taishang? Zhang Yulian? Ao Shun felt slightly startled. Taishang also flew in with Gu Hai? What is she going in for? The entrance to the heavenly realm slowly shrank. It became smaller and smaller. Just as everyone thought that no one would dare to enter, Amateus Buddha. A majestic Buddhist chant suddenly sounded from the west. However, he saw a golden beam of light shooting straight towards him from the west. Boom! It was like a strong wind had arrived. 3 men suddenly appeared. The one on the left was the future Buddha. The future Buddha closed his eyes, looking rather anxious. The one on the right was rather old. He had his palms pressed together, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. In the center was a rather sturdy middle-aged man. He looked incomparably dignified. At this moment, he was coldly looking at the entrance to the heavenly realm. The three of them had rings of light behind their heads. At this moment they all frowned slightly. It's the three Buddhas of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. The past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the future Buddha. Bingheim's face sank. The people of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land are also here. This time, Montez showed an anxious expression. Buddha, they have all entered the heavenly realm. Long Zhanghua is really going crazy this time. Let's quickly enter, the future Buddha shouted. Before the future Buddha could finish speaking, a huge sword light suddenly shot over from the southwest. Boom! A ray of purple sword light instantly rushed forward. The sword light was so big that it was 1,000 feet wide. As soon as the purple sword light arrived, the swords of the people and demons in the surroundings all trembled as if they were worshipping their king. Montez reached out and pressed down on his long sword. He looked at the purple sword light not far away from him with a horrified expression. Boom! The sword light disappeared, turning into billions of sword chi that surrounded a man with purplish-black chi. The man was extremely burly, and there was a huge purplish longsword on his back. He had a ferocious look on his face, and the ferocious look on his face seemed to be able to tear one's soul apart with just a glance, causing one's heart to tremble. The Tongtian sect master? Ao Shun's expression changed. When the Tongtian sect master arrived, he coldly looked at the present Buddha. But he ignored him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sword shadows flew out from the surrounding forest and instantly flew in front of the Tongtian sect master. Among these sword shadows there was a Ho. Greetings, sect master, the sword cultivators said respectfully. Ho, did Long Zhanghua obtain the secret realm of the way of animals? The Tongtian sect master suddenly looked at Ho. The sword cultivators were subservient to the Tongtian sect master. Only Ho remained calm at this moment and nodded. Sect master, you must have seen it from afar. Yes, Gu Hai must have helped Long Zhanghua find it and made Long Zhanghua come here at all costs to disrupt Long Zhanghua's plan. However, he found that Tai didn't care about the cosmic cycle star formation at all. He didn't care about the Golden Crow Princes at all. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Sect master, are you going to enter the heaven realm? Ho frowned and asked. The Tongtian sect master didn't say anything. This was because another streak of light had shot over. This time it came from the south. Boom! A green light suddenly appeared. Jiang Lianshan, who was wearing a green dragon robe with golden threads, suddenly blocked the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha's path. Tongtian sect master? The three Buddhas of Spirited Mountain? It's been a long time. Jiang Lianshan looked at the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha. The Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha also narrowed their eyes. Dian, His Holiness, what are you doing here? The future Buddha suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted. Me? But I'm here to watch this epic battle with all of you. I want to see how the immortals deal with the rebels. Jiang Lianshan said with a slight smile. Immortals deal with the rebels? You're here to watch Long Zhanghua die? The future Buddha frowned slightly and was quite confused. At the side, the aged past Buddha narrowed his eyes. Great Yan's Sacred Majesty, are you saying that you want to watch it with us? Watch? So you're saying that if you don't interfere, we won't interfere either? You're here to stop us? The past Buddha is wise and far-sighted. Jiang Lianshan nodded. Jiang Lianshan stood in front of the sacred ground of Spirited Mountain and Wanshou Taoism. He formed an alliance with Long Zhanghua to stop all forces from interfering in this battle. Chapter 702. In the distance, Ao Shun and the others were stunned. His Holiness is fighting the Six Paths Immortal while Jiang Lianshan is in charge of stopping the others? Ao Shun asked in surprise. Can Jiang Lianshan stop the Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha? Montez asked with a frown. I don't know. However, since His Holiness values Jiang Lianshan so much, Jiang Lianshan should have some tricks up his sleeve too. Ao Shun said with a frown. In the distance, the Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes as a murderous aura surged out from his body. He took a step forward and chants of Sanskrit resounded around him. He looked coldly at Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan blocked the two sides. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He slowly emitted a sharp aura that pressured the two sides, just as the three sides were in a deadlock. Boom! Another yellow storm came from the west. As the storm blew, a figure stopped in front of everyone. It was a man wearing a yellow dragon robe. The man had a handsome face and radiated a heroic aura. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Big Yellow His Holiness, Matriarch Ji? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Sanya's Buddha looked at His Holiness warily. Even Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and looked at Matriarch Ji coldly. Everyone is here? Matriarch Ji laughed softly. As she laughed, she suddenly looked at Jiang Lianshan. When she saw Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji bowed slightly. My name is Matriarch Ji. Greetings to Dian and His Holiness. Matriarch Ji used to be the Yellow Emperor of the Dian dynasty. Although she had established a new dynasty, she was still polite to Jiang Lianshan. What are you doing here? Jiang Lianshan asked in a deep voice. Just like all of you, we are here to observe the battle between the heavens. Matriarch Ji smiled. Watch the heavenly battle? Are you saying that you want to stop us from going to the heavenly realm, just like Dian and His Holiness? The future Buddha's face sank. Future Buddha, what's wrong? Do you want to go in? If you want to go in, then go ahead. This emperor will follow behind you. Empress Ji said with a smile. The future Buddha was slightly taken aback, but the present Buddha's expression darkened. Even though Matriarch Ji didn't say anything about stopping him, it was clear that Matriarch Ji was following behind the future Buddha. Even though she didn't say anything about stopping him, her attitude was clear. It was as if he was assisting Jiang Lianshan. Jiang Lianshan looked at Matriarch Ji with a complicated expression. Ha 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 ha, speaking of which, this sect master would also like to see the difference between Long Zhanghua and Tai. The Tongtian sect master suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at the Tongtian sect master. However, they saw the Tongtian sect master wave his hand. Boom! A sword-shaped mountain suddenly rose from the ground and reached the Tongtian sect master's feet in an instant. Standing on top of the mountain, the Tongtian sect master no longer wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Tongtian sect master, I will accompany you. Matriarch Ji looked at the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master looked at Matriarch Ji with a complicated expression. He snorted coldly and ignored Matriarch Ji. Matriarch Ji smiled faintly. She also stood on top of a mountain and looked at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Jiang Lianshan looked at the third era Buddha. The third era Buddha put his palms together. 1. 3 golden lotuses suddenly appeared under the third era Buddha's feet. Standing on the golden lotuses, the third era Buddha no longer wanted to enter the heavenly realm. Thank you, everyone. Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at Jiang Lianshan and ignored him. Jiang Lianshan also stood at the side with his hands behind his back and began to look at the entrance to the heavenly realm. Rumble! The entrance to the heavenly realm became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. The heavenly realm gate is closed. Everyone, sorry for the disrespect. Jiang Lianshan let out a long sigh. He had completed Long Zhanggua's instructions. Although the heavenly realm gate was closed, the top experts of the various factions did not leave. They continued to stand there and wait. Montez and the others' eyelids twitched, but they did not dare to say anything. Liu Yaqing continued to fly into the distance. Bingheim seemed to be hiding from something. However, at this moment, Matriarch Ji suddenly turned her head. Bingheim! Matriarch Ji suddenly called out. Bingheim's expression changed. She turned her head and said respectfully, "Greetings to Big Yellow and His Holiness. You and your mother are really alike." Matriarch Ji frowned. Bingheim bit her lips and did not dare to reply. "Logically speaking, you should call me grandfather, right?" Matriarch Ji looked at Bingheim. Bingheim's expression froze. She lowered her head and said, "Bingheim does not dare to claim connections with you. The blood flowing in your body is my blood. After the Thousand Saints Conference, Emperor Kong has already reported to me. He has always wanted to bring you back, but he did not have the opportunity. Come, when this matter is over, follow me back to the imperial court." Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Bingheim's expression froze. "Big Yellow and His Holiness, I am the army commander of the Han Dynasty. I really do not dare to claim connections with the Great Yellow Dynasty. I hope that Big Yellow and His Holiness can be magnanimous." Bingheim said respectfully. "How can my bloodline be a subject of an imperial court? Come over immediately. Otherwise, I will destroy this small imperial court and help you make a decision." Matriarch Ji said solemnly. Bingheim's expression froze. She revealed a bitter expression. "Lord Bingheim," Montez said anxiously. Bingheim smiled bitterly. "Lord Meng, you can go back first. It seems that I will not be able to return for the time being. When the Emperor returns, please help me to ask for forgiveness. This subject has caused trouble for the Emperor." Montez smiled bitterly, but he could not stop her. Matriarch Ji was not someone he could offend. "Lord Bingheim, take care," Montez said solemnly. Bingheim nodded helplessly and flew towards Matriarch Ji. When she arrived at Matriarch Ji, Bingheim said respectfully, "Greetings to His Holiness. You are my granddaughter. From today onwards, you are the Great Yellow Dynasty's Princess Bing." Matriarch Ji said solemnly. "Yes." Bingheim nodded helplessly. In a mountain forest far away from the Fusang tree, Chong Ming was dressed in black robes. He stood in the depths of a dark valley and looked coldly at the Heaven Realm's entrance slowly closing. A group of black-robed subordinates stood respectfully behind him. Beside him was a zither figurine. "Inform the blood-clad guard's commander, Chong Ming. Chong Ming, receive the decree. We know that you have the Chaos Essence Pearl. From now on, the blood-clad guards will attack with all their might and kill all the angels for us. Leave none alive. At the same time, collect the corpse of Crown Prince Guqin in Heaven City." The zither figurine repeated Gu Hai's orders. Chong Ming looked at the zither figurine and bowed respectfully. "This subject, Chong Ming, receives the decree." With a flip of his hand, Chong Ming put away the zither figurine. Then, he looked at his subordinates behind him. "Back then, when you followed me and the Emperor in the Azura Path's secret realm, you all improved greatly. Did you hear the Emperor's orders?" Chong Ming said coldly. "The angels have 24 cities. Each 10,000 guard leader will lead their own troops and choose a city. Kill all the angels as fast as you can. I don't need to hear any complaints. You just need to know that if you can't complete the mission, you will bring your head to me." Chong Ming looked coldly at his subordinates. "Yes." The group of black-robed men answered. Squeak, 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 squeak. Amidst the sounds of bats, Chong Ming and his subordinates instantly turned into bats and flew into the sky, flying in all directions. The gate to the Heaven Realm. With the death of Long Zhanghua, he would definitely be implicated by the immortal of the Six Paths. After all, he had helped Long Zhanghua obtain 3 reincarnation secret realms. Although he knew that he might not be able to help Long Zhanghua, Gu Hai still went to the Heaven Realm. Moreover, Guqin's death made Gu Hai's heart filled with anger. The beginning? Compared to the beginning, Gu Hai's cultivation was still far from it. But, so what if the difference was far? Didn't Xiu the Great die in his hands? Didn't Qing Emperor die in his hands? Even if the two of them were weak, they should not be much weaker than the beginning, right? Gu Hai firmly believed that as long as he could find the beginning's death point, even if he was at the peak of the heavenly palace, he could still kill him. Without hesitation, Gu Hai immediately rushed into the heaven realm. As soon as he entered the heaven realm, Gu Hai immediately entered a vast expanse of fog. There seemed to be some discomfort around his body, but he did not know what the problem was. Gu Hai. Behind him, there seemed to be a woman calling out to him. Gu Hai turned his head. Although he could not see the figure behind the fog, he could vaguely hear that it was Zhang Yulian's voice. Here! Gu Hai shouted. Whoosh! Soon, Zhang Yulian flew close again. In the fog, they could barely see each other. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. You followed me? Gu Hai's face darkened. Tell me, what is the secret of Taishang's longevity sound? Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Are you crazy? Do you know where this is? You chased me here for Taishang's longevity sound? Gu Hai glared. No, I have been studying Taishang's longevity sound all my life. When the previous Taishang passed it to me, I swore that I must find the secret. However, only you know this secret. Please tell me. Zhang Yulian's eyes were full of pleading. Looking at Zhang Yulian's pleading, Gu Hai's heart suddenly softened. Hurry up and go out. When I come out, I will tell you. It is too dangerous in here. Zhang Yulian shook her head. Gu Hai's face darkened. At this time, how could he have the time to explain this to Zhang Yulian? If you want to follow, then follow. If Long Zhanggua dies, don't stand on my side. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Zhang Yulian nodded. Whoosh! The two continued to fly in the fog. After flying for a while, they finally rushed out of the fog. Whoosh! The two appeared in a mountain forest. The moment they appeared in the forest, a heavenly pressure suddenly pressed down. The huge aura seemed to crush the two of them in an instant. How? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened and she exclaimed. However, just as she shouted a word, Gu Hai covered her mouth and hugged her in his arms, hiding in the bushes. Woo-woo! Zhang Yulian shouted, but she could not make a sound. Shut up! Gu Hai said in a low voice. Only then did Zhang Yulian stop shouting and look into the distance with wide eyes. In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court were floating in the air. At this moment, a scene that shocked Gu Hai appeared in the sky. Eyes. Gu Hai had seen the eyes of heaven at the Thousand Saints conference. But now, the sky was densely packed with tens of thousands of eyes. There were so many that some of them overlapped and spread out, filling all the space in the sky. They were looking down at the 33 cities below coldly. At this moment, the 33 cities of the heavenly court seemed to have become incomparably small. The tens of thousands of eyes of heaven seemed to carry the supreme judgment. Gu Hai felt a chill in his heart. Chapter 703. In the heavenly realm, Gu Hai covered Zhang Yulian's mouth as he hid in the bushes. He stared at the sky. In the sky, the 10,000 eyes of heaven descended upon the 33 cities of the celestial court, bringing with them great scrutiny and pressure. The 33 heavenly cities rotated slowly, as if forming a super formation. They gathered a powerful aura that rushed towards the eyes of heaven. Gu Hai saw from the bushes that Long Zhanggua was at the entrance of the Lingshao Palace in the heavenly city. He was holding the heaven-splitting axe and looking at the eyes of heaven coldly. Long Zhanggua, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to grow to this day. Today is your doomsday. You can't hurt me in the heavenly realm. Six Paths' cold voice came from the sky. Heavenly realm? Transformed from your corporeal body? I don't believe it. You can do it endlessly. Long Zhanggua snorted. With a cold snort, the heaven-splitting axe in his hand slashed towards the sky. The dazzling axe light was like the Milky Way, slashing from one side of the sky to the other. Boom! The might of the heaven-splitting axe caused Gu Hai's eyes to tremble. He saw nearly 1,000 heavenly eyes split in half wherever the axe chopped down. Eyes of heaven? It doesn't seem like much? Zhang Yulian said in shock. That's because of Long Zhanggua. That's because of the heaven-splitting axe. Gu Hai said with a frown. The heavens weren't angry that the eyes of heaven were split in half, but Long Zhanggua's expression became more serious. However, he saw that after the 1,000 eyes were split in half, each half was strangely restored. The 1,000 eyes had become 2,000 after being split? The more he split, the more there were. In the heavenly realm, I am immortal. You can continue, but the power of each strike will only nourish my body until you use up all your energy. Immortal Six Paths cold snort spread in all directions. Is that so? Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanggua, and the people of the heavenly court, do you see this tablet? Suddenly, a shout came from afar. It wasn't the voice of the immortal of Six Paths, was it, Tai? Gu Hai's expression darkened as he looked into the distance. There were 3 black pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. They were emitting billowing black gas. In the middle of the 3 pillars stood 3,000 feet tall figures. They were Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Taiwa. Tai Yi stood in the center and merged into the pillar. Tai Chu and Taiwa merged into the pillar as well. One on the left and one on the right, they were coldly looking at Long Zhanggua. Around them were a group of black angels and a group of demon kings who had escaped, including Kong Xian. Kong Xian seemed to have fully recovered from his injuries. The peerless cultivators of the Solar Divine Palace were surrounded by 6 kinds of light at this moment, and they emitted a monstrous aura. Tai Yi, Taiwa, and Tai Chu, who were in the 3 black pillars, were also surrounded by 6 kinds of light, giving off a terrifying aura. All of them had one thing in common. There seemed to be a circle drawn with blood between their eyebrows. Tai Yi? Tai Chu? Taiwa? Ha, you've merged with the path of hungry ghost, path of hell, and path of heaven? Ha 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 ha, 3 paths of reincarnation? Immortal 6 paths, you're really generous. But isn't it a waste to split the 3 paths of reincarnation between 3 people? You're really careful. Tai Yi is following you. But you can't completely trust him? You only let him control one path of reincarnation? If I'm not wrong, Tai Yi's reincarnation should be the path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation, right? Long Zhanggua sneered. Long Zhanggua, you don't have to sow discord. What's the use of that at this time? Tai Yi sneered. Tai Yi was a burly man. Golden light shot out from his body, and his eyes were sharp. Your Majesty, let me test them first, Ao Tianhuang said with a smile. Ao Tianhuang laughed loudly as he flew towards Tai Yi in the distance. Humph! Tai Yi sneered. Tai Yi didn't attack. Kong Xian was the one who attacked. I'll do it! Kong Xian sneered and flew over. Kong Xian? Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanggua knew Kong Xian's strength. He could fight Xiu the Great without losing, so he was one of the strongest in Heavenly Palace. However, he was still a bit weaker than Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang's true strength was even stronger than Tai Chu's, let alone Kong Xian. None of the monster kings moved. Ao Tianhuang arrived in front of Kong Xian in an instant and threw a punch at Kong Xian. There seemed to be a dragon head fist force at the center of his palm. It tore through the void and collided with Kong Xian's hasty punch. Kong Xian's punch, which was covered in 6 types of light, collided with Ao Tianhuang's punch. Hong! There was a loud boom. The space where their fists collided was torn apart. The impact was similar to the impact of the cosmic star's formation and Tai Wa's cauldron of universe. How can this be? Gu Hai's face darkened. The stellar palm of the massive heavenly cycle star formation was formed by 361 fiend stars and fiend kings, setting up a super-large formation. However, Kong Xian was alone. Kong Xian didn't retreat after the punch, but Ao Tianhuang's face changed. Because his full-powered punch was actually blocked by Kong Xian? That was impossible. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage? Ong! Ao Tianhuang suddenly roared and turned into a 1,000 zhang long dragon. He unleashed the power of a monster and continued to fight with Kong Xian. Ao Tianhuang's power suddenly doubled, but Kong Xian still looked like he was at ease. Heh, that's it. Kong Xian sneered and shook his fist. Boom! The 1,000 long dragon flew towards the heavenly courts. It was so fast that it seemed like it was going to smash the heavenly courts into pieces. Whoosh! Long Zhanghua extended his palm and caught Ao Tianhuang's dragon body. Puff! The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and turned into a human. Saint, His Holiness has embarrassed you, Ao Tianhuang said bitterly. Kong Xian? It was just Kong Xian, and he was actually not a match for one of his punches? How could this be? Zhang Yulian squinted her eyes. Is it those 6 lights? As expected, Long Zhanghua also noticed the light around Kong Xian's fist and comforted Ao Tianhuang. It's not embarrassing to lose to the immortal of 6 paths. Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Long Zhanghua looked up at the 10,000 eyes in the sky. 6 paths? Looks like you still have some time before you wake up. Using this trick? Borrowing power? Lending your power to them so that they can fight me? Ha 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 ha. Looks like you're at the end of your rope, Long Zhanghua said coldly. The power of the immortal of 6 paths? Those 6 lights? Ao Tianhuang wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Kong Xian. Other than Kong Xian, the other monster kings, including Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Tai Hua, all had 6 lights on them. The immortal of 6 paths didn't say anything. Tai Yi snickered in the distance. Long Zhanghua, you know quite a lot, don't you? That's right. This is the power of the heavens, the power of the immortal of 6 paths, immortal power. Ao Tianhuang, you're not even a match for Kong Xian, who has immortal power. Don't embarrass yourself. Immortal power? Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. Dragon Shenying and the others also looked serious. This wasn't just fighting Apollo Divine Palace alone, but the immortal of 6 paths had also lent his power to Apollo Divine Palace? Immortal power? Wouldn't that be fighting both the immortal of 6 paths and Tai Yi at the same time? Actually, you can also have immortal power. As long as you choose to abandon the darkness for the light, pledge your loyalty to the heavens, and become an enemy of the Dragon Rebellion and the Warring States period, then use your blood to draw a circle between your eyebrows and chant, Immortal of the 6 paths, the heavens will bestow you with immortal power, Tai Yi suddenly said. Reverse curse art? Are you trying to turn my subjects against me? Long Zhanghua said coldly. You can say that. Because this is the heavenly realm, the immortal of 6 paths can lend his power to us. No matter how much you rebelled with the Long Zhanghua in the past, no matter how serious your sins were, as long as you repent and become enemies with the Long Zhanghua, the immortal of 6 paths will forgive your past sins. Otherwise, Tai Yi said coldly. Otherwise what? Long Zhanghua sneered. See that stele over there? Tai Yi pointed at a stele in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Then, he saw the words List of Crimes of Rebellion written on the stone tablet. Below it was a dense list of names. The first one, Long Zhanghua. The second one, Gu Hai. The third one, Bai Mingshou. The fourth one, Ao Tianhuang. The names of all Deqian officials were listed. All the names of those who rebelled with the Long Zhanghua. All of them were listed on the crimes of rebellion. You rebelled against the heavens and acted against them. You should be punished by the heavens. After the death of the Long Zhanghua, all the people on this list must be killed. If you come to your senses and turn over a new leaf, the heavens will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf and forgive your past sins. Otherwise, don't even think about escaping. Don't even think about going anywhere. Tai Yi shouted coldly. The names on the stele made the hearts of the Deqian officials tremble. In the forest far away, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently. Because his name was also on the list. Indeed, the heavens had their eyes on him. Your name is ranked 2nd? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in shock. It's wrong. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Wrong? If it's not wrong, as long as the Long Zhangguo dies, you will be the first person the immortal of six paths will punish. The heavens will destroy you first? What did you do? Zhang Yulian was shocked. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched violently, but he ignored her and continued to look into the distance. What a crimes of rebellion! Ha 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 ha, six paths? If that's the case, 800,000 years ago you were also the first? Back then, you were the first and succeeded in defying the heavens. Today I am the first. Does that mean I can also succeed in killing the heavens? Everything coincides. I'll start with Tai Yi. When I kill Tai Yi, I'll destroy your celestial body. Long Zhangguo snorted coldly. As he took a step forward, Long Zhan's figure suddenly soared. Tai Yi had merged with the path of the hungry ghost and was 1,000 feet tall. Long Zhangguo suddenly grew to 1,000 feet tall. Tai Yi fused into a huge black pillar. Behind Long Zhan, 3 black pillars suddenly appeared. They were the human Tao reincarnation, the Azura Tao reincarnation, and the animal Tao reincarnation. Boom! As soon as the 3 paths of reincarnation appeared, a super-stirring force caused the sky to spin. The eyes of heaven in the surroundings all retreated. Chapter 704. The human path reincarnation, the Azura path reincarnation, and the animal path reincarnation. Once the 3 paths of reincarnation appeared, they were like 3 black Tongtian pillars, emitting a fierce aura. Long Zhangguo stepped forward, and an invisible aura rushed toward Tai Yi. Tai Yi merged with the hungry ghost path reincarnation, so his aura was a bit weaker than Long Zhangguo's 3 paths of reincarnation. However, when Long Zhangguo stepped forward, Tai Yi also stepped forward. The other monster kings and angels didn't dare to touch Long Zhangguo's blade. Even though deity force was already close to them, no one stepped forward. A giant yellow bell appeared above Tai Yi's head. It was the second Dharma treasure in the world, the Bell of Chaos. Unfortunately, it was still a bit weak in front of the top axe in the world. Taiwa, Tai Chu! Tai Yi shouted. Yes. Tai Chu waved his hand, and the giant cross in his hand flew into Tai Yi's hand. Taiwa's eyes flashed with reluctance, but he couldn't resist Tai Yi's coercion. He waved his hand. Boom! The cauldron of heaven and earth suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and flew toward Tai Yi. The 8 trigrams outside the cauldron shone with dazzling golden light. Boom! With the second bell of chaos above his head, the 10th apocalypse in his hand, and the 3rd cauldron of heaven and earth under his feet, Tai Yi rushed toward Long Zhangguo. The Dharma treasure aura around him was no weaker than the sky-splitting axe. Fushi's cauldron of heaven and earth? Ha, Dharma treasures are just external objects. Tai Yi, can't you see this clearly? Long Zhangguo laughed. While laughing, he slashed down with the sky-splitting axe in his hand. Using the power of the 3 reincarnation secret realms, the sky-splitting axe slashed at Tai Yi. Humph, that's easy to say. If you're so strong, don't use the sky-splitting axe. Tai Yi glared and activated the 3 treasures. They suddenly flew out. The sky-splitting axe, the bell of chaos, the apocalypse, and the cauldron of heaven and earth clashed. Hong! A super-huge black hole suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. The black hole swelled, causing the entire heaven state to shake crazily. Rumble! The Tao of the hungry ghost's reincarnation and the immortal power given to you by the samsara of the 6 paths isn't much, is it? Long Zhangguo laughed coldly. As the sky-splitting axe hacked down, it gained a huge advantage and suppressed Tai Yi. Tai Yi's eyelids twitched wildly. Long Zhangguo's strength was actually this great? Are you all dead? Come and help! Tai Yi roared. Boom! Boom! Taiwa and Tai Chu immediately went to Tai Yi's side. They activated their reincarnation powers and infused them into Tai Yi. Boom! 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 At this moment, it was as if 3 reincarnations were fighting against 3 reincarnations. The 6 reincarnations were already squeezed together. The huge collision force continued to tear apart the void, growing bigger and bigger. The impact caused the entire space to vibrate continuously. In the sky, the eye of heaven retreated and looked coldly at the battlefield from afar. Kong Xian, the angels, and the monster kings all had immortal power. They pushed on the reincarnation behind Tai Yi and infused their power into him. Tai Yi activated a group of Dharma treasures and barely blocked Long Zhanghua, but his face was trembling. Ha! Long Zhanghua roared. Blue veins popped out all over his body. The terrifying power brazenly blocked everyone in front of him. With his own strength, he suppressed everyone in Solar God Palace, including the power lent by immortal six paths beside Long Zhanghua. The aftermath of the power even surged like energy flames, hitting the faces of everyone in front of him. It was as if they were cut by knife. Ha 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 ha, six paths, what do you think? Long Zhanghua roared. His roar shook the sky. The entire heaven state was in turmoil. At this moment, Warring Dragon's power was pushed to the extreme, suppressing everyone. Even the immortal of six paths' immortal power couldn't stop it. Long live His Holiness! Long live! Long live! De Qian's side cheered endlessly. Impossible! How can you be so strong? How can you be so strong? Tai Yi exclaimed. I've cultivated external arts to the Khanate realm. The nascent souls in my body were all refined by the monster god. My Dantian is also the Spirit Mother Divine King. My lower celestial palace has reached perfection and my human soul is 490 feet. Middle celestial palace has reached perfection and my earth soul is 640 feet. Upper celestial palace has reached perfection and my earth soul is 810 feet. All the realms that need to be cultivated, I have cultivated to the great perfection realm. Whether it is the soul, or even the flesh, I am invincible. Breaking you is as easy as flipping my hand. Long Zhan roared. Boom! Long Zhanghua exerted strength again. Pft! Tai Yi and everyone in Solar God Palace spat out blood. Impossible! No one can cultivate three souls to perfection. Tai Yi exclaimed. You can't, but that doesn't mean I can't. Long Zhanghua said with a ferocious expression. Boom, boom, boom. Long Zhanghua stepped forward step by step. Everyone in Solar God Palace struggled bitterly with a look of horror on their faces. Long Zhanghua seemed to be about to win. In the sky, the eye of heaven kept staring at Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua? I didn't expect that other than me, someone else in this world, has reached the perfection of the human path perfected level. Immortal Six Paths' voice came from the sky. I know that you, Six Paths, did the same in the past. That's why you were able to defy the heavens. I'm the same today. However, you can't use your power? You think you can fight me with these little things? You can deal with others with that little bit of power, but against me? Long Zhanghua sneered. Long Zhanghua, have you forgotten? I'm the heavens now. Immortal Six Paths said coldly. The heavens. Long Zhanggua's face darkened. My power, the people of Solar God Palace, the three treasures, and the three reincarnation powers are all no match for you? But I have the greatest power in this world. Have you forgotten? The power of the common people. Immortal Six Paths sneered. Long Zhanggua's face darkened. I'm the heavens of the common people. The power of the common people is my power. Immortal Six Paths said coldly. Humph! Immortal Six Paths snorted. As Immortal Six Paths snorted, dark clouds suddenly covered the divine continent outside of heaven. In the outside world, Jiang Lianshan, the Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, and the three world Buddhas all looked at the sky with dark expressions. Long Zhanghua? He actually forced Immortal Six Paths to this extent? The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. Is Immortal Six Paths only left with this final battle? Jiang Lianshan's eyes flashed. Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Dark clouds covered the divine continent. Suddenly, Immortal Six Paths' voice sounded from the dark clouds. The divine continent, all living beings, give me power to eliminate all traitors." A cold snort resounded throughout the world. All living beings in the world trembled slightly, as if they had heard a terrifying voice. On Luya City, Montez and Ao Shun suddenly closed their eyes and fell down. A white power came out of their bodies. Not only the two of them, but everyone on Luya City also fainted. Han Dynasty, boundless celestial capital. All the officials and citizens in the imperial court suddenly fainted. White power came out of their bodies and rushed towards the dark clouds in the sky. In the east, south, west, and north of the divine continent, in the four seas, all living beings suddenly fainted. It was as though they had been drained of all energy. All of the energy in their bodies surged to the heavens and disappeared without a trace. Billowing power passed through the dark clouds and rushed towards the heavenly realm. The power of all living beings was forcefully taken away by Immortal Six Paths. Only in the Deqian Celestial Empire, the citizens heard Long Zhanggua's voice. "Citizens of the Deqian Empire, I, Long Zhanggua, am shamelessly borrowing power from all of you. Please raise your right hands. Quickly raise your right hands. Borrow my power to break the cage." In an instant, countless citizens raised their right hands and borrowed power from Long Zhanggua. After borrowing power, they suddenly sat down on the ground. Although Long Zhanggua borrowed power, he didn't let the citizens collapse to the point of fainting. The borrowed power of countless citizens was pulled towards the huge golden dragon of destiny in the sky above the heavenly palaces. Just as the citizens borrowed power, Immortal Six Paths took it away again. The Deqian citizens' power was once again greatly depleted. Instantly, all of them fainted. Deqian wasn't big enough after all. Long Zhanggua also didn't mobilize much power. Moreover, they were all human. Countless other living beings in the Deqian Empire couldn't mobilize their power. Immortal Six Paths was the biggest winner in robbing the power of all living beings. In an instant, except for a few of the most powerful people under the Fusang tree, almost all living beings in the divine continent fainted. Humans, demons, in the sky, on the ground, in the water, no matter what kind of living beings they were all robbed of their power and fainted. The divine continent was silent in an instant. Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and Sanya's Buddha looked at the heavenly palaces. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and said with an ugly expression, "All living beings are drained of their power. There's no life at all. It's dead. All the power in the world? Can Long Zhanggua withstand it?" Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and looked at the heavenly palaces on the Fusang tree. The Tongtian sect master and Sanya's Buddha frowned and remained silent. In the heavenly palaces, billowing white energy surged in and slowly condensed into golden energy that rushed towards Tai Yi in the distance. Boom! Tai Yi's power suddenly surged. Ah! Tai Yi roared in pain. Obviously, the power of all living beings was too strong. Even his physical body couldn't take it. Although his physical body was in pain, the effect was significant. The slump just now was suddenly eliminated. A strong force came out of his body and blocked the axe of Long Zhan Luo. It also suppressed Long Zhanggua. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanggua, how's the power of all living beings? Tai Yi laughed. Long Zhanggua's other hand suddenly had a bubble-like thing in it. It was the Warring States' Immortal Dome. "My Immortal Dome, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. I'll borrow your power. Sleep for a while. Wait for me to destroy the demon." Long Zhanggua roared. The Warring States' Immortal Dome in his hand emitted billions of golden light and rushed towards Long Zhanggua. Rumble! The power of all the people in the Warring States' Immortal Dome was also forcibly extracted by Long Zhanggua. It filled his body and rushed towards Tai Yi. Boom! The Dragon Warring State blocked the power of Tai Yi, but it was still very difficult. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. "You've lost, Long Zhanggua." Ha 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 ha. Tai Yi laughed savagely. Although Long Zhanggua had gathered the power of the Warring States' Immortal Dome, it was still not enough. Compared to the divine continent, the power of the warring state's immortal dome was too weak. Although his body was swollen with pain, and even his face was cracking, if he continued, Long Zhangguo would definitely die. Lost? Ha 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 ha, I'll lose to you? As long as I can stop you, I won't let you run wild. Roar. Long Zhangguo roared, his hair disheveled. He looked like a demon god. He continued to struggle. Chapter 705. The battle between Long Zhangguo and Tai was getting more and more intense. Thunderous booms resounded through heaven and earth. Gu Hai was in the distant forest, and the ground was shaking non-stop. Zhang Yulian, you want to know the secret of Taishang's longevity tune? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian looked surprised. Let me tell you about it, Gu Hai said with a solemn expression. Zhang Yulian said in surprise, why are you willing to tell me? Long Zhangguo is first on the list of crimes of treason, and I'm second. If Long Zhangguo wins, that's fine. If Long Zhangguo loses, I might not have the chance to tell you, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. You? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai in shock. You're my woman. Let me tell you, after I die, I'll have one regret, Gu Hai said solemnly. I'm not. Zhang Yulian glared. If I say you are, then you are. Hurry up. Gu Hai glared. Zhang Yulian's eyes softened at Gu Hai's shout. She looked a little wronged, but she didn't resist. Take out your guqin and play Taishang's longevity tune, Gu Hai said solemnly. Now? Zhang Yulian was startled. The earth was shaking non-stop, and there were thunderous booms everywhere. Would she be disturbed if she played Taishang's longevity tune now? So many people were at the sage assembly, but nothing happened. Hurry up. Now is the only time. The heavens won't notice this, Gu Hai said solemnly. All right. Zhang Yulian took out her guqin. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out his imperial seal, the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Zhang Yulian was a little confused when she saw Gu Hai take out the heaven-suppressing divine seal. However, Gu Hai didn't explain, so Zhang Yulian could only set up her guqin and start playing. Clink clink clink. The sound of the zither rang out. The sound of the battle was too loud, so the sound of the zither was almost inaudible. However, it was fine as long as Gu Hai could hear it. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal and gently stroked the black chess piece on top of the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal. It was this black chess piece from Earth that had brought him to the divine continent and was now being refined by him within the heaven-suppressing godly imperial seal. Clink clink clink. The Taishang's longevity note continued to play. Gu Hai looked at the black chess piece, his thoughts drifting away. After a moment of silence, he frowned and said, The first Taishang? Perhaps he discovered something back then. He was a powerful individual, and when he created this song, he exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. Although the Wansho Taoism was the helper of the immortal of the Six Paths, I think the first Taishang regretted it and created this song. Oh! Zhang Yulian stared at Gu Hai, as if she didn't want to miss a single word that Gu Hai said. 1. Gu Hai released a strand of soul power into the black chess piece. The black chess piece vibrated slightly. The frequency of vibration was actually the same as the frequency of the Taishang's longevity note. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian didn't notice this minute frequency. The Taishang's longevity note can be summarized in one sentence. Sleeping immortal longevity dream. Taishang's Tao connects to the immortal dome. If others say it, I don't say it. If I say it, everyone says it, Gu Hai said solemnly. What? Zhang Yulian was slightly taken aback, as though she didn't understand. However, Gu Hai paused abruptly and stared at the black chess piece before him with wide eyes. The black chess piece vibrated at the same frequency as the Taishang's longevity note. Just now, when Gu Hai recited the chant in his dream, the space around the black chess piece suddenly trembled, as though it was about to collapse. As it collapsed, it formed a void tunnel. The entrance of the tunnel gradually expanded from the size of a finger. Tunnel? Tunnel? Wasn't this a dream? Whoosh! Gu Hai immediately pressed the heaven-suppressing divine seal and put it away. Whoosh! The finger-sized passageway suddenly shrank and disappeared. What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me? Halfway through? Zhang Yulian stared at him. Gu Hai suddenly stopped halfway through? Did he regret it? At this moment, Gu Hai's heart was in turmoil. That tunnel? Gu Hai knew where it led to. Back to Earth? And this time, it wasn't a dream, but reality. In other words, his physical body could also go back? Whoosh! Gu Hai's heart surged as he looked up. Was it that black chess piece? Yes, it must be that black chess piece. That black chess piece brought him here from Earth. It had crossed 2 immortal dominions, and he thought it couldn't go back. However, the Taishang's longevity note opened a tunnel. Could the black chess piece bring him back? There's a black chess piece and the Taishang's longevity note? I can go back to Earth by myself? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the crimes of rebellion in the distance. Even if the Long Zhanghua lost, did he still have a way out? There was still a way back to Earth. Ha 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 ha! Gu Hai laughed excitedly. This way, he wouldn't be in a desperate situation. Gu Hai, are you going back on your words? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai anxiously. Gu Hai suddenly looked at Zhang Yulian. In his excitement, he hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. Smack! What are you doing? Zhang Yulian stared at him angrily. Ha 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 ha, Zhang Yulian, wait for me. I'll tell you everything. When the battle here is over, regardless of whether the Long Zhanghua wins or loses, I'll bring you to a place you've always dreamed of going. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai laughed. A place she'd always dreamed of going? Zhang Yulian had only had one dream recently. It was when she'd entered the human Dao secret realm and made love with Gu Hai. Ever since she'd relaxed her mind and accepted this moment, she'd often dreamt of it. Gu Hai wants to take me to a place I've always dreamed of going? Pfft! Zhang Yulian spat, face red. However, Gu Hai was no longer looking at Zhang Yulian. His eyes were glued to the battle in the distance. Immortal Hexapath channeled the power of life into Tai's body. Long Zhanghua also channeled the power of the immortal firmament. However, he was still suppressed by Tai. Tai's physical limitations prevented him from using all of the power of life, but he was still stronger than Long Zhanghua. His Holiness, we'll do our best to help you. In the 33rd layer of heaven, everyone channeled their power into Long Zhanghua's 3 paths of reincarnation at the same time. Ao Tianhuang, Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwen, Baiming Shou, Sima Zongheng, and all the officials channeled their full power. However, Long Zhanghua was still suppressed by Tai. The power of life in the divine continent is different from the power of life in your broken immortal firmament. Long Zhanghua, you've lost. Immortal Hexapath sneered. I will not lose. Long Zhanghua's body turned a deep purple. Long Zhanghua was burning his potential. His strength was growing. Although he was suppressed by Tai, his strength was still rising. Immortal Hexapath, Long Zhanghua's strength is increasing. Tai's expression changed. Although it wasn't as strong as him, this trend made Tai panic. Boom! Long Zhan's arm was suddenly filled with blue veins, and a large amount of blood spilled out. However, Long Zhan's strength was stronger. You're burning your lifespan? Giving it your all? Immortal Hexapath exclaimed. Long Zhanghua was burning his lifespan. His body was bleeding and he was getting stronger. However, the price he was paying was huge. Giving it my all? Yes, giving it my all. Even if I die today, I will not turn back. Hexapath, do you know why old man Guanxi fought so hard? Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanghua's face was covered in blood and he snarled. You're doing this for that bitch too? Immortal Hexapath's eyes narrowed. Bitch? Hey, yes, bitch. She only found out about your scheme and wanted to tell the world about it. You control the heavens and earth and exhaust reincarnation. You steal souls and spirits for your body. You don't care about the reproduction of life. You kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. When people die, they are completely annihilated. No more reincarnation? All of the common people are only your slaves, only your food. She only wanted to tell the world, and you would consign her to eternal damnation. You would destroy her body and soul? Before she dies, she will suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. Ha 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 ha, I'm doing this for that bitch, for myself, for the world, for everything. Hexapath, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Roar. Long Zhangguo was spurting blood as his power continued to rise. Behind him, the 33 cities rotated. All the power of the people gathered to support Long Zhangguo. At this moment, Long Zhangguo wanted to defy the heavens. He wanted to break and destroy everything. At this moment, Long Zhangguo was almost at the top of the world. He blocked everything. His hair turned white as he burned his lifespan. When his hair turned white, his power was about the same as Tai's. Tai's expression changed drastically. Long live the Deqian! The people behind Long Zhangguo roared. Long Zhangguo was bathed in blood, but he radiated an indescribable brilliance. The pupils of the deities of the 6 paths suddenly shrank. At this moment, the people of the Deqian felt their blood boiling. It was as if they were about to win. Long Zhangguo was about to kill Tai and destroy the 6 paths body. The two sides were in a deadlock, and Long Zhangguo was about to succeed. Suddenly, 2 loud sounds came from behind Long Zhangguo. Hong! Hong! However, at the final moment, Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen suddenly flipped their hands and landed a palm strike on Long Zhangguo's back. Deqian's grand preceptor, Sima Zongheng. Deqian's second prince, Long Shunwen. They didn't lend power to Long Zhangguo. Instead, they attacked Long Zhangguo. Long Zhangguo was fighting Tai with all his strength. There was no defense behind him. The door was wide open and the two of them slammed down. Logically speaking, the flames that surrounded Long Zhan's body were not something that the two of them could shake. However, at this moment, the power of the two of them seemed to have suddenly soared by countless times. The power was so great that it instantly passed through the flames around Long Zhangguo and hit Long Zhangguo's back. 2 loud sounds. Long Zhangguo staggered. Bastard, bastard! Long Zhangguo roared furiously. Bell of chaos, cauldron of heaven and earth, 10 direction annihilation. Tai suddenly roared. The bell of primordial chaos and the cauldron of heaven and earth slammed into each other as Long Zhan staggered backward. Boom! The cauldron of heaven and earth and the bell of chaos seemed to form a huge cauldron, trapping Long Zhangguo in the center. The 10-direction apocalypse instantly stuck to the joint of the two, like a huge cross-shaped scar that welded the joint. Sky splitter break! Long Zhangguo roared from inside the cauldron. Boom! When the sky splitter appeared, the huge cauldron seemed to tremble, as if it was about to break open. Whoa! Tai turned into a 3-legged golden crow and stepped on the bell of chaos at the top of the cauldron. He quickly activated it. Long Zhangguo, just wait for this cauldron of heaven and earth to refine you. Ha 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 ha. Tai laughed. At this moment, everyone finally reacted and looked in shock at the two people who had betrayed Long Zhangguo. Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng. At this moment, they were covered in 6 kinds of light, which was the immortal power bestowed by heaven. How dare you? Ao Tianhuang's expression changed. You betrayed His Holiness, bastards! Baiming Shou yelled. Everyone turned around and saw a red circle between Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen's eyebrows. They had used the reverse curse art to betray Long Zhangguo and pledge their loyalty to the deity of 6 paths. Chapter 706. Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng? Betraying Long Zhangguo? Zhang Yulian was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched as he looked at the two in shock. Long Zhangguo might not have had the absolute advantage, but his fighting spirit had influenced Gu Hai. Immortal 6 paths and Long Zhangguo had almost regained their balance, But now, someone had betrayed them? One was Long Zhanggua's son, and the other was De Qian's grand preceptor? Did they choose to betray us because they were not determined enough? Or were they just pawns placed beside Long Zhanggua by Immortal Six Paths' side? Zhang Yulian asked in shock. It's not important now. What's important is that they have betrayed Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua's hard work may be in vain. Gu Hai frowned. In the distance, Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen had betrayed Long Zhanggua and stabbed Long Zhanggua in the back, causing Long Zhanggua's efforts to be in vain and trapped in the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Sima Zongheng, how dare you? Baiming Shou, Ao Tianhuang, and the other ministers were furious. Ao Tianhuang punched Long Shunwen, his eyes spitting fire. Baiming Shou stretched out his hand, summoning black smoke toward Sima Zongheng. Ao Tianhuang, a wise man submits to circumstances. I was no match for you in the past, but now I have immortal power. Long Shunwen roared. Long Shunwen punched Ao Tianhuang fiercely. Hong! Their fists collided in the air, creating a huge shockwave that shook the entire heavenly courts. You! Ao Tianhuang's face was ferocious. When the fists separated, Long Shunwen stood still, while Ao Tianhuang was sent flying. Clearly, he was not as strong as Long Shunwen. Bastard, he's your father. How dare you kill your father? Ao Tianhuang was furious. Father? Yes, he is my father, but his lifespan is about to run out. He is about to lose. He can't drag us down with him. Ao Tianhuang glared and roared. Bastard! Ao Tianhuang said furiously. Ah! On the other side there was a scream. It was Sima Zongheng who had caught Baiming Shou in his palm. With a violent squeeze, Baiming Shou exploded. Sima Zongheng! Ao Tianhuang roared furiously. Ao Tianhuang, it's all over. Look at the list of crimes. Now you have a chance to atone for your crimes. Whoever wants it, immediately. Sima Zongheng said coldly. Everyone looked at the stone tablet in the distance. As for the 16th-ranked Long Shunwen and the 8th-ranked Sima Zongheng, they instantly disappeared. He was no longer on the list. Ha 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 ha! The Sage of the Six Paths laughed loudly in the sky. In the heavenly courts, some of Long Shunwen's and Sima Zongheng's trusted aides quickly bit their fingers and drew a circle on their foreheads, chanting, Immortal of the Six Paths. 1. Suddenly, beams of six-colored light appeared out of nowhere. The ordinary officials who chose to betray Long Zhanggua instantly gained immortal power. That's right. I will always honor my words. As long as you turn from darkness to light, I will let bygones be bygones. Immortal of the Six Paths shouted coldly in the sky. All of a sudden, many officials began to learn how to use the reverse luck curse technique. How dare you? Ao Tianhuang glared. Ao Tianhuang reached out and punched one of the ordinary officials. Humph, Ao Tianhuang, I have immortal power now. What can you do to me? The official glared and punched. Boom. Instantly, the official exploded. What? The surrounding officials were shocked. Didn't one's strength increase with immortal power? The stronger one is, the more immortal power one will gain. You weak people want to gain immortal power? Immortal of the Six Paths said coldly. The stronger one was, the more immortal power one would gain? Takashi Ryushin and Sima Zongheng narrowed their eyes. Although the official who exploded just now died, his immortal power didn't disappear completely. Half of it suddenly scattered and flew to the others who had immortal power. If one dies, half of the immortal power will be transferred to others? Ao Tianhuang's face turned cold. As long as you are loyal to me, you can only take all of it after killing one. Immortal of the Six Paths said. Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng looked at Ao Tianhuang together. Ha 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 ha, Long Shunwen, Long Zhanggua is too kind, too kind. He can see that you're cunning. You're smart, but you don't have great ambitions. You're his son, so he let you do whatever you want. He didn't want to bring you on this trip, but in the end, he kept a scourge on his side. Sima Zongheng? No wonder you can only be the Grand Tutor and not the Lord. You were the one who suggested going against the heavens. I didn't expect you to be so scared by a steal from the 6 paths. Ha 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 ha. Immortal power? You have immortal power. Are you strong? Ao Tianhuang said with a ferocious expression. Ao Tianhuang bit his finger and drew a circle on his forehead, chanting, Immortal of the 6 paths. Supreme Ao. Countless officials were shocked. Whoosh. Instantly, a large amount of immortal power surrounded Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang felt boundless power and rushed toward the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth in the distance. Lend me your immortal power, and I will take your life. Do you think you can do whatever you want? Ah! Immortal of the 6 paths laughed in the sky. If you are not loyal to me, then the immortal power will be your deathlock. Explode! Immortal of the 6 paths shouted. No! Ao Tianhuang screamed. Hong! Ao Tianhuang, who was flying, suddenly exploded. Half of the immortal power flew into the sky, while the other half flew to everyone who had immortal power. Supreme Being! The surrounding dragons immediately roared in grief. On the divine continent, Lu Yacheng, Ao Shun was drained of all his power by immortal of the 6 paths and fainted. He fainted as though he had a dream. Shun. It was as though someone was shaking Ao Shun. Ao Shun woke up in a daze and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Father? Let me sleep for a while more, Ao Shun said groggily. In the dream, the man standing in front of him was Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang was dressed very cleanly and emitted a gentle glow. He smiled and his eyes were filled with kindness and satisfaction. Shunner, I have to go. Take good care of yourself in the future. Ao Tianhuang patted Ao Shun's head. Father, where are you going? Where are you going? Ao Shun asked groggily. Do you still remember the dragon pearl that I let you eat back then? Ao Tianhuang smiled warmly. The dragon pearl you let me eat when I was young? It was disgusting. What was that? Ao Shun asked blankly. That was the North Sea dragon god. It's time to unseal it. In the future, the dragon tribe will depend on you. Your brother is a little jealous of you. It's all my fault. I neglected him in order to motivate him and make him jealous of you so that he can work hard for you. After all, he's your brother. If you have the ability in the future, help him. Ao Tianhuang said gently. As he spoke, he reached out and tapped Ao Shun's forehead. Ao Shun's forehead suddenly lit up. I'm leaving. My son, I'm proud of you, Ao Tianhuang said gently. As he spoke, Ao Tianhuang seemed to be drifting away. Father, wait for me. Where are you going? Father, don't go. Father, don't go. Wait for me, father. Ao Shun ran desperately towards Ao Tianhuang. However, he couldn't catch up to him. Ao Tianhuang's silhouette was getting further and further away. Ao Shun didn't know why, but he started to cry as he ran. Father! A sorrowful cry sounded. Ao Shun, who was on the Luya city, suddenly woke up. It was just a dream. Everyone on the Luya city had fainted except for Ao Shun. Ao Shun touched his cheeks. They were completely wet from his tears. Father, is this all a dream? Ao Shun asked blankly. At this moment, Ao Shun's forehead suddenly lit up. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded from Ao Shun's forehead. North Sea Dragon God? It's not a dream? Ao Shun was stunned. In the heavenly realm, Ao Tianhuang was dead. All the dragon tribe members suddenly knelt down in tears. Long Shenwu and Sima Zongheng, on the other hand, revealed a rejoicing expression. Traitor! An official roared. If you don't want to die, give up the darkness and join the light. Otherwise, none of you will live. Sima Zongheng shouted coldly. He hollered coldly and stopped all the great gone subjects. Long Shenwen looked at Long Shenying. Long Shenying didn't move. He just looked at Long Shenwen coldly. In the distance, Long Zhangguo was sealed in the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Even the pillars of the 3 paths of reincarnation disappeared. Tai turned into the golden crow and activated the chaos spell with all his might. However, Long Zhanghua had the heaven-splitting axe. He was so powerful that he kept slashing at the chaos furnace of heaven and earth that it looked like it was going to break apart at any time. Even though the omnipotent annihilation sealed the connection between the chaos bell and the cauldron of heaven and earth, it didn't help. "I can't hold on any longer. Come here," Tai shouted. Long Zhanghua was going to break out of the seal? Everyone's expression changed. Taiwa quickly activated the cauldron of heaven and earth, but it still couldn't seal Long Zhanghua inside. "The cauldron of heaven and earth isn't strong enough. It can't unleash its full power," Tai said coldly. "I've tried my best," Taiwa said anxiously. "No, you haven't tried your best." Tai narrowed his eyes and said, "What?" Taiwa was slightly stunned, revealing a trace of puzzlement. Boom! Suddenly, a fist hit Taiwa's back from behind and pushed him toward the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. It was Grand Primordial. Grand Primordial attacked Taiwa from behind. Taiwa staggered. He crashed into the omnipotent annihilation. Sizzle! 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 Nails suddenly appeared on the omnipotent annihilation and nailed Taiwa to the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Taiwa screamed as blood splattered all over his body. As the blood splattered everywhere, it was suddenly absorbed by the cauldron of heaven and earth. The cauldron of heaven and earth absorbed Taiwa's blood and immediately emitted a dazzling green light. Suddenly, it merged with the chaos bell and sealed the Long Zhanghua inside. Even when the Long Zhanghua's heaven-splitting axe attacked, the chaos furnace of heaven and earth only made a loud noise and stopped shaking. The sudden change caused everyone to change their expressions. Taiwa was nailed to the cross. Blood flowed out and his face was filled with grief and anger. "Tai Chu, how dare you sneak attack me? Tai, did you order all of this?" Taiwa glared at him and roared. "Yes, it was me," Tai said coldly. "I control the heavenly path reincarnation. I'm here to help heaven and earth destroy the Long Zhanghua. Immortal 6 paths, save me." Taiwa roared in grief and anger. The immortal of the 6 paths stared at him coldly. "Heavenly path reincarnation? There's no need for that now. Please go to heaven and take the heavenly path reincarnation away from Taiwa, just in case." Tai shouted. The heavenly path reincarnation immediately withdrew from Taiwa's body. "Let Kong Xian take it," Tai pleaded. Suddenly, the heavenly path reincarnation enveloped Kong Xian. "Why? Tai, why?" Taiwa was shocked and angry. Kong Xian merged with the heavenly path reincarnation and became 1,000 feet tall. He also looked at Tai blankly. Didn't his lord like Taiwa? Did he have to be patient to make Taiwa his woman? Why? Ha ha ha, Taiwa, do you really think I like you? Tai sneered. What do you mean? Taiwa said coldly. Back then, I asked heaven to let you into the solar palace because I wanted to find the cauldron of heaven and earth that Fuxi made. You were reluctant to take it out for 800,000 years, but you exposed it for Gu Hai? Fine, you exposed it yourself. Fine. The cauldron of heaven and earth? Do you think I don't know its secret? It was made by Fuxi, and only Fuxi's blood can activate it to its maximum power. Fuxi is dead, and you are his sister, so your blood can also activate it. If you want to activate the cauldron of heaven and earth to its maximum power, you have to be sacrificed. Tai said coldly. You've been plotting against me since the beginning? Taiwa looked at Tai angrily. Humph! Tai snorted. Immortal of the 6 paths, I helped you destroy the Long Zhanghua. Let me go. Taiwa said angrily. Your sacrifice is the real help to destroy the Long Zhanghua. Taiwa, give up, humph! Tai Chu said coldly. Kong Xian was confused, but he didn't dare to interrupt. To kill the Long Zhanghua, Taiwa's blood sacrifice was needed? It was as if the dust had settled. The blood sacrifice of Taiwa, the cauldron of heaven and earth to refine the Long Zhanghua, and the situation was completely under Immortal of the Six Paths' control. The dust had settled. In the forest far away, Zhang Yulian looked at the sky in shock. The sudden change shocked Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa, who was nailed to the cauldron of heaven and earth by the cross. Taiwa was bleeding in pain, and for some reason, Gu Hai thought of Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou? The first time he saw Xiao Rou, she was also so helpless, nailed to the ground by a group of people. Heaven and earth didn't respond. Is that Taiwa? Is that Xiao Rou? Gu Hai took a deep breath and stood up. What are you doing? Zhang Yulian's expression changed, and she looked at Gu Hai in shock. At this time, the Long Zhanghua didn't move. You want to go out? Are you looking for death? Hide well and wait for me to call you. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, What? You really want to go out? Do you want to die? Zhang Yulian exclaimed. It's not over yet. It's time for me to go out. I have to go out. Gu Hai flew into the sky with a cold face. Whoosh! Gu Hai flew into the sky. As he flew, he bit his right index finger and drew a blood circle in between his eyebrows. He shouted, Immortal of the Six Paths. Chapter 707. Gu Hai flew into the sky. As he flew, he bit his right index finger and drew a blood circle on his forehead. He shouted, Immortal of the Six Paths. No. Zhang Yulian said anxiously. However, Gu Hai was already in the sky. It was too late. Even though it was very far away, a six-colored ray suddenly shot out, causing everyone's expression to change. Gu Hai! Kong Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening. Gu Hai, who was ranked second on the list of traitors. This was the person Long Zhanghua valued the most over the years. Ha! Gu Hai has also turned over to the light? Sima Zongheng sneered. Long Shunwen narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai in the distance. His face was gloomy. Long Shenying frowned. He was confused. Gu Hai was afraid of death and started to betray his father? Tai Yi looked at Gu Hai coldly. Tai Yi only knew about Gu Hai from what others told him. He didn't know much about Gu Hai. Kong Xian and Tai Chu knew Gu Hai too well. They knew Gu Hai so well that they wanted to kill him the moment they met. Especially Tai Chu. Taiwa was nailed to the cross. When he saw Gu Hai flying over, he panicked. What are you doing here? Do you want to die? Gu Hai looked at Taiwa and smiled bitterly. The people you meet are too dangerous. No matter what your cultivation is, they will all end up the same. Taiwa was stunned. When Gu Hai first met his reincarnation, Xiao Rou, he was also nailed to the wall. Now, he was also nailed to the wall. His life and death were decided by someone else? No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried. Last time, at the brink of death, it was Gu Hai who appeared to save him. At that time, he looked at Gu Hai as if he was looking at a war god. Now, is Gu Hai here to save me? But now, it was much more dangerous than before. Gu Hai, you still dare to come? Absolute Beginning glared at him, his body exuding a monstrous murderous aura. Yihua died mysteriously because of Gu Hai. Although a peacock feather was found in the end, did it have anything to do with Gu Hai? Yanhua was also killed by Gu Hai's son. Gu Hai was a scourge, and the person Tai Chu wanted to kill the most was Gu Hai. Why wouldn't I dare? The heavens have already made it clear that as long as one renounces the darkness and defers to the light, they will let bygones be bygones. How can the heavens' words not be a match for your anger? Gu Hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha, isn't it too late for you to renounce the darkness and defect to the light now? Long Zhanghua is about to die, what's the use of asking you to renounce the darkness and defect to the light? The heavens let those who renounce the darkness and defect to the light make up for their mistakes. What about you? You're second on the list of traitors, second. It's you who helped Long Zhanghua find the three paths of reincarnation. You've committed a heinous crime, how can you atone for it? Do you think your last plea will be of any use? Absolute Beginning said coldly. All around, everyone looked coldly at Gu Hai. The eye of heaven also stared at Gu Hai. Obviously, like Absolute Beginning, Gu Hai seemed to have been sentenced to death. Not to mention, Long Zhanghua had already been refined into the furnace. What's the use of you? Who said I can't atone for my mistakes? Who said I can't atone for my mistakes? The 3 paths of reincarnation? Did I find it, or did someone help me find it? Did I just get lucky, or did someone deliberately plan this? Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Immortal 6 paths snorted coldly in the sky. Reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai has renounced the darkness for the light today. However, I have something to report, Gu Hai said seriously. Important? What important thing can you have? Is there anything more important at this time? Long Zhanggua's death is enough. Absolute Beginning said coldly. Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng were spies arranged by the heavens. They played a crucial role in the last moment. However, this is not the end. Long Zhanghua is not dead yet, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Absolute Beginning narrowed his eyes. What I want to say is that De Qian has your spies. Solar God Palace also has De Qian's spies. They are right here, right beside you, Gu Hai said solemnly. How dare you? The Monster Kings, Kong Xian, and Absolute Beginning all glared at him. Absolute Beginning's pupils constricted, and he instantly assumed a defensive posture. Although Gu Hai might be making things up, and Absolute Beginning did not believe Gu Hai at all, what if? Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen were the 2 spies who had ambushed Long Zhanghua from behind, causing Long Zhanggua's battle to fail. Although Sima Zongheng and Long Shunwen were powerful, they were not worth mentioning in front of Long Zhanghua. However, these 2 small fries in Long Zhanggua's eyes had caused Long Zhanggua's battle to fail. What if, just in case, there was really a Long Zhanggua's spy behind him, and what if he did the same thing to him when he was the most focused? Absolute Beginning instantly shivered. While guarding against everyone around him, he narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. The pupils of the deity of the 6 paths in the sky also shrank. If what Gu Hai said was right, it was extremely dangerous. Spy? Who's the spy? Don't change the topic. You helped Long Zhanghua find the 3 paths of reincarnation and caused the destruction today. Do you think changing the topic will solve the problem? Absolute Beginning sneered at Gu Hai in disbelief. I told you, I just happened to be there. There's a mastermind behind this. I'm just being used, Gu Hai said coldly. Everyone's eyes widened. When Long Zhanghua took the human Tao secret realm, I'm sure everyone knows. 1,000 Saints Assembly? You don't need me, right? Long Zhanghua killed a saint by force, which is the same as forcing people to enter the human Tao secret realm. If it were me or the other De Qian, would they be able to do it? I helped Long Zhanghua obtain the human Tao reincarnation. It's me. But do you really need me? Gu Hai glared. Absolute Beginning narrowed his eyes. The faces of the monster kings around also darkened. Human Tao reincarnation? Good. Let's not talk about it. What else? Absolute Beginning said coldly. Wait, before that, shouldn't we take a look? During the 1,000 Saints Assembly, other than me, how many of the monster kings here were very close to the human Tao reincarnation? How many of them could conspire with Long Zhanghua and make me the scapegoat? Gu Hai said solemnly. While Gu Hai was casting him aside, he was also pouring dirty water on others. I'm beside you. What? Gu Hai, are you trying to accuse me of being Long Zhanggua's spy? Absolute Beginning sneered. I didn't say that. Absolute Beginning, don't take it personally or confess in advance, Gu Hai said solemnly. Absolute Beginning's eyes flashed with killing intent. Maybe someone else is hiding in the dark? Gu Hai sneered. Humph. Absolute Beginning snorted. Gu Hai flew closer and closer to the cauldron. Alright, next, let's talk about the Beast Path Mystic Realm that Long Zhangguo just took. Did I find the Tao of Beast Mystic Realm on my own initiative, or did someone send me to the Tao of Beast Mystic Realm? Absolute Beginning's face darkened. One of the entrances to the Beast Path Mystic Realm was with Luya. This was something that Absolute Beginning had just found out. Back then, I was imprisoned and at the mercy of others. It was Tai who imprisoned me in Taichu's hands, right? But how did I end up at the entrance of Luya's Beast Path Mystic Realm? Did I find it or did someone deliberately send me there? Gu Hai stared at Absolute Beginning. Absolute Beginning's pupils suddenly constricted. You're saying that I deliberately let you go and let you come into contact with the Beast Path Mystic Realm? I'm not talking about you. I just find it strange. When I was in Luya's hands, Absolute Beginning took me from Luya and placed me in your hands. Why did you go behind Absolute Beginning's back and return me to Luya? Gu Hai said solemnly. You are slandering me. Back then, Dongwang handed you over to me to watch over, just to appease Tai Hua. Luya asked me for you, and I gave you to him because of our relationship. Tai Chu anxiously glared at him. Although what Tai Chu said was the truth, everyone's mind was filled with doubts. This was the difference between who said it first and who said it later. If Tai Chu said it first, no one would doubt him. However, Gu Hai was the one who said it. Everyone's expression sank. That's right. Did Absolute Beginning do it on purpose? I'm not slandering you, and it might not be you. Why are you rushing to admit it? If it's as you said, Luya came to find you again. But I was taken away from Luya by Absolute Beginning. Why did Luya take me to the Beast Path Mystic Realm? If it's not you, maybe someone else instigated him? Gu Hai smiled. Absolute Beginning suddenly raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered that after Gu Hai left, he found Yihua's body and found a peacock feather. Absolute Beginning suddenly looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian bewitched Luya? And then found the Beast Path Mystic Realm? Was it him? If he was a spy, it made sense. He was Absolute Beginning's most trusted person. At this crucial moment, he definitely couldn't inform Long Zhangguo. He could only find another way. This was also because of Yihua's death. At that time, Absolute Beginning was a little dissatisfied with Kong Xian, which caused Absolute Beginning to suspect Kong Xian. Just as everyone was suspecting Absolute Beginning began to suspect Kong Xian. When he looked at Kong Xian raised his eyebrows. Why is Absolute Beginning looking at me? Is he trying to slander me? Gu Hai, you're too close to the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Absolute Beginning warned Gu Hai coldly. Unknowingly, Gu Hai was already close to the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Is that so? I've just entered the heavenly palace. Even if I have immortal power, it's limited. You're not worried that I'll destroy the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, right? Gu Hai sneered. Humph. Absolute Beginning snorted. The stronger one was, the more immortal power would increase. Now, even Long Zhangguo couldn't break the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, let alone Gu Hai. Alright, now let's talk about the Azura Path Mystic Realm. I'm sure it won't be a secret even if I tell you. This is the scroll I took when His Holiness fought with me. The scroll has the blueprint of the entrance to the Azura Path Mystic Realm written on it. This is it. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the scroll. Whoosh! The scroll flew out and everyone's face fell. I got this by chance. I'm sure everyone knows how I got it. It's no secret, but am I that lucky? I wonder if there were other people from the Solar God Palace nearby at that time? Gu Hai smiled. Kong Xian? Absolute Beginning's eyes suddenly widened. Because at that time, Kong Xian was in the Daewon Imperial Dynasty. After fighting with Xiu the Great, he had a confrontation with the Drought Demon Ancestor and Emperor Qi. The location of the confrontation was not far from His Holiness. Kong Xian left, and Gu Hai got this scroll. Or Kong Xian didn't leave. Absolute beginning, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to slander me? Kong Xian glared at him and said angrily. When everyone was suspecting you, absolute beginning, you still dared to slander me. Shut up! Absolute beginning shouted coldly. Master! Kong Xian said anxiously. Dong Wang! Absolute beginning also said anxiously. Shut up, all of you! This is Gu Hai's one-sided story. We'll talk about it after the Long Zhanghua dies. Absolute beginning said coldly. Yes. The two answered. Absolute beginning looked at Kong Xian, and Kong Xian looked at absolute beginning. Both of them had a cold look in their eyes. It was no longer important whether the two were spies. What was important was that absolute beginning didn't dare to trust the two of them without caution. While refining the Long Zhanghua, he was wary of the two. Chapter 708. Even though Gu Hai said a lot and instigated a lot of discord, Tai Yi and the others remained wary of him. They did not trust Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not want them to trust him. He had said so much just to tie their hands, so that they would not have an excuse to kill him, so that he could continue to stir up trouble. At this time, Tai Chu and Kong Xian wanted to kill Gu Hai immediately. However, Long Zhanghua was not dead yet. If they killed him now, wouldn't they be silencing him? Wouldn't they be admitting that they were spies? They would not kill Gu Hai easily. The immortal of the 6 paths in the sky also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Although he allowed Gu Hai to stand in front of him, it did not erase the fact that Gu Hai was second on the treason list, because he had not done anything. It's useless even if you talk. Treason is treason. It's not that easy to make up for your mistakes. Besides, your mistake is too big. Tai Chu sneered. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at Taiwa, who was in pain. Speaking of which, Taiwa's misfortune today is partly because of me. Without me, Taiwa would not have taken out the cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Without me, he could not have completed the cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Gu Hai seemed to be fighting for himself. Are you trying to find excuses to clear your name? The cauldron of heaven and earth? Humph, because of you, the cauldron of heaven and earth was exposed by Taiwa. However, Dong Wang has been plotting for 800,000 years. Do you think he can't force Taiwa to take out the cauldron of heaven and earth? Ha 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 ha. Tai Chu sneered. Tai Chu's expression said, I've seen through you. The surrounding people showed some disdain at Gu Hai's continuous quibbling for himself. Turned out that Gu Hai was also so afraid of death. The cauldron of heaven and earth requires Taiwa's blood to be fully activated. Isn't it a little too slow to use the 10-direction annihilation nail to extract the blood? Gu Hai suddenly looked at Taiwa. Tai's expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Not far away, Taiwa said with a ferocious expression, They just don't want to push me too far. If they push me too far, I'll just self-destruct. No one will have an easy time. At worst, we'll all die together. Taiwa, don't you dare. Tai glared at him. Taiwa looked at Tai ferociously. Haha, 800,000 years? Tai, I've long had a feeling that you had ill intentions towards me, but you didn't know that it was to use me as a blood sacrifice. Ha 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 ha, I don't dare? Do you think I don't dare? Who can stop me? I'm begging for death, you can't stop me. Taiwa's eyes flashed with deep hatred. Taiwa, your blood will be used to refine the Long Zhanghua. As long as the Long Zhanghua dies, I'll let you go and never target you again. I'll set you free. I beg the heavens not to pursue you. Tai said grimly. That's right, Taiwa. Although you'll be sacrificed, you won't die. As long as the Long Zhanghua is refined, we'll let you go. Don't do anything stupid. Alpha Primordium shouted, his expression changing. Taiwa glared at Tai and Alpha Primordium. If you die together, you'll be destroyed in both body and soul. The heavens won't spare your 3 souls. Tai said coldly. We only want your blood, not all of it. Don't mess around. Alpha Primordium said worriedly. So, You're worried that Taiwa will choose to self-destruct and destroy himself with her blood? Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, they saw Gu Hai slowly flying toward Taiwa. No one dared to get close to Taiwa, worried that they would force Taiwa into a corner. Even though Alpha Primordium nailed Taiwa to the cross, he still did not dare to push too hard. This was because Taiwa could make a final counterattack and self-destruct before dying. Taiwa no longer had a good impression of anyone here. He was extremely wary and hateful. However, he did not hate Gu Hai as much as he did Taiwa. Perhaps Xiaorou's memories and her crush played a huge role in Xiao Chen's mind. As Gu Hai flew toward Taiwa, the others watched with narrowed eyes. Taiwa. Gu Hai looked at Taiwa. Why did you come out? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai worriedly. Even though Taiwa was nailed to the cross, he still cared about Gu Hai. Gu Hai is very grateful to Xiaorou for thinking so highly of me in the past. Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha. Ha. Xiaorou? My reincarnated body, Xiaorou? Yes, she is indeed very foolish. I thought that she was insignificant. After all, I have reincarnated more than once in the past 800,000 years. However, I have never felt so emotional before. Xiaorou, when you first met Xiaorou, she was nailed to the wall like this, right? For Xiaorou, you could give up the most precious century lifespan immortality peach in the innate puzzle world. Xiaorou could give up her life for you. Although she could not say anything in the end, she changed me into someone else, Taiwa said with an extremely complicated expression as he looked at Gu Hai. I understand one thing now. You are Taiwa, but you are also Xiaorou, Gu Hai said solemnly. Taiwa looked at Gu Hai with a conflicted expression. Xiaorou owes me a life. Right now, you are Xiaorou. I would like to borrow something from you. Gu Hai said seriously. What is it? Taiwa said with a frown. Your head. Gu Hai said solemnly. You. Taiwa's eyes suddenly widened as a monstrous killing intent shot out from her eyes. What? Kong Xian also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Kong Xian knew about Gu Hai and Xiaorou the best. Why would Gu Hai say something like that? Does he want to kill Taiwa? Tai Yi's expression also changed. At first, he thought that Gu Hai wanted Taiwa to self-destruct to destroy the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. However, Gu Hai wanted Taiwa's head? Not her self-destruction? Gu Hai wanted Taiwa to die? What did you say? Taiwa said with a frosty expression. I said, you owe me a life. Now I hope you can return it to me. Let me kill you and use all of your blood as a sacrifice to the furnace. Gu Hai confirmed again. In the distance, Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwen, Sima Zongheng, and the others were shocked. Gu Hai is currying favor with the heavens? Gu Hai is too ruthless in order to survive. He wants to beg the heavens for Taiwa's death? How shameless! Long Zhanghua actually likes such trash. Countless people looked at Gu Hai with disdain in their eyes. Gu Hai, however, stared at Taiwa. At this moment, Gu Hai did not beg or cower. He was very calm. This calmness made the murderous Taiwa feel suffocated. Gu Hai wants me dead? For some reason, Taiwa suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Perhaps it was because of Xiaorou's personality. At this moment, Taiwa suddenly felt very wronged. Extremely wronged. Wants me dead? Everyone could say it. Tai Yi could say it, Tai Chu could say it, Immortal Six Paths could say it, and Long Zhanghua could say it. However, Gu Hai could not say it. Why do you want to kill me? Taiwa looked at Gu Hai with a lump in his throat, as if he wanted to see the reason from Gu Hai's eyes. However, there was nothing but calmness. Ha 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 ha. Taiwa suddenly laughed bleakly. As he laughed, Taiwa's eyes welled up with tears. After Big Brother Fushi died, Taiwa had been in a state of despair for a while. Then, he saw the world as gray. Only when Xiaorou met Gu Hai did the world slowly become colorful. Now, Gu Hai wants my life? That colorful world collapsed again, as if he had nothing left to live for. Taiwa, I'll borrow your head. Gu Hai said again. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Gu Hai and Taiwa. Ha 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 ha, you kill me? I told you to kill me, so you kill me. Taiwa looked at Gu Hai, sadness flashing in his eyes. Gu Hai reached out and took out the life-killing saber. He really did slash at Taiwa. Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Kong Xian, Dragon Shenying, Long Shunwen, Sima Zongheng, and even Zhang Yulian in the distance widened their eyes. Everyone looked at this strange scene. The saber was getting closer and closer to Taiwa. Tai Yi didn't stop him because if Gu Hai could kill Taiwa, he could instantly extract all of Taiwa's blood. Long Zhangguo would definitely die. Tai Yi didn't stop him, and Tai Chu was also looking forward to it. Only Kong Xian looked confused. He was like a fool. In the past, to protect Tai Yi, he fought to the death with Gu Hai. Was there something wrong with his brain? He thought that Tai Yi liked Taiwa, so he wanted to help him get rid of his love rival, Gu Hai. Now, he realized that Tai Yi wanted to kill Taiwa, and Gu Hai wanted to kill Taiwa. This wasn't right. This was different from what he thought. Wasn't this change too fast? Gu Hai's saber slashed at Taiwa. Taiwa stared at Gu Hai with red eyes. At this moment, Gu Hai saw Xiao Rou in Taiwa's eyes. Those were definitely Xiao Rou's eyes. Xiao Rou's eyes were filled with despair. Ha, Gu Hai, did you know? Before Xiao Rou died, she fused with me. Before she was swallowed by me, she said something. Did you know? Taiwa stared at Gu Hai with red eyes. Gu Hai's saber was getting closer and closer. It didn't stop. Xiao Rou said, I once loved you too. Taiwa said sadly. Buzz! The life-killing saber stopped between Taiwa's eyebrows. The moment the life-punishing saber stopped, a glimmer of light flashed across Taiwa's eyes. The moment the glimmer of light flashed, pissed. Gu Hai slashed at Taiwa's head. Boom! It was as if he had instantly crushed Taiwa's Naiwan palace. Splash! 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 Blood spurted out of Taiwa's body. The blood was quickly absorbed by the cauldron of the universe. The surrounding people seemed to be suffocating as they widened their eyes. Killed, killed. Tai Yi's face stiffened. Did Gu Hai really kill Taiwa? Tai Chu was also shocked. How could this be? Kong Xian was even more confused. The life-ender saber was pulled out from between Taiwa's eyebrows. Taiwa had a bloody wound between his eyebrows. His face immediately turned pale due to the severe blood loss. His eyes were still open, but they were no longer flowing with tears. Instead, there were two streams of blood. 2 streams of blood tears. Buzz! Taiwa's immortal power surged into Gu Hai's body. The 6-colored glow on Gu Hai's body suddenly soared into the sky. The terrifying power made Gu Hai's body swell. Taiwa was dead. He was killed by the man Xiao Rou loved the most. Before he died, his eyes were filled with despair and sadness. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down his face. Everything was so sad. The great Taiwa died at the hands of a weak Gu Hai. He was hurt by love and died for love. Chapter 709. Taiwa was dead. She died in the hands of someone no one expected. Taiwa's blood was sucked dry in an instant, and Taiwa's body shriveled up. Gu Hai gently pulled Taiwa's body out of the cross. There was no blood, only a body full of holes. Buzz! After absorbing all of Taiwa's blood, the cauldron of heaven and earth shone with a dazzling light. The 8 trigrams diagram on the outside shone even brighter. The cauldron of heaven and earth became even sturdier. Although the sound of Long Zhangguo chopping could be heard, it was no longer able to shake the cauldron of heaven and earth. Gu Hai carefully placed Taiwa's body in a coffin and put it away. Only then did the surrounding people wake up from their daze. He really killed Taiwa? Taiwa had fallen out with everyone because of him. To clear his name, he even sacrificed the woman he loved? Shameless. Sure enough, the emperor is the most heartless. Countless voices of disdain rang out as countless gazes of disdain looked at Gu Hai. Tai looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Tai Chu was also frowning at this moment. He had a bad feeling about this. Kong Xian clenched his fists, a blank look in his eyes. For some reason, he feared Gu Hai's ruthlessness. In the distance, Long Shunwen and Sima Zongheng stared. They didn't expect Gu Hai to be so ruthless. Only Long Shenying's pupils shrank. He stared at Gu Hai's immortal energy. After killing Taiwa, all of Taiwa's immortal energy was taken by Gu Hai. No one noticed that only Gu Hai had more immortal energy than Gu Hai. Even Tai Chu wasn't as good. Unknowingly, Gu Hai had already become the second strongest person among all the people here? Gu Hai. Dragon God Ying's eyelids twitched. Dragon Shenying looked at the chaos furnace of heaven and earth, then looked at immortal six paths in the sky. Suddenly, he exhaled. Suddenly, Long Shenying bit his finger and drew a circle between his eyebrows with his blood. Then, he chanted, "Immortal of the Six Paths." With a single chant, a large amount of immortal energy appeared out of nowhere and filled Dragon Shenying's body. The Crown Prince? The Deqian officials all stared and exclaimed. Betrayal? The Crown Prince also betrayed His Holiness? No. Boundless despair enveloped the heavenly court. Everyone had betrayed the Long Zhanghua. Was the Long Zhanghua doomed? You. Long Shunwen raised an eyebrow. Second brother, are you the only one allowed to serve the immortal of six paths? Dragon Shenying sneered. So what if I'm loyal? Your name on the traitors' ranking list hasn't been removed. You won't have a chance to make up for your mistakes. Long Shunwen said in a low voice. Everyone looked at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, Dragon Shenying's name was still in fourth place. However, Gu Hai's name was still on the stone tablet. He was still in second place, but his name was much more blurred. Gu Hai killed Taiwa? You're really willing to do such a shameless thing to survive. However, it's not enough. Although your name is blurred, you're still in second place. That's not enough to make up for your mistakes. Tai Chu sneered. Yeah, it's not enough, but there's still a chance. Gu Hai sneered. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. At this time, what other way was there to make a contribution? Reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai feels that Long Zhanghua is not dead. He's still in the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. He might break the seal at any time. Everything is still possible. Gu Hai suddenly looked at the sky. The eye of heaven stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai had indeed made a contribution by killing Taiwa, but the eye of heaven was still on guard against him, preventing him from saving Long Zhanghua. If Gu Hai dared to make a move on the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, the heavens would kill Gu Hai instantly. Now, Gu Hai said that the dust had not settled yet? Indeed, the dust had not settled yet. However, the heavens did not want to talk to Gu Hai. On the side, Tai spoke on behalf of the heavens. Gu Hai, what are you trying to say? I'm saying that anything is possible before Long Zhanghua dies. If he breaks the seal, you alone are not enough. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then what do you want? Tai said solemnly. The immortal power we borrowed from the heavens is too scattered. If this large amount of immortal power can be gathered in the hands of a few, solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Gathered in the hands of a few? Tai narrowed his eyes. Yeah. For example, if I kill Tai Chu, his power will be added to me, and I'll be stronger. If Long Zhanghua breaks the seal, I can help you deal with him. Gu Hai smiled. How dare you? Don't you dare! Absolute Beginning suddenly exclaimed. Tai's pupils constricted. You want to kill Tai Chu? Isn't that right? If the immortal power is too scattered, it won't be effective. Why not let it merge? If the power is divided between two people, it'll be too scattered. If it's concentrated on one person, the effect will be multiplied. Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai, you're a spy. You did this on purpose. You want to disrupt our cooperation. You want to destroy our unity. You're helping Long Zhanghua. Tai Chu said coldly. I'm helping Long Zhanghua? Absolute Beginning, I won't mention who framed me. Firstly, I'm innocent. Secondly, I have immortal energy. If I wasn't truly loyal to the heavens, then the heavens could destroy my soul with a single thought and make me explode. Why would I do this? I'm afraid of death. Gu Hai said coldly. The heavens can destroy me at any time. How can I resist? You! Tai Chu glared. Before we kill the dragon warring states, everything else is not important, is it? Tai is in charge of trapping and killing the dragon battle kingdom, and we are borrowing immortal power to assist from the side. But you have seen how strong the dragon battle kingdom is. Even if we help from the side, it's not enough, right? We can only strengthen ourselves like this. As Gu Hai spoke, he raised the life terminator. He swung the saber. A massive energy saber slashed at one of the black angels. Boom! Purple light illuminated the world. Before the black angel could cry out, he exploded. The black angel's immortal power surged into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's immortal power shone even brighter. How dare you! How dare you! Bastard! The angels, demon kings, Tai Chu, and the others widened their eyes and roared. They grabbed their sabers, wary of Gu Hai. Gu Hai attacked. Tai's expression also changed. However, the heavens did not stop him. They only watched coldly. To the heavens, everyone here was an ant. They could all die. As long as Long Zhanghua was killed, the lives of the others were not important. As long as it was beneficial to killing Long Zhanghua, it was fine. Before Gu Hai killed Taiwa, the heavens still did not trust Gu Hai. However, after Gu Hai's achievements, the heavens let down their guard. Dong Wang, Gu Hai is too presumptuous. I'm going to kill him, Tai Chu said coldly. Tai activated the chaos furnace of heaven and earth with all his might, but he did not interfere. It was as if he had silently approved of Tai Chu's actions. Tai Chu stepped forward, his body shrouded in black pillars. A powerful aura spread out, mobilizing the power of samsara to kill Gu Hai. The power of samsara? Ha, Tai Chu, are you really Long Zhanggua's spy? Gu Hai sneered. Your flowery words are useless. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Tai Chu stepped forward. I'm saying that every bit of power used against Long Zhanghua is extremely precious. Immortal power? Immortal power can be taken away and transferred. It doesn't matter if it's transferred to another person. However, the power of samsara is used against Long Zhanghua, not for you to waste. If you use the power of samsara to fight me, won't you be wasting the power used against Long Zhanghua? Gu Hai shouted. Tai Chu did not understand what Gu Hai meant. Suddenly, his body trembled, and the power of samsara was taken away. The heavens removed the power of samsara from Tai Chu, and the black pillars appeared behind Tai. Not only Tai Chu, but the black pillar on Kong Xian's body was also stripped away, and instantly appeared behind Tai. Gu Hai was right. The power of samsara is not for you to waste. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. At this moment, Gu Hai's saber slashed at him. Tai Chu hastily took out a huge sword and clashed with Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber. Hong! With a super loud sound, the huge sword in Tai Chu's hand exploded. Alpha Primordium was sent flying in an instant. Poof! Tai Chu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Without the power of samsara, his power was not as strong as Gu Hai's? Gu Hai was so strong? Was it Taiwa's power? He did it on purpose? Dong Wang, Tai Chu yelled. Gu Hai is going to destroy Solar Divine Palace. Tai narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai in the distance but ignored Tai Chu. Immortal Six Paths was heartless, and Tai was also very cold. Gu Hai was right. Tai even thought of something deeper from Gu Hai's words. Kill everyone? Gather all the power in one body? That's right. What if everyone dies and I'm the only one left? Help? Tai did not need help. If Tai wanted everyone to die and gather all the power in his body, wouldn't he have a higher chance of killing Long Zhanghua? He would do everything possible to kill Long Zhanghua, even if he had to sacrifice everyone. Otherwise, if Long Zhanghua could counterattack, he would be finished. Killing each other was a good thing. Gu Hai. No matter how he jumped around, it was useless. Immortal Six Paths power could control him, but Tai could control him too. Hibernating spirit soup? In the past, he'd sent Bingheim to Gu Hai's side to think of a way to make Gu Hai drink the soup. Originally, it was just to control Gu Hai and use it to threaten and trick Taiwa. Now, it seemed that it was better to use it here. Even if Gu Hai killed until the end, Tai could control him with the soup and make him come to die in front of Tai himself. He was supposed to drink 2 bowls, but Bingheim only gave Gu Hai 1 bowl? 1 bowl is enough. I don't need to control him for many years. A short while is enough. Tai Chu was loyal to Tai, but he might not be willing to let Tai take his life. But Gu Hai was different. What Gu Hai said makes sense. Gathering immortal power is better than scattering it. Tai suddenly narrowed his eyes. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. Tai agreed to kill each other? The heavens let Tai take charge of the situation. Tai's words represented the heavens. Chapter 7:10. Tai agreed with Gu Hai's theory, which was equivalent to the heavens agreeing with Gu Hai's theory as well. Just as Tai was in disbelief. A miserable scream came from the heavenly court. In the distance, Dragon Sheniying grabbed Sima Zhongheng's head with one hand and pierced through Sima Zhongheng's chest with the other. His bloody hand came out from his back, and he was holding Sima Zhongheng's crushed heart. Dragon Sheniying had just pledged his loyalty to Immortal Six Paths and obtained immortal power. He had been waiting for this moment. When the battle royale started, Dragon Sheniying instantly attacked. He instantly pierced through Sima Zhongheng's body and crushed it. You. Sima Zhongheng spat out blood and looked at Dragon Sheniying's hand in disbelief. Sima Zhongheng betrayed Long Zhanghua and was rejoicing when he saw that everything was about to be settled. How could he have thought that he would suddenly die? He betrayed Long Zhanghua and was killed by Long Zhanghua's son? Was this retribution? Grand Preceptor Sima, when I was young, you taught me. Unfortunately, what you taught and what you did were 2 different things. Don't worry, this time, you sacrificed yourself to kill Long Zhanghua. Later, I will take care of all your Sima family members. Dragon Sheniying revealed a faint smile. The smile was very gentle, but this gentle gaze made Sima Zhongheng suddenly tremble. All the hair on his body stood on end, and his face was filled with infinite horror. No. Boom! Sima Zhongheng's head was crushed by Dragon Sheniying. In an instant, a large amount of immortal power surged towards Dragon Sheniying. Dragon Sheniying, you dare? Long Shenwen's expression changed. Dragon Sheniying coldly smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? I have already pledged my loyalty to the heavens. I want to redeem myself. I want to become stronger. I want to kill Long Zhanghua. What wrong did I do? My second brother. Dragon Sheniying looked at Long Shenwen and revealed a friendly smile. However, this smile made Long Shenwen's heart turn cold. No, your loyalty is fake. You are a spy. You are deceiving the heavens. Long Shenwen cried out and retreated. Deceive? Ha, you think too much. Do you remember Ao Tianhuang? If I were to lie, then I would have self-detonated like Ao Tianhuang. My body and soul would be destroyed, and I would be consigned to eternal damnation. How could I lie? I'm just like Gu Hai, eager to gain merit, my second brother. Long Sheniying stepped closer to Long Shenwen. Long Shenwen immediately panicked. Long Shenwen had immortal power, and his strength had increased tremendously. But no matter how much it increased, it was still not as good as Long Shenwen. Dragon Sheniying was stronger than Long Shenwen. The stronger one was, the more immortal power one had. More importantly, Dragon Sheniying had just killed Sima Zhongheng and robbed him of his immortal power. For a moment, Long Sheniying was much stronger than Long Shenwen. Now, Long Sheniying looked like he wanted to kill Long Shenwen. Seeing this, Long Shenwen was inexplicably terrified. All of a sudden, regret filled his heart. He had betrayed his father and pledged his loyalty to the heavens. Now, was he going to be killed in front of the heavens? No, it shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this. Long Shunwen cried out in alarm. Dragon Sheniying punched out. Boom. Long Shunwen hastily dodged, but was sent flying by Dragon Sheniying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Dragon Sheniying closed in again, killing intent shooting out from his eyes as if he wanted to avenge Long Zhangguo. That killing intent made Long Shunwen tremble in fear. No, no, don't, big brother, I'm your second brother, big brother, I'm your second brother, big brother. Long Shunwen cried out in fear. Big brother? Ha 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 ha. Dragon Sheniying laughed sinisterly. When you betrayed your father, why didn't you think that he was your father and I was your big brother? When you betrayed your father and wanted to kill me, why didn't you think that I was your big brother? Dragon Sheniying ignored Long Shunwen and continued his pursuit. On the other side, Tai Chu's heart raced when he heard Tai's words. In the next moment, Tai Chu's expression turned ruthless as he slashed his sword at Kong Xian. Damn you, Tai Chu! Kong Xian's expression changed. With a swish, a wave of peacock feathers slammed into Tai Chu. Boom! Kong Xian was sent flying, his face flushed red. A wound appeared on his body. Tai narrowed his eyes but didn't stop him. Kong Xian glared at him and roared, Tai Chu, you old thing, Gu Hai hurt you, so you went to kill Gu Hai. Why did you hurt me? You're a spy, Long Zhangguo's spy. Of course I have to kill you first. Tai Chu glared at him. Spy? Are you crazy? Kong Xian glared at him. You killed my son, Yi Hua. You were the one who asked Lu Ye to take away Gu Hai. That day, when Taiwo was fighting against the cosmic star formation, Gu Hai let it slip that you were Long Zhangguo's spy, right? You've been hiding in Solar Divine Shrine. Tai Chu roared. Kong Xian glared at him with bloodshot eyes. You're slandering me? You believe Gu Hai's nonsense? I've never been to Heavenly City. Who killed your son? It's you. Tai Chu stared at Kong Xian. Boom. In the distance, Gu Hai killed a monster king with a single slash. Be careful of Gu Hai, the monster kings exclaimed. In the midst of Gu Hai's slaughter, a large amount of immortal power was quickly plundered by Gu Hai. In the distance, Tai Chu, who was arguing with Kong Xian, suddenly changed his expression. All angels, come over and follow me to kill the spy, Kong Xian, Tai Chu said anxiously. Tai Chu could feel Gu Hai's determination to kill him. Gu Hai was already slightly stronger than him. If he allowed him to obtain more immortal power, wouldn't he? He didn't know what Dong Wang was thinking, but he actually allowed Gu Hai to wreak havoc in Solar Divine Palace. He had to be quick and obtain more immortal power as soon as possible. Yes, true lord. 50 black angels instantly flew in front of Tai Chu. They seemed to want to surround Kong Xian. Tai Chu, you lunatic! Kong Xian glared and tried to escape. After all, Kong Xian's strength was slightly weaker than Tai Chu's. Now, there were still 50 black angels. He had to escape quickly. Get ready, kill! Tai Chu roared. Yes. The group of black angels glared and pounced. The moment the black angels pounced on Kong Xian, Tai Chu suddenly attacked. He didn't attack Kong Xian, but the black angels. Tai Chu stretched out his hand and 50 thin threads suddenly rushed into the heads of the black angels. Explode! Tai Chu roared. Boom! The 50 black angels exploded almost instantly. The moment they exploded, rolling immortal power rushed towards Tai Chu. What? Kong Xian's expression changed. At that moment, Kong Xian suddenly realized that he was too naive before. Originally, he thought that he was already a great demon, a great fiend king. However, today, he discovered that this great demon was nothing before Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not hesitate to kill the women who liked him. In front of Tai Chu, he was nothing. He killed the angels who were loyal to him without hesitation. Was he too merciful? Rumble! The power of Tai Chu's body rose rapidly. The power of the 50 black angels suddenly more than doubled Tai Chu's power. On the other side, Gu Hai was also quickly chasing after the monster kings. His immortal power was also increasing. After killing the 50 angels, Tai Chu's power suddenly rose to the peak. The immortal power around him was even stronger than Gu Hai's. Tai Chu turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai killed another 3 monster kings. His immortal power was rising, but it was still a little weaker than Tai Chu's. Gu Hai? Huh. Tai Chu snorted and took a step forward, charging straight at Gu Hai. Boom! In an instant, Tai Chu's sword collided with Gu Hai's life-extinguishing saber. This time, Tai Chu didn't retreat, and Gu Hai took 3 steps back. However, Tai Chu's sword was still a little weaker. It instantly exploded under the life-extinguishing saber. Tai Chu. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Tai Chu said coldly. Treasure, please. Gu Hai suddenly shouted, and 3 bottle gourds flew out from beside him. Rumble! Rolling vines suddenly wrapped around him and Tai Chu. At this moment, the power of the gourds was much stronger than before. Flames followed. In the flames, a golden immortal slaying flying saber instantly shot toward Tai Chu. Gu Hai and Tai Chu fought fiercely. The surrounding monster kings also quickly killed each other. Kong Xian. Tai Yi shouted. Yes, master. Kong Xian immediately answered. Kill them all. You are the person I trust the most. I hope you can get the most immortal power. Tai Yi shouted. Yes. Kong Xian answered and instantly pounced on the monster kings. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavenly realm, it was chaos. Battles broke out everywhere. Tai Yi was refining the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth while looking at 2 people, Gu Hai and Kong Xian. Fu Shin soup? Gu Hai drank a bowl, Kong Xian also drank a bowl. Tai Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The battles were extremely intense. Gu Hai's treasures were also endless, making Tai Chu depressed for a while. When Kong Xian appeared, green light filled the sky. Peacock plume tore in all directions, and a large number of monster kings were killed. My lord, we're loyal to you. Kong Xian, don't kill me. My lord, save me. This subordinate is loyal to my lord. For a moment, the monster kings were shouting, but Tai Yi ignored them. He allowed Kong Xian to harvest the monster king's immortal power one after another. The monster kings looked at Tai Yi in despair and immediately fled in all directions. Where do you think you are going? Kong Xian immediately chased after them. There was only one battlefield left not far from Tai Yi. It was the battle between Gu Hai and Tai Chu. Zhou Tianlu. Hong. With a super loud sound, the saber slashed down, but Tai Chu caught it in his hands, strenuously blocking the life-extinguishing saber. Life-extinguishing saber? Good saber. The 3 gourds can only disturb me. Your life-extinguishing saber is the biggest threat. When I take out a treasure, it explodes. When I take out a treasure, it explodes a treasure. Life-extinguishing saber? Heaven's retribution stone? Tai Chu looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. Although Tai Chu caught the saber, Gu Hai still used the Zhou Tianlu's saber aura to slash down. Good saber technique. Unfortunately, your immortal power is not as good as mine now. You can only hold the saber hilt with both hands. If you withdraw your power, I can destroy you instantly. Tai Chu said with a ferocious expression. The 2 of them stared at each other ferociously. Gu Hai suddenly said in a cold voice, Who said I only have 2 hands? As he spoke, Gu Hai's chest suddenly tore open. 2 bones suddenly pierced out of Gu Hai's skin. The 2 bones emerged from Gu Hai's chest and slowly turned into 2 bony palms and 2 bony hands. The bony hands held a blood-red saber. When the saber appeared, a bloody light shot into the sky. What? Tai Chu's expression changed. The 2 bony hands held the life-extinguishing saber and brazenly stabbed into Tai Chu's chest. Chapter 7:11. A pair of bony hands suddenly emerged from Gu Hai's chest, grabbing the Life Slayer blade and stabbing it into Tai Chu's chest. Blood splattered everywhere as the Life Slayer blade absorbed it. The Life Slayer blade sucked up half of Tai Chu's blood in an instant. Tai Chu's eyes widened as he watched this scene in disbelief. Pull back and save himself? No, Absolute Beginning's hands were holding Gu Hai's life-slaying saber. If he withdrew his hands, the life-slaying saber would be able to cut him. If he didn't withdraw his hands, the life-slaying saber would tear him apart and drain his blood. When the Life Slayer blade entered his body, Tai Chu seemed to see endless blood. A murderous illusion suddenly enveloped Tai Chu. Holy light! Tai Chu shouted. The rolling holy light kept expelling the illusion, but the Life Slayer blade was about to tear him apart. Crack! He barely used his muscles to lock the Life Slayer blade, but he knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Did this mean that he was about to die? Dong Wang, save me! Tai, save me! Tai Chu screamed in horror. Tai Chu's eyes were filled with regret. Why did he have to kill all the Black Angels? If he had the Black Angels now, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Tai Chu and Gu Hai had both done their best. If someone had saved him, Gu Hai would have been finished. Unfortunately, there was no one. In the distance, near the chaos furnace of heaven and earth. Rumble! The chaos furnace of heaven and earth trembled. Oh no! Tai's expression changed. Long Zhonghua seemed to be about to break free. At this time, Tai Chu's roar came from afar. Tai looked over and saw Gu Hai's two blades. It seemed that he was about to put Tai Chu in a desperate situation. However, to Tai, how could Tai Chu's life compare to his? He only wanted Long Zhonghua to die. Tai, I know what you mean. Ha, spirit-fusing soup? You want to give me up for it? Tai, if you don't save me, I'll die with Gu Hai. Do you believe me? I'll self-destruct. Do you believe me? I'll die with Gu Hai. Do you believe me? You won't be able to get all of it. Tai Chu roared with a ferocious expression. How dare you? Tai roared, glaring. Did Tai Chu guess what he was thinking? I'm going to die. Worst comes to worst, we'll die together. Tai Chu roared. Wait! Tai said anxiously. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven was watching the battlefield, and when it heard Absolute Beginning's words, its eyes became gloomy. Don't worry. In this battle, as long as you are loyal to me, even if you die, I will resurrect all of you. Immortal of the Six Paths suddenly said. The promise of the Immortal of the Six Paths. It doesn't matter if you die, I can revive you. Do not fear death. Tai Chu's expression froze. Did you hear that? Tai roared. Tai, you won't die. Later, Taiwa, you, and the other angels and demon kings will all be revived. Don't do anything stupid. Resurrection? Tai Chu's expression changed. The Immortal of the Six Paths would definitely fulfill his promise. It was easy for him to find the three souls of the dead. All he needed to do was to rebuild his body. He could be resurrected after death? Really? Tai Chu looked up at the sky. What a pity! Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! In an instant, the Life Slayer saber slashed from Tai Chu's chest to his shoulder, as if cutting him in half. No! Tai Chu screamed weakly. The Life Slayer saber slashed down. Purple light illuminated the world. Boom! Grand Primordium's body suddenly exploded. His body was shattered into pieces, but there was no blood. No one can revive the people I killed, Gu Hai said coldly. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and Solar Divine Palace's Grand Primordium died. Surging celestial energy immediately surged towards Gu Hai. However, there was no joy in Gu Hai's eyes when he obtained Grand Primordium's celestial energy. Instead, he showed some sorrow. Qiner, father took revenge for you. With reddened eyes, Gu Hai looked elsewhere. Dragon Sheniying dragged Long Shunwen to the entrance of the Lingxiao Palace. The officials watched in horror as Dragon Sheniying forced Long Shunwen to his knees. He stepped on Long Shenwen's shoulder and forced him to face the chaotic universal furnace in the distance. Big brother, let me go. Let me go. I was wrong. I was wrong. Long Shenwen screamed in horror. Dragon Shenying sneered and ignored him. He faced the chaotic universal furnace as if he was facing the Long Zhanghua in the furnace. He wanted him to be executed in front of his father. Humph! Dragon Shenying snorted. The saber slashed at Long Shenwen's head. Father, I was wrong. Long Shenwen screamed in despair. Boom! Long Shenwen's head flew, and blood splattered 100 feet high. Around them, Dragon Shenying killed all the officials and soldiers who had betrayed the Long Zhanghua. On the other side, Kong Xian killed a large number of monster kings, and the immortal power around him surged. Rumble! Loud sounds came from the furnace. Tai couldn't hold it in any longer. Fu Shen, be subdued by me. Suppress Shen. Tai suddenly roared. Boom! In the distance, Kong Xian trembled. He emitted a dazzling blue light and turned into a towering peacock. Gu Hai hadn't been far from Tai when he killed Taichu, so he could still hear Tai's incantation. He suddenly remembered Taichu's words. Fu Shen soup? He seemed to have drunk a bowl too. Was Tai going to use the effect of the soup? Gu Hai didn't know what effect it had, but when he saw Kong Xian turn into a peacock and his eyes glowing red, Gu Hai guessed that Kong Xian had also drunk a bowl of Fu Shen soup. After drinking the soup, one's mind and will would be controlled? Ambush? Concealment? The curse hidden in one's body? Back then, Bing Ji had given it to him to drink. However, because of the Life Ender Saber's resistance, he didn't drink it. The second time, Bing Ji had taken the initiative to throw away the spirit-fusing soup. If he also drank the Fu Shen soup, would he? Buzz! Gu Hai immediately released his aura and condensed some red light in his eyes. In the distance, Tai looked at the two of them and sneered. Okay, come to me now. Quick! Whoosh! Gu Hai pretended to be muddle-headed and flew to Tai. On the other side, Kong Xian flapped his wings and approached at an even faster speed. Rumble! The chaotic universe furnace under their feet shook more and more violently. Tai's expression changed. Quick, come here. The moment Gu Hai and Kong Xian got close, Tai's eyes turned vicious. He spat out 2 fire blades from his mouth and aimed at Gu Hai and Kong Xian's foreheads. The fire blades were sharp and seemed to be made of the Grand Sun primordial fire. They seemed to be able to split Kong Xian and Gu Hai in an instant. At that moment, Gu Hai felt a great threat looming over him. Gu Hai swayed his body and dodged. Gu Hai didn't attack Tai and the chaotic universe furnace because he knew that the deity of the 6 paths was watching. If he acted strangely, Gu Hai could kill him instantly. However, dodging Tai's Grand Sun primordial fire blade was nothing. Huh! Tai's expression changed. He looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai dodged but didn't stay out of the way. Instead, he reached out and hit Kong Xian. Boom! Kong Xian's body was sent flying by Gu Hai. Pfft! Kong Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and regained consciousness. What? You weren't controlled by the spirit-fusing soup? Tai looked at Gu Hai in shock. I didn't drink it at all, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Bingheim lied to me? Bitch! Tai roared with a ferocious expression. On the other side, Kong Xian regained consciousness. Although he was injured by Gu Hai, he didn't care about Gu Hai's sneak attack. On the contrary, it was Gu Hai who saved him. And Master? You fed me the spirit-fusing soup? You want to kill me? Kong Xian looked at Tai in disbelief. You only drank 1 bowl. Quick, Long Zhanghua is coming out. Give me your immortal power and the heavens will resurrect you. Tai said anxiously. Kong Xian has been in Solar God Shrine since I can remember. My Peacock clan, my parents, my grandfather, and my grandfather have all pledged their loyalty to you. They fought for you and gave you everything they had. My Peacock clan has been loyal to you for generations. I even did everything I could to protect you, my master. All I got in return is that my master wants to kill me? Ha ha, you want to kill me? Kong Xian's eyes turned red again. This time, it wasn't because he was being controlled, but because he was sad and desperate. Give me your immortal power. You can be resurrected. Tai roared. Resurrected? It's too late. My immortal dome, I'm very sorry. I want to destroy your world. I need the power of the entire immortal dome. The power of the entire world. Long Zhangguo's voice came from the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. Tai's expression changed when he heard Long Zhangguo's voice. The pupils of the 10,000 eyes in the sky suddenly shrank. The dragon warring state is out. Seal him. Seal him. Immortal of the six paths seemed to have guessed something, and he suddenly screamed. Tai activated the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth with all his might. Chaos contains Pangu, split the heavens and earth, and break the primordial chaos. A loud roar came from the furnace. Hong! A loud noise came from the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth, and a huge shock wave sent Gu Hai and Kong Xian flying. Even though they had a lot of immortal power, they couldn't stop the shock wave. Poof! Tai, who had activated the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth with all his might, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai and Kong Xian, who were far away from the shock wave, saw a crack appear on the chaotic furnace of heaven and earth. With that crack as the center, web-like cracks suddenly appeared. More and more cracks appeared, densely packed. It was as if the entire chaotic furnace of heaven and earth had shattered. Countless cries of grief came from within. Gu Hai knew that it was the cries of the people in the Warring State's immortal dome. No, no, no! Immortal Six Paths' terrified voice came from the sky. For the first time, Immortal Six Paths showed such despair. Hong! It exploded. The chaotic furnace of heaven and earth exploded into countless fragments that shot in all directions. The fragments even soared into the sky. Hong, hong, hong! Countless fragments soared into the sky and instantly shattered the eyes in the sky. In an instant, the 10,000 eyes in the sky were pierced by the fragments. Some exploded and some were blinded. Almost all the eyes were blinded in an instant. My eyes! My eyes! Immortal Six Paths' screams echoed in the world. Chapter 7:12. Chaotic Furnace of Heaven and Earth. The combination of the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the Apocalypse, which represented the second, third, and 10th treasures in the world, was instantly blasted apart by Long Zhangguo. Even though Tai Yi was infused with the power of life and the hungry ghost Tao reincarnation, he was still blasted 1,000 feet away by this huge explosion. The recoil was so strong that Tai Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. In the sky, the Eye of Heaven was almost instantly shattered by the Bell of Chaos, the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, and the fragments of the Apocalypse. Those that were not shattered were instantly covered in blood. Ah, my eyes, my eyes! Immortal Six Paths screams reverberated throughout the heaven realm. Screams of agony reverberated throughout the heaven domain. Not only in the heaven domain, but throughout the divine continent, the cries of the immortals of the Six Paths could be heard as well. Under the Fusang tree, the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and the Buddha of Three Worlds all stared at the sky with wide eyes. Rumble! The dark clouds that covered the divine continent turned blood red, as though the sky had been dyed red by the blood of immortal Six Paths. Amidst the rolling blood clouds, there seemed to be a smell of blood. Immortal Six Paths screams? Blood dyed the sky red? Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. De Qian? Blood dyed the sky. The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes, as though he was shocked by the battle. Long Zhangguo's battle could actually injure Immortal Six Paths so badly? No one was willing to leave for a moment. Looking at the blood-dyed sky, everyone was extremely tense. In the heaven realm, it's His Holiness. His Holiness is out of the seal. Countless De Qian officials shouted excitedly. Long live His Holiness! Long live His Holiness! Cheers sounded. In the black hole formed by the rolling explosions, Long Zhanggua's figure slowly appeared. Behind Long Zhanggua, the 3 black pillars of reincarnation were erected once again. Long Zhanggua's long hair had turned pale and withered. There were countless wrinkles on Long Zhanggua's face, as if he was about to reach the end of his life. His body was badly mutilated. Some places were charred, and some places looked like they had been bitten by evil spirit. They were extremely deformed. Clearly, he had suffered a great deal of damage in the primal chaos universal furnace. His left hand grabbed the shattered War Kingdom immortal dome. The bubble that had been there before had already been torn apart and shriveled up. Within the War Kingdom immortal dome, a series of loud booms rang out, followed by countless cries of grief. The warring state's immortal dome seemed to be about to be destroyed. Behind him, the 3 paths of reincarnation wobbled as if it was about to break free from Long Zhanggua's control. He held the heaven-splitting axe in his right hand. However, the heaven-splitting axe was heavily damaged. However, no matter how damaged it was still the #1 magic treasure in the world. His Holiness? Countless Deqian officials looked at Long Zhanggua in shock. Although the 10,000 eyes of the heavens were all open now, almost all of them were crippled. Only one eye was still bleeding, and its pupil seemed to be slightly open. The eye of the heavens isn't completely blind? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Tai Yi, are you dead? Hurry up and do it. He's at the end of his rope. I'll lend you all of the 3 paths of reincarnation's power. Immortal 6 paths roared anxiously. Wah! Tai Yi transformed into a 3-legged golden crow and pounced on Long Zhanggua. The dragon warring state had just left the seal and seemed to have regained his senses before death. However, his face was fierce as he rushed toward Tai Yi. The calamity of the common people lies in the 6 paths. The sinner of the common people is you, Tai Yi. Die for me. Long Zhanggua roared and swung the heaven-splitting axe at Tai Yi. The powerful aura forced Gu Hai and Kong Xian away. Tai Yi's expression was ferocious as he grabbed at Long Zhanggua with his 2 giant claws. Hong! The heaven-splitting axe struck the path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation and embedded itself in it. Tai Yi's 2 giant claws grabbed the heaven-splitting axe as well. With the 2 of them at the center, a huge storm tore apart the surrounding black holes, making them bigger and bigger. Immortal 6 paths stared at them from the sky. No one could get close. Boom! More cracks appeared on Long Zhanggua's withered palm. All that was left was a shriveled layer of skin. Rumble! Long Zhanggua's 3 paths of reincarnation broke free of his control and disappeared. 3 paths of reincarnation returned to heaven and earth. Long Zhanggua, you're dead for sure. Ah! Human path reincarnation, Azura path reincarnation, Animal path reincarnation, follow my command and assist Tai Yi. 6 paths voice rang through the celestial world. 3 paths of reincarnation appeared behind Tai Yi. Tai Yi merged with the path of hungry ghosts reincarnation. The other 5 black reincarnation pillars behind him pressed against him. Surging power surged toward Tai Yi and fought Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. His expression twisted. At this moment, Long Zhanggua had indeed reached his limit. Long Zhanggua, you've lost. Tai Yi snarled. Tai Yi felt that the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. His current strength had completely surpassed Long Zhanggua's. Long Zhanggua was dead for sure. Sky-splitting axe, old friend, it's the last moment. I want to kill him. Kill him for me. Long Zhanggua's expression turned vicious. Surging power surged into sky-splitting axe. Long Zhanggua kept spitting out blood. When the power surged into sky-splitting axe, it shook violently, as if grieving for Long Zhanggua's fate. Cracks appeared on sky-splitting axe, as if it was about to shatter completely. Despite the cracks, the power grew stronger and stronger. It hacked the black path of hungry ghosts' reincarnation pillars deeper and deeper. Long Zhangguo spat out blood as his body quickly shriveled. Was this the final radiance of the setting sun? Was this the end of the line? In the distance, Gu Hai, Dragon Goding, Kong Xian, and Zhang Yulian all widened their eyes. Long Zhangguo was giving it his all, while Tai Yi was shocked. Sky-splitting axe was getting closer and closer to him. His two golden crow claws were desperately holding on, but the axe was still getting closer and closer to his forehead. No, no, no! Tai Yi roared in shock. Long Zhangguo's desperate counterattack had cut open the path of Hungry Ghost's reincarnation pillars. No, even the 6 paths of reincarnation pillars combined couldn't stop Long Zhangguo. Even he and the life pillar couldn't stop him. Long Zhangguo was on his last legs. Was he going to die with him? Tai Yi, you're dead. I'll revive you. Don't be afraid of death. Fight for me. Immortal 6 Paths' voice was filled with fear. Long Zhangguo's will was so strong. He was on his last legs, but he could still kill Tai Yi. With Immortal 6 Paths' promise, Tai Yi's expression twisted. Die. Even if I die, I'll drag Long Zhangguo down with me. Immortal 6 Paths will revive me. Boom. Tai Yi's third golden crow claw suddenly reached out of the black pillar and went straight for Long Zhangguo's forehead. Millions of wraiths of the path of Hungry Ghost, follow my command. Attack Long Zhangguo's will. Go. Tai Yi roared. Boom. Under Tai Yi's desperate attack, the claw cut open Long Zhangguo's forehead. Ah! Kaka! Whoa! Roar! Black smoke rushed toward Long Zhangguo's forehead. Countless wraiths followed it and rushed into Long Zhangguo's forehead. Kill! Long Zhangguo roared. Explode! Tai Yi roared. When Tai Yi was split open by Long Zhangguo's axe, he knew that he was going to die. With a roar, he activated all the power in his body. The power of life, immortal power, and 6 paths of reincarnation. Hong! With a super loud sound, the huge black hole seemed to have torn the entire heaven realm apart. The huge explosion caused countless black lines to appear in the void. In the distance, the 33 cities of the heavenly court were all torn apart. Countless officials and civilians were killed. Dragon Goding reached out and waved his hand, saving some of them. Kong Xian and the surviving Fei kings quickly flew away. However, they were still hit by the aftershock of the explosion and spat out blood. Gu Hai flew to Zhang Yulian and shielded her. He carried Zhang Yulian and fled into the distance, blood spurting out of his mouth. Zhang Yulian hid in Gu Hai's arms. Seeing Gu Hai spit out blood, she was touched. The black pillar of the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared. The heavenly realm was torn apart. Even under the Fusang tree. There were also aftershocks of the explosion where the Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and the 3 worlds Buddha were. Cracks appeared in the heavenly realm. The powerful impact caused all the cities on the Fusang tree to collapse rapidly, causing the seawater in the 4 seas to surge. The Tongtian sect master and the others looked inside in shock. At this moment, no one entered. They could vaguely see that there was only one eye of heaven left in the sky of the heavenly realm. Even though there was only one left, it was filled with cracks and blood. Is he dead? Immortal 6 Paths' voice came from the heavenly realm. At the center of the black hole, Tai Yi exploded into pieces. Everything turned into nothingness. No, Long Zhangguo, he's not dead yet? Kong Xian shouted in shock. Such a powerful explosion. How much vitality did Long Zhangguo have? But at the center of the explosion, on Long Zhangguo's body, one could almost see his bones. The sky-splitting axe in his hand had shattered and exploded. His head was completely deformed. His left hand was holding the warring immortal dome, which had been reduced to skin. His entire body was convulsing. Countless black gas emerged from the glabella of Long Zhangguo's head. Evil spirits roared between his eyebrows. Ah! Long Zhangguo roared in pain. He's not dead? He's not dead? Kong Xian, Gu Hai, Dragon Goding, Zhang Yulian, and the other monster kings who were still alive were all shocked. Immortal Six Paths also stared at Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanggua's aura was extremely weak now. It was as if everything had been destroyed. However, none of the monster kings dared to approach. The will of endless evil spirits? Ha 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 ha, Long Zhanghua has gone mad. He has gone mad. Now, go and kill him. His strength is all gone. Kill him quickly. Immortal Six Paths roared again. As expected, Long Zhanghua laughed like a madman. Ha 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 ha, who am I? Ha 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 ha, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. Ha 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 ha. Long Zhanghua has gone mad? Gu Hai's face darkened in the distance. Long Zhanghua has gone mad. His strength is all gone. Quick, kill him. Go. Immortal Six Paths roared. However, in the immortal world, no one dared to approach. All the monster kings and Kong Xian avoided Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua was an unkillable monster. Who dared to approach? Immortal Six Paths was furious when he saw that no one dared to approach. Trash! Amidst his rage, rays of light suddenly appeared in the void. It was the celestial energy condensing once more. Within the immortal power, there seemed to be three souls gathering. They slowly took the shape of Tai. Wow! Apart from Tai, the monster kings and angels who had died earlier all gathered their three souls and were wrapped in immortal power. Thank the heavens for reviving me! Tai was overjoyed. Kill Long Zhanghua. He is now useless. Go and kill him. Immortal Six Paths roared. Yes. All the resurrected demon kings roared in unison. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he immediately pounced on Long Zhanghua. Gu Hai was the closest. Although Tai was surrounded by immortal power, he did not have a physical body. He was not as fast as Gu Hai. Gu Hai arrived in front of Long Zhanghua. Looking at the crazy Long Zhanghua, he smiled bitterly. Long Zhanghua is not going to make it. Sigh. As he spoke, Gu Hai suddenly raised the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Dragon God Ing shouted in the distance. Gu Hai, are you going to kill Long Zhanghua? Tai's spirit was shocked. All the monster kings were also shocked. Rather than die at their hands, he would rather die at my hands. Long Zhanghua, I hope you don't blame me. Gu Hai sighed softly. Zhang Yulian hung from Gu Hai's neck. Her eyes widened as she watched Gu Hai slash at Long Zhanghua. Long Zhanghua had indeed gone crazy. He did not resist at all. Perhaps he was already at the end of his rope and could not resist at all. When Gu Hai slashed at him, he suddenly looked at Gu Hai for some reason. When he looked at Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, who was hanging from the side, looked terrified. Long Zhanghua was awake? No, there were billions of evil spirits in his mind. Long Zhanghua seemed to be in great pain. When Gu Hai slashed, Long Zhanghua seemed to be relieved. For some reason, Zhang Yulian saw a trace of gratitude in his eyes. In his gratitude, Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai with a smile of relief. He extended his left hand. He handed over the shattered Warring States immortal dome. Slash! Gu Hai roared. Boom! Long Zhan's body exploded with a loud boom. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. In the heaven realm, everyone's eyes widened as they watched this scene that was within their expectations, but they also didn't believe it. Long Zhanggua's body exploded into pieces. He was killed by Gu Hai with a single slash? Not only in the heavenly realm, but through the crack in the heavenly realm, the Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and the Buddha in the outside world all widened their eyes. There was dead silence. Long Zhanghua was dead? He died under Gu Hai's saber? Chapter 713. The Long Zhanghua was smashed into pieces by the life-extinguishing saber. There was complete silence in all directions. The Tai E-Spirit, Kong Xian, Zhang Yulian, the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Buddha of Three Worlds, and even the Immortal of Six Paths were all silent. It was not that Gu Hai was very capable, but that no one expected Gu Hai to be the culprit. Wasn't he the person Long Zhanghua trusted the most? How could he die in the hands of the person he trusted the most? Time seemed to have stopped for a moment. Everyone was stunned. Boom! At this moment, in the land of the divine continent that was covered by blood clouds, there was a loud clap of thunder in the Deqian celestial empire. The people of the Deqian celestial empire, who had fainted, suddenly woke up. When they woke up, their bodies were still weak, but their hearts were suddenly empty. It was as if something that was controlling their hearts was suddenly gone. The empty heart was scarier than the weak body. Although they did not see the death of the Long Zhanghua, they felt it all at this moment. The Deqian celestial empire had collapsed. His Holiness! Someone suddenly cried out. His Holiness woo 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 woo. Woo woo, His Holiness has boundless longevity. His Holiness will live for 10,000 years. His Holiness will live for 10,000 years. His Holiness woo woo. The cries came one after another. All the people in the 16 continents of the Deqian celestial empire started to cry. Many people knelt down with difficulty. Without the guidance of the sea of fate clouds, these cries could not reach the Long Zhanghua. However, even so, the cries of the countless people still seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, reaching the heavenly realm. Wicked people! The immortal of 6 paths suddenly shouted. In the sky, only the last eye of the immortal of 6 paths was left. This eye had a lot of cracks, and blood was flowing out of it. As time passed, the crack in the heaven realm slowly recovered. From the outside, the Tongtian sect master could no longer see what was going on inside. The Tongtian sect master, Matriarch Ji, and the 3 worlds Buddha all had serious expressions on their faces. They didn't expect the battle to be so intense today. Only Jiang Lianshan revealed a bitter smile at this moment, as if he was feeling sorry for Long Zhanghua. In the heaven realm, the lacerations were completely healed. However, Gu Hai looked at the eye of heaven and said, reporting to the heavens, Gu Hai has shown his sincerity by killing Long Zhanghua. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. With Gu Hai's loud shout, everyone in the surroundings quivered and understood everything. Plotting against the rankings? Gu Hai was the second? No wonder he wanted to kill Long Zhanghua. In order to survive, he killed Taiwa and Long Zhanghua? This Gu Hai was really ruthless. Buzz. However, they saw that the stone tablet in the distance was still there. On the stone tablet, Gu Hai was ranked second. Suddenly, Gu Hai's name disappeared. Long Zhanghua was dead, but the hatred of the immortal of the 6 paths did not decrease. The stone tablet enlarged again, as if it would continue to pursue the matter. Reporting to the heavens, I am Dragon God Ing. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. Dragon God Ing suddenly shouted. Just you? You killed a group of people who betrayed the Deqian celestial empire, and you want to atone for your sins? Tai sneered in the distance. Reporting to the heavens, Long Zhanghua left a backup plan before this battle. If he failed, he could focus and be reborn. Therefore, he left a divine will that only I know. I am willing to offer Long Zhanghua's divine will to atone for my sins. Dragon God Ing shouted. What? Tai's expression changed. Tai remembered how terrifying Long Zhanghua was. He didn't want to see Long Zhanghua again in his life. He still had a backup plan? The eye of heaven's pupils contracted. He saw Dragon God Ing take out a jade box. The jade box opened. Buzz! A blue light suddenly came out of the jade box, and the unique energy of Long Zhanghua spread out. Long Zhanghua! The immortal of the 6 paths shouted. Boom! Dragon God Ing reached out and exploded the box in his hand. Together with the blue light inside and Long Zhanghua's divine will, it exploded and turned into dust. I am Dragon God Ing. I ask for merit to atone for my sins. Dragon God Ing shouted again. Buzz! However, Dragon God Ying's name suddenly disappeared from the steel, destroying Long Zhanghua's chance of resurrection? That was indeed a great contribution. Regardless of whether Long Zhangguo could return to his current height after his resurrection, the immortal of the Six Paths was still afraid. "Thank the heavens!" Dragon God Ing shouted. "Reporting to the heavens, Solar Divine Palace has suffered countless losses this time. Countless monster kings and monster beasts have all died. Please go to the heavens and revive them all." The Tai spirit cried. Taiwa hadn't been resurrected, Tai Chu hadn't been resurrected, the 300 monster kings in the heavenly star array hadn't been resurrected, and his 10 golden crow princes hadn't been resurrected. The power of Solar Divine Palace couldn't be lost, just like that. The immortal of the Six Paths looked at the traitor list in the distance. Countless people had died on the list, and there were only 3,000 left. "Listen to me. All living beings, listen to my orders. The names on the list of rebels will be hunted down by the whole world. Anyone who kills one of them will be granted a lifespan by me. From top to bottom, the lifespan will decrease by 3,000 years. The first person killed will be granted a lifespan of 3,000 years. The second person killed will be granted a lifespan of 2,999 years. Solar Divine Palace, Wansho Taoist Sect, and Spiritual Mountains Holy Land will hunt them down with all their might. Kill, kill, kill!" The immortal of the Six Paths roared. The giant tablet suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and suddenly flew out of the heaven realm, into the divine continent, and landed on the sea outside the Fusang tree. Hong! A bounty from the heavens! The Tongtian sect master, the Buddha, Jiang Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji all stared. At the same time, in the heaven realm, whoosh! Suddenly, a huge fog rolled up. In an instant, one soul after another appeared in the fog. "I'm not dead? Wasn't I killed by Long Zhangguo? I'm resurrected? And the Golden Crow Princes, they're also resurrected? Greetings, Master." Under the envelopment of immortal power, the souls of Solar Divine Palace were all resurrected. When they were resurrected, they were extremely excited. Although they didn't have physical bodies, the 3 souls were enough. They could possess, reincarnate, and use energy to rebuild their bodies. Anything was possible. Countless demons were excited. The fog covered the surroundings. Everything in the heaven realm was moved to the outside world. The heavens sent us out of the heaven realm? Is this where the heaven realm is going to move? That's right, the location of the heaven realm is completely exposed. The immortal of the Six Paths must be extremely cautious. It's a pity that my bell of chaos is gone. Where's Taiwa? Where's Tai Chu? Where are their souls? Tai Yi's eyes widened as he looked around the fog in shock. However, the fog was rather thick, and he couldn't see the people around him clearly. In the fog, Gu Hai hugged Zhang Yulian and said, "Play the Taishang sound of longevity, and I'll take you out of here." Didn't the heavens remove your crimes? Zhang Yulian took out her zither and looked puzzled. "Yes, I removed my crimes. However, the entire world wants to kill me now. Tai Yi wants to kill me, Dragon God Ing wants to kill me, and Jiang Lianshan wants to kill me. Even the 3 Buddhas want to kill me. Perhaps the Tongtian sect master wants to kill me too. Once I leave the heaven realm, my immortal power will disappear. I'm no match for them. It's time to leave for a while." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Ding, 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 ding. The Taishang sound of longevity rang out again. Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine seal and activated the black chess piece on it. Immediately, the finger-sized black hole grew bigger and bigger. It grew bigger and bigger, and gradually, it formed a passage that people could enter. What is this?" Zhang Yulian exclaimed. With Zhang Yulian in his arms, Gu Hai's figure darted into the black hole. Buzz! The black hole suddenly disappeared. "Where's Gu Hai? Search! Find Gu Hai!" Tai Yi suddenly roared furiously while glaring. "Gu Hai and Taishang are together. I just heard the Taishang sound of longevity. Over there. Kill him for me. Rumble!" In an instant, chaos broke out in the fog. Unfortunately, Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian had already disappeared into the black hole tunnel. The black hole also disappeared. In the black hole, Zhang Yulian kept playing the Taishang sound of longevity, while Gu Hai activated the heaven-suppressing divine seal. The two of them moved quickly in the hole. Where is this? Where does it lead to? Zhang Yulian asked worriedly. Don't worry. You'll know when we get there. The place you dream of going is also the real secret of the Taishang sound of longevity, Gu Hai said with a smile. Zhang Yulian was confused. Playing with her hands had become a habit. Although Zhang Yulian did not know what Gu Hai meant, she did not ask too much because she would see it soon. Gu Hai, there's something I don't understand. Why did you kill Taiwa? And why did you kill Long Zhanghua in the end? Are you really so afraid of death that you want to clear your name? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai blankly. Kill Taiwa? I just didn't want her to suffer too much. Long Zhanghua? That's right, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. What excuse is that? They died in your hands and you still have the nerve to say that you don't want them to suffer too much? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai and felt uncomfortable. He was obviously trying to clear his name, but he made it sound so dignified. Did she misjudge Gu Hai? Was he a despicable person? At this thought, Zhang Yulian became even more irritated. Who said they are dead? Gu Hai suddenly laughed. You can't quibble. Wait, what did you say? Zhang Yulian stared in shock. Suddenly the tunnel shook. Don't stop playing the zither, or we will all die in this tunnel. Gu Hai was shocked and shouted. Oh! Zhang Yulian quickly played the zither and the tunnel stabilized again. What did you just say? They are not dead? Didn't you kill them? How could they not be dead? Zhang Yulian was surprised. If they were killed by others, their 3 souls would be crushed by the 6 Tao, or even destroyed on the spot. However, I am different. The 3 spiritual souls of the people I killed are with me. With the 3 spiritual souls, they will be with me. When we reach Earth, we will think of a way to reconstruct their physical bodies and revive them. Gu Hai said seriously. You stole the 3 souls of Taiwa and Long Zhanghua in front of the 6 Tao? Zhang Yulian suddenly opened her eyes wide. In my mind, the definition of death is the destruction of both body and soul. So, Taiwa and Long Zhanghua are not dead yet, Gu Hai said with a smile. Zhang Yulian was stunned. The next moment, Zhang Yulian paused again. You just said, when we reach Earth. Earth? Where? Chapter 7:14. The stone tablet of the Rebellion Ranking Board was enlarged 10,000 times, and was inserted into the sea. The Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and the 3 worlds Buddha all looked at the 3,000 names on the stone tablet. Looking at these names, Jiang Lianshan sighed slightly. Rumble! Suddenly, the fog rolled, and the remnants of the heavenly realm were all exposed. There seemed to be many things falling in the thick fog. A commotion came from the fog. Almost all the monster kings of the Solar Divine Palace had been revived. Oh? It's over? The heavenly realm has also escaped to another place? The Tongtian sect master narrowed his eyes. The Tongtian sect master waved his sleeve, and a black-purple gale suddenly appeared. Boom! The gale blew past, and the fog in all directions was swept up into the sky in the rolling storm. The fog rushed into the sky, revealing everything inside. Tai-E, the 10 golden crows, the monster kings, and all those who were killed by Long Zhanghua were all revived. The black wind swept up the countless fragments. Those fragments? The aura of the sky-splitting axe? The aura of the chaos bell? The aura of the cauldron of the universe? The aura of the 10 directions destruction? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes. Sky-splitting axe? The chaos bell? The cauldron of the universe? The 10 directions destruction? Coincidentally, I still lack some materials for the 7 immortal slaying swords. Come! The Tongtian sect master suddenly shouted. Rumble! The black wind instantly swept up the fragments and rushed towards the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master waved his hand. Boom! Above the sea, boundless sword chi suddenly appeared. The sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions as if it was setting up a super-huge sword formation. 7 gigantic swords that reached the heavens and penetrated the earth stood vertically above the 4 seas, emitting a soul-stirring aura. Immortal slaying sword formation? Jiang Lianshan's face darkened. Under the immortal slaying sword formation, a powerful killing intent rushed towards everyone. Immortal slaying sword formation, the number 1 sword formation in the world? Matriarch Ji narrowed her eyes and retreated slightly. Rumble! At the center of the celestial slaying sword formation, countless sword chis condensed into a sword chi furnace. The fragments of the heaven-splitting axe, the cauldron of heaven and earth, the bell of chaos, and the apocalypse were instantly blown into the sword chi furnace by the black wind. Buzz! In the sword furnace, all the magic treasure fragments were stirred up by the sword chi, and then turned into streams of light that rushed towards the 7 Tongtian giant swords. Boom! The immortal slaying sword formation exuded a monstrous aura. The 7 immortal slaying swords, which were formed from the fusion of the heaven-splitting axe, the chaos bell, the cauldron of Qiankuan, and the Armageddon fragment, immediately caused the surrounding seawater to surge with monstrous waves. In the distance, Unity Supreme grimaced. Tongtian, what are you doing? That's my treasure. Tai flapped his wings, and in the sky, the true sun fire suddenly surged down from the sun and entered Tai's soul. Instantly, Tai turned into a sun-like fireball and glared at Tongtian. Now it's mine, Tongtian said coldly. How dare you snatch Solar God Sect's treasure? Unity Supreme glared. As Unity Supreme cried out, more and more flames rushed down from the sun, as if to mold the bodies of the monster kings. It's not just your Solar God Sect's treasure. I want all of you too, Tongtian said coldly. What? Unity Supreme was stunned. As he spoke, Tongtian suddenly opened his mouth. Roar! Tongtian roared and blew out a gust of purple gas. Once the purple gas appeared, it instantly surged towards all the monster kings in Solar God Sect. Dongwang, save me, save me! As the monster kings screamed, they saw that the purple gas in Tongtian's mouth had a suction force. Once the strong suction force appeared, all the monster kings immediately flew towards Tongtian's mouth. This suction force was so strong that it suddenly covered all directions. All the monster kings were sucked in. Tongtian. In the distance, Kong Xian flapped his wings and flew out of the range of the suction force. He looked at the Tongtian sect master in shock. Tongtian. Kong Xian barely managed to escape the suction force of the purple gas because he had a corporeal body. How could the other spirits and demon monarchs escape? They were quickly swallowed. Even Unity Supreme's expression changed drastically at this moment. He was being sucked in by this suction force. Tongtian, you want to eat me? You dare to eat me? Unity Supreme roared ferociously. In the past, during the Wanshou Taoism, there were many Tongtian sect masters. Didn't you tear them apart? Have you eaten them? Today, it's my turn to eat you. Tongtian sneered. That's not me. That's your inheritance, not you. You're the first Tongtian sect master. I've never offended you. Why do you want to eat me? Refine my soul? How dare you? Unity Supreme shouted. So what if I want to refine your soul? There's no need for Apollo Palace to exist anymore. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. No, you want to refine me before you get rid of the rebellion? The immortal of the 6 paths won't let you go. He won't let you go. Unity Supreme shouted in horror. It's just a rebellion. Without Apollo Palace, there's still Wanshou Taoism and the spiritual mountain. Do you really think you're indispensable? Primordial fire of the sun, ha, roar. The Tongtian sect master roared ferociously. Boom! Unity Supreme was suddenly swallowed into the Tongtian sect master's mouth and stomach. It wasn't just Unity Supreme. The Golden Crow Prince, the monster kings of more than 300 monster planets, the souls of angels and monsters, as long as they were resurrected by the immortal of the Six Paths, they all entered the Tongtian's stomach. The fairy-slaying sword formation absorbed the fragments of the first, second, third and 10th Dharma treasures in the world to refine itself and become stronger. The Tongtian sect master swallowed the entire Apollo Palace? Bingheim, who was not far away, gasped. Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji narrowed their eyes but did not interfere. On the other side, Dragon God Ing swept up some Daqian officials and immediately flew into the distance. Dragon God Ying's name was not on the giant monument. Dragon God Ing left, but no one cared. Kong Xian and the 12 monster kings also wanted to fly out. But at this moment the present Buddha made a move. The present Buddha waved his sleeve. A huge kasaya flew out. As soon as the monastic robe appeared, it covered the sky like a huge net. It instantly enveloped the 13 demon kings. The monastic robe immediately wrapped around Kong Xian and the 12 demon kings. Present Buddha, why did you capture us? Roar. Kong Xian glared in the kasaya and roared. The present Buddha rolled and pulled him back. In the kasaya, the 13 monster kings tore the kasaya violently. The future Buddha suddenly said, Monster kings, the Buddha saw that all of you are fated with the spiritual mountain. Why don't you follow us back to the spiritual mountain? I'm not going, let me go, Kong Xian said in grief and indignation. The Apollo Palace was completely destroyed. All the monster kings in the Tai sect were eaten by the Tongtian sect master? Even the powerful monster kings who were alive couldn't escape? Were they all captured by the spiritual mountain? Let you go? It's not up to you now. You are fated with the spiritual mountain, so don't resist. You will still have your status in the spiritual mountain. Great Myojin, the Buddha is merciful and can confer you the title of Mahamayuri. Why resist? The future Buddha said with a smile. The present Buddha captured the monsters and handed them to the future Buddha. The future Buddha respectfully received them and held them in his hand. On the other side, the past Buddha walked to the Fusang tree. Rise! The past Buddha shouted. A strong force moved the Fusang tree. It was as if the Fusang tree was going to be uprooted. Rumble! The surrounding seawater shook violently, and the waves of tsunamis collided with the tsunamis caused by the celestial slaying sword formation. Boom, boom, boom! With loud sounds, the Fusang tree was slowly uprooted. The future Buddha waved his hand. Hum! The Fusang tree slowly shrank until it was 1 foot tall and landed in the past Buddha's palm. The past Buddha handed the shrunken Fusang tree to the future Buddha. The future Buddha received it respectfully. He held the 13 monsters in his left hand and the Fusang tree in his right hand as he stood beside the present Buddha. Boom! On the other side, the Tongtian sect master swallowed all the monster king's souls in one gulp, and black gas was emitted from his body. The heaven-splitting axe, chaos bell, cauldron of heaven and earth, and the fragments of apocalypse were completely melted by the sword furnace and integrated into the 7 celestial slaying sword. The present Buddha looked at the Tongtian sect master and narrowed his eyes. In the end, he smiled slightly. He nodded at the Tongtian sect master, Jiang Lianshan, and Matriarch Ji. The present Buddha flicked his sleeve and turned into a golden stream of light, shooting towards the west. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the 3 Buddhas left this sea area. The Tongtian sect master put away the 7 celestial slaying swords and looked at Matriarch Ji and Jiang Lianshan. It seems like the 2 of you have come for nothing. Ha 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 ha! The Tongtian sect master laughed loudly and flicked his sleeve, instantly shooting into the distance. The others from the Wansho Taoism also quickly turned into streams of light and left. Only Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, and Bingheim were left. Matriarch Ji looked at Jiang Lianshan. Dian, His Holiness? Why didn't you fight for it just now? Why didn't you fight for it? Jiang Lianshan looked at Matriarch Ji with narrowed eyes. You didn't fight for it, so I didn't fight for it. Matriarch Ji smiled slightly. Jiang Lianshan stared at Matriarch Ji for a while and revealed a cold smile. You are more shrewd than Long Zhanghua, much more shrewd. Dian, His Holiness is too kind. Matriarch Ji was not angry. Instead, she smiled slightly. Too kind? Ha 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 ha, everyone has their own way of doing things. I don't know if you are right or wrong, but I hope that you will not forget your original intention. My daughter, Jiang Yan, hates you to the core. She has already come out, so be careful. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan flicked his sleeves and instantly shot towards the south, disappearing into the distance. When Matriarch Ji saw Jiang Lianshan leaving, her face turned gloomy. Jiang Yan? Jiang Lianshan, you really have a lot of schemes. Which part of the world doesn't have you? This time, Long Zhanggua's heaven-defying actions might be your doing, right? I hope that I am not your chess piece. Alright, time to go, Matriarch Ji said in a low voice. As she spoke, she flicked her sleeves and brought the puzzled Bingheim with her, instantly shooting into the distance. What was left behind was a mess. After the turbulent sea calmed down, the surrounding islands were all destroyed. The Solar Divine Palace was completely reduced to history. Everything was gone, and only a huge Tongtian monument was left behind. On it were the names of 3,000 rebels. Chapter 7:15. Thousand Island Sea, Heavenly Essence Island. As the immortal six paths used the power of life and the power of the outside world, the dark clouds above Heavenly Essence Island vanished. The immortal six paths drained the power of life and fainted. At this moment, a large fog appeared in the center of Heavenly Essence Island. On the other side of the fog was the innate puzzle world that Gu Hai entered in the past. The innate puzzle world, which opened only once every 2 centuries, opened once more. A group of black-robed people stood at the entrance to the innate puzzle world. The one leading them was the Sky Chess Pavilion's first elder. The first elder stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the distant sky. After a moment of silence, he said, "The pavilion master's divination was right." The clouds parted to reveal the blue sky. First elder, do you think that the Long Zhanghua can win? Another black-robed person asked, feeling puzzled. The first elder shook his head. The Long Zhanghua? If he cannot win, he used the power of life. It should be for Unity Supreme. The Long Zhanghua and Unity Supreme will end up severely injured at best. Even if the Long Zhanghua manages to kill Unity Supreme after being severely injured, it will not be enough. The Immortal Six Paths might go all out to wake up his slumbering body. The Immortal Six Paths can wake up on his own? An elder asked, feeling puzzled. The Pavilion Master divined that the Immortal Six Paths can wake up immediately after falling into slumber. However, the price is very high, so high that the Immortal Six Paths body will only have half of its power left. Half of its power? That is not something that the severely injured Long Zhanghua can compare to. However, the Immortal Six Paths is not willing to do that. If he loses half of his power, the Long Zhanghua will lose. The other powerful experts in the world might deal him a fatal blow, the first elder said. The first elder means that there will be Jiang Lianshan, Matriarch Ji, the Tongtian sect master, and the 3 generations of Buddha waiting outside the heavenly realm? If the Long Zhanghua forces the Immortal Six Paths to injure half of his body, will they make a move? A group of heroes slaughtering the heavens? An elder exclaimed. The first elder narrowed his eyes. That is just our guess. Then? Nothing. The dark clouds above Sky Essence Island disappeared. That means that the Immortal Six Paths needs to find a place to treat his injuries. Even if the Long Zhanghua did not injure half of his body's body, he should have injured Immortal Six Paths. Maybe the Six Paths Immortal's eyes were injured. The great elder said in a low voice. It's really the right time. It's exactly the same as what the Pavilion Master predicted back then. Another elder frowned. Indeed, the Pavilion Master's predictions all came true. The only time was when Gu Hai entered the innate puzzle world and disrupted the Pavilion Master's predictions. However, everything else was the same. The first elder nodded. There are already 2 souls in the body's solidifying pool. An elder said softly. They have obtained the Pavilion Master's legacy and have the Pavilion Master's brand. After they died, their 3 souls instantly came to the body's solidifying pool, which can be considered as giving them another life. The Grand Elder said solemnly. 2 souls. Although we can't read their memories, we can deduce their identities from the thoughts they leak. One is the Qing Emperor and the other is Gu Qin. The elder said. Qing Emperor? The Emperor Baron of the Dian Imperial Dynasty. Gu Qin? What a familiar name. The great elder said doubtfully. He's Gu Hai's adopted son. The elder explained. Gu Hai. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Gu Qin? Qing Emperor? In another 1 or 2 years, they would be able to reform their bodies and be resurrected. At that time, their thoughts would only be loyal to the Pavilion Master. Only loyal to the Pavilion Master? Any feelings he had for others would be gone. Gu Hai. Gu Qin? I wonder what kind of scene it would be when father and son kill each other? Ha 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 ha. The great elder laughed out loud. After the power of the common people was lent. A day later, the common people woke up one after another. In the sea where the Solar Divine Palace was located, demons emerged from the bottom of the sea in an instant, including Chong Ming. Chong Ming came out of the sea and saw a large number of demons looking around in fear. What happened? Where's the Solar Divine Palace? Why is the Fusang tree gone? A demon shouted in shock. I can't feel the Solar Divine Palace's fate energy. I can't feel it. Is Dongwang dead? What happened? Why did I faint? The demon cultivators were confused. Like the Deqian people, they suddenly felt empty in their hearts. They looked at the huge stone tablet in the distance. Although the Immortal of the 6 Paths had issued a reward a day ago, as long as the common people woke up, they suddenly seemed to hear that voice again. Common people, listen to my order. The names on the rebellion ranking list will be hunted down by the whole world. Whoever kills one will be rewarded with a lifespan of 3,000 years from top to bottom. The first person killed will be rewarded with 3,000 years of lifespan. The second person killed will be rewarded with 2,999 years of lifespan. The Solar Divine Palace, the Wanshou Taoism, and the Holy Lands of the Spirited Mountain will hunt them down. If they do not die within 20 years, they will receive the blessings of the 3 Holy Lands. Kill, kill, kill. The voice of the Immortal of the 6 Paths rang in everyone's ears. All the demons trembled and looked at the stone tablet in the distance. In the crowd of demons, Chong Ming's eyes widened and his eyelids twitched. Long Zhanghua lost? After looking at the rebellion ranking list but not seeing Gu Hai's name, Chong Ming secretly sighed. Your Majesty, Long Zhanghua lost. How are you now? A hint of worry flashed in Chong Ming's eyes. Han Dynasty, infinite celestial capital. Buzz. One by one, the common people slowly woke up. In a daze, they rubbed their sleepy eyes and seemed to have no strength in their bodies. What's wrong with me? Ah? Destiny? Where's the destiny of the infinite celestial capital? Suddenly, a scream broke the drowsy infinite celestial capital. Everyone looked up at the sky and suddenly trembled. The sea of destiny clouds above the infinite celestial capital disappeared? Destiny? Not a trace was left. Everything was gone. What happened? Where's the sea of destiny clouds of the Han Dynasty? The sea of destiny clouds is gone? There are only 2 possibilities. One is that it was seized, and the other is that the Emperor passed away? The territory is still there. It hasn't been seized. Could it be? The destiny disappeared? The Emperor passed away? Your Majesty? For a moment, the infinite celestial capital was in a panic. Countless subjects cried out in alarm. In the chaos, more and more people were woken up. The moment they woke up, they were frightened by the disappearance of the destiny clouds in the sky. It was utter chaos. Chen Tianshan looked up at the sea of destiny in the sky. Gone? Not even a trace? His Majesty passed away? No, no, impossible. How could His Majesty pass away? His Majesty said that he would come back. He told me to guard the country until His Majesty came back? How? Chen Tianshan widened his eyes, revealing a look of horror. In all directions there were endless cries and sorrowful cries. The officials and the common people were all immersed in the grief of His Majesty's death. In the formation above, Dongfang Bubi, Dugu Qiubai, Shimen Chueshua, and Zhang Sanfeng were all shocked. Your Majesty, why did you leave? Chen Tianshan suddenly panicked. He stretched out his hand and took out the imperial edict. On it were the words, ordained by the heavens, long live and prosperous. By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that Chen Tianshan is extremely loyal and will be conferred the title of King of Tianshan. When I am not in the Dahan, the King of Tianshan will supervise the country and govern the country. No official is allowed to interfere for any reason. Those who disobey will be punished for treason. By the Emperor. This was the last imperial edict issued by Gu Hai. Looking at the imperial edict, Chen Tianshan knelt down with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, I, Chen Tianshan, have been following Your Majesty since 9-5 Island. Although I am incompetent, Your Majesty has never despised me. I am so grateful for Your Majesty's appreciation that I can't even break my bones to repay Your Majesty's kindness. Why did Your Majesty pass away so early for me? King of Tianshan? When Your Majesty conferred the title, I swore that I would protect the Han dynasty with my life. But, as Chen Tianshan cried, he suddenly gritted his teeth. How many times has it been? When has the Emperor died? Even if he died, this official would protect the Han dynasty for Your Majesty and wait for you to return. Even if Your Majesty reincarnates, this official would still wait. I would protect the Dahan for you. No one can think of taking away Your Majesty's things. Your Majesty, this official, Chen Tianshan, will definitely protect the Han dynasty for you. I will not regret it even if I die. Chen Tianshan wiped his tears. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Your Highness, it's not good. His Majesty passed away. The Emperor passed away. My lord, the Han dynasty is finished. Suddenly, a large number of officials rushed into Chen Tianshan's residence. All of them cried and complained, grief-stricken. Chen Tianshan's tears were already dry. He had already hidden his grief. He stood up and looked at the crying officials. Then, he glared and said, "How presumptuous! Who said that the Emperor passed away?" The grief-stricken officials showed confused expressions. The Emperor is blessed. How could something happen to him? It is just that his luck disappeared. Is there a corpse of the Emperor? You all have not seen the Emperor's corpse, yet you are already spouting nonsense. Are you trying to disrespect the Emperor? Why are you crying? Chen Tianshan glared. But, an official said worriedly. Everyone, return to your posts. At the same time, reassure the people. Just say that the Emperor temporarily shifted his luck. When the Emperor returns, the luck will return to the infinite celestial capital. There is nothing to be surprised about. This is not the first time. Didn't the 1,000 Islands Sea already shift the luck? Why are you shouting? Chen Tianshan shouted while glaring. Many officials nodded in confusion. But where did the Emperor shift to? An official asked worriedly. What's wrong? Does the Emperor need to report to you when he shifts his luck? Chen Tianshan retorted coldly. This subordinate does not dare. That official immediately lowered his head. Inform the city guard to monitor the infinite celestial capital. If anyone dares to spread rumors or incite chaos, punish them for treason. If anyone dares to start rumors, capture them and parade them through the streets before being executed by 1,000 cuts. Chen Tianshan said with a cold expression. Yes, Your Highness. All the officials shouted in response. The infinite celestial capital was in chaos. Now that Chen Tianshan was the Tianshan king, he was everyone's backbone. If the backbone did not fall, no one would panic. Chapter 7:16. In the great hall of the former Daewon Imperial Dynasty. Although Chen Tianshan did his best to appease and suppress the news still quickly reached Mo Yike and Gao Xianji. When the two heard the zither figurine's description, their expressions changed. The luck disappeared? No, nothing will happen to His Majesty. Gao Xianji said anxiously. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said, We need to figure out what happened to His Majesty. Lord Mo, let's return to the limitless celestial capital immediately and take over the Daewon Imperial Dynasty. Let's talk about it later, Gao Xianji said anxiously. Report. Suddenly, an official rushed into the hall. The two looked at that official. The limitless celestial capital's king of Tianshan has sent a letter. The official said respectfully. Read it. Mo Yike said seriously. To receive Daewon Marshal Mo Yike and Deputy Marshal Gao Xianji. The Daewon's heaven-defying battle is over. The result is already known to the world. Long Zhonghua is already defeated, and the Deqian Imperial Dynasty collapsed. His Majesty has not returned yet. The Emperor had not returned yet. Although the boundless heavenly capital's fate Qi had disappeared, this could not determine the Emperor's result. The two of you are the backbone of the Han Dynasty, and the Emperor trusts the two of you. He hopes that the two of you will guard the army for the Emperor during this time of chaos and pacify the army to stabilize their morale. If the morale of the army is stable, the Han Dynasty will be stable. Furthermore, he hopes that the two marshals will remember their original intentions. When the Emperor arranges tasks for you, the Emperor's orders are the priority. Tianshan awaits the two of you at the limitless celestial capital, that official said. This was Chen Tianshan's tone. When Mo Yike and Gao Xianji heard this, they both frowned. The two guessed that something might have happened. However, Chen Tianshan already made it clear. What can you do even if you return? The ruler's decree is right in front of you. Are you going to betray His Majesty without knowing the result? After a moment of silence, Gao Xianji looked at Mo Yike. There's still half of the Daewon Imperial Dynasty's cities left. Gao Xianji, will have to work harder from now on. Hurry up and conquer all of the Daewon cities as soon as possible and return to the Imperial Dynasty. Mo Yike clenched his fists and said, Yes. Gao Xianji nodded. Lu Yacheng. Lu Yacheng was still flying towards the limitless celestial capital. Montez also received the news, and his expression changed drastically. How could this be? How could this be? The Emperor will be fine. Montez immediately became anxious. Montez had already tasted the taste of authority. With the Han Dynasty around, he was the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, and his authority was monstrous. Montez was afraid of losing his current authority, and he was even more worried about Gu Hai's safety. His providence was gone? Did something happen to the Emperor? Montez couldn't be sure, and his expression turned gloomy. Sir, the Emperor won't. A embroidered uniform guard said worriedly. Shut up, the Emperor is blessed. How could anything happen to him? Do what you're supposed to do. If I see anyone spouting nonsense, I'll cut off their tongues and feed them to the dogs. Montez glared and shouted. Yes. The embroidered uniform guard replied. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian shuttled through the tunnel for a long time, and their speed became faster and faster. 3 days and 3 nights later. Look, there's light in front. Zhang Yulian's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Yulian had been extremely worried for the past 3 days, because the tunnel entrance disappeared as soon as they passed through it. They could only go forward and couldn't go back? When would there be an end to this? Finally, there was light in front. We're here. Gu Hai's eyes lit up, and there was a flash of anticipation in his eyes. Whoosh! The two rushed out of the tunnel, and the moment they rushed out, the tunnel entrance disappeared. Ah! Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Boom! The two seemed to have collided with a wall. In the outside world, under a scorching sun, a mountain suddenly shook. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian climbed out of a human-shaped hole in the wall. This place was like a cellar, and it was pitch black. Pa! With a crisp sound, the surroundings suddenly became bright. This is... Zhang Yulian was surprised. She didn't see any spiritual power fluctuations. This is an electric light. Gu Hai explained. Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai stopped at the same time. Gu Hai looked at his surroundings. Where was this? Gu Hai was too familiar with this place. When he was 30 years old, Gu Hai had transmigrated from here to the Divine Continent. The black chess piece had brought him to the Divine Continent, and he had used the black chess piece to return. He had returned to his original place. We're back? Ha, we're back? Gu Hai's eyes were slightly red. Zhang Yulian looked around. There were many shelves around. On the shelves there were many paintings, many Buddha statues, and many swords and seals. There was also a bookshelf, densely packed with chess manuals. The chess manuals were in a mess. There was a leather sofa at the side, and a tea set on the coffee table. This is... Zhang Yulian asked blankly. This is my treasure trove. The treasure trove of the past. I collected the old items left behind by my ancestors from various countries, Gu Hai said with a nostalgic smile. He touched an imperial seal and some calligraphy and paintings. Gu Hai reached out. Instantly, the large number of items in the cellar were all stored in his storage bracelet. In the blink of an eye, the interior was empty. These things? There are no spiritual power fluctuations, right? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Yes, there are no spiritual power fluctuations, but they have culture and history. They were left behind by our ancestors for their descendants, but they were snatched away by outsiders. I'm just trying to find a way to bring them back to our country. Unfortunately, I didn't make it in time last time. Gu Hai shook his head. Zhang Yulian felt that she did not understand Gu Hai's words. Also, it's not that my artifacts don't have spiritual power fluctuations. It's that this world has no spiritual energy. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. It was the same as in the dream. When he returned from the dream last time, there was no spiritual energy. It seemed that it was not a dream. Earth really had no spiritual energy. How can that be? Zhang Yulian's expression changed. Without spiritual energy, you have to use the vital qi and vital qi in your body sparingly. No, don't expose yourself if you can. Gu Hai said solemnly. What do you mean? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Conceal your aura because someone might not want to see spiritual energy on us. Gu Hai said solemnly. Zhang Yulian looked confused. The place that you dream of coming to might not be a good place. Alright, we should go out. Come to my house and have a seat. Gu Hai invited. As he said that, Gu Hai reached out and opened the door of the cellar. When the door to the cellar opened, a gust of wind and sand rushed in. Whoosh! The wind and sand blew on Zhang Yulian's face with a scorching heat. Zhang Yulian frowned in discomfort. The two of them stepped out of the cellar. This is a cave? You made it into a secret room? But there's nothing around here. It's a barren, rocky mountainous area? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Is it because this place is hidden? Let's go. Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai jumped with Zhang Yulian and immediately jumped onto a road in the distance. The scorching sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in sight. It was scorching hot. Of course, this heat was nothing to the two of them. It was just that the surroundings were like a desert. Your secret room is really far. Zhang Yulian frowned. Heh, you don't know how precious this batch of treasures is. Gu Hai laughed self-deprecatingly. Rumble. Suddenly, on the road, dust flew, and an off-road car drove over. Oh? Is that my car? Could it be that the two spaces are not symmetrical? I've been in the divine continent for nearly 50 years, and my car hasn't been scrapped yet? Gu Hai was puzzled. He saw that the car was speeding over. When it got close, it suddenly braked and stopped. What's this iron box? It can move on its own? There's no spiritual energy. Zhang Yulian was surprised. This is called a car, oh? It's Tom. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The door of the car opened and a muscular man walked out. The man had blonde hair and green eyes. He carried a long katana on his back. He had a pistol at his waist, and he stared at Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian with wide eyes. Tom? What kind of weird name is that? Zhang Yulian was surprised. He's a mercenary. He used to be my personal bodyguard. I paid him 10 years of salary. Gu Hai laughed. Zhang Yulian did not understand many of the words Gu Hai said, but it did not stop her from sizing up the man in front of her. The lowest level of muscle? He walks unsteadily and his eyes are dull. He doesn't seem to be very capable. This is your personal bodyguard? You hired this kind of person? Zhang Yulian was surprised. It's nothing to you, but he was the strongest mercenary I found at that time. His katana can even split neutron bullet. His nickname is Hell's Swordsman, Gu Hai explained. Hell? Swordsman? Zhang Yulian was puzzled. Oh? Boss, you are still alive? I just heard a loud sound here, so I came to take a look. Boss, why are you still alive? Tom suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Tom looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai was wearing very strange clothes. They looked like China's ancient costumes. There was a woman beside him. Could it be that they just... Oh, this woman is too smelly. I want her. When Tom saw Zhang Yulian's beautiful face and perfect figure, lust flashed in his eyes. The difference in aesthetic standards between the East and the West was because there was no such beauty as Zhang Yulian. Tom walked over step by step and looked at Zhang Yulian greedily. Then, he looked at Gu Hai. Boss, you're still alive. It's been 5 years since you disappeared. We have been looking for you for a long time. Tom walked over with a smile. 5 years? Not 50 years? Gu Hai frowned slightly. Just as Gu Hai frowned, a cold light flashed in Tom's eyes. Shing! With the fastest speed in his life, Tom instantly pulled out his katana and slashed at Gu Hai's head. At that moment Tom swung with all his strength. His face revealed a ferocious expression, because no one had ever received such a strike. All those who received this strike had gone to hell, including a mercenary king not long ago. The moment the katana slashed, Gu Hai did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. The speed of the katana was very fast, but in front of Gu Hai, it seemed to be in slow motion, approaching him bit by bit. Gu Hai stretched out his right thumb and index finger. He reached out and gently squeezed. Ding! One. The blade of the katana was pinched by Gu Hai's fingertips. The part that was pinched did not move, but the blade trembled violently and stopped in front of Gu Hai. Crack! The strength of the katana was too great. Tom's right arm was suddenly fractured by the katana. Hiss! Tom cried out in pain, but he relied on his strong endurance to not cry out. However, the katana that Gu Hai casually pinched with his index finger and thumb made Tom's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the Hell Swordsman you were talking about?" Chapter 7:17. The woman beside him said with disdain and confusion, "This is the Hell Swordsman you were talking about?" Tom exerted all his strength, but the katana in his hand didn't move at all. Yet Gu Hai was able to pinch it with just 2 fingers? No! Tom shouted excitedly. This doesn't make sense. I am the Hell's Swordsman. Although Gu Hai works out frequently, how can he compare to me? You caught my death god's edge with just 2 fingers? This doesn't make sense. Even though Tom looked like he had seen a ghost, Gu Hai's fingers were still holding the katana tightly. Tom, you said I disappeared for 5 years? I paid you 10 years of salary and bought you out for 10 years. Heh, this is how you welcome me? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Tom suddenly shivered because he had seen Gu Hai's eyes many times 5 years ago. Is he going to kill me? Phew! He let go of the katana and reached for the pistol at his waist. You're a demon! Before Tom could aim his gun at Gu Hai, the katana's hilt appeared in Gu Hai's hand at some point in time. Gu Hai grabbed the katana's hilt and pointed it at Tom's throat. Have you played enough? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The coldness at his throat made Tom's hair stand on end again. Is it Gu Hai in front of me? No, it's all an illusion. Tom shouted in disbelief. He moved the pistol again and pointed it at Gu Hai. Tisk! Along with a scream, Tom's left arm, which was holding the gun, was suddenly sent flying. After the scream, Tom endured the pain with great willpower and looked at Gu Hai in horror. You? Okay, now it's time to talk. I was gone for 5 years. What happened? Why do you want to kill me when you see me? Gu Hai looked at Tom coldly. Sorry, boss. Tom shouted in fear. Speak human language. Gu Hai said coldly. So sorry, boss. A lot of things happened after you left. Mr. C betrayed you and teamed up with Hassan. Mr. C gave me double the reward, so... Tom begged for mercy. Fourth Master? Hassan? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Little Four, his older brother sacrificed himself to protect me. That's why I made him my follower. Little thing, you're really a wolf that can't be tamed. As for Hassan? There's a pirate leader here. I beat him up once before and destroyed 2 of his pirate ship. He can't beat me on land, so he's not allowed to come near my spice manor. Did Little Four collude with him? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Boss, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'm going to die. I'm still bleeding. Tom screamed in horror. Gu Hai was in a huge manor in the distance. There were some huge buildings in the manor. Above a building, a man in red was looking at Gu Hai with a pair of binoculars. Fourth Master, look, isn't that Gu Hai? A subordinate next to him said in horror. Fourth Master held the binoculars, his eyes uncertain. It's really him. Come back? So what if he's back? Now all of this is mine. Go, invite the 2 sniper kings in the manor. Yes. Soon 2 sniper kings crawled beside Fourth Master. It's the one in black. Shoot him to death. Fourth Master said coldly. Fourth Master, don't worry. With a range of 1,200 meters, he'll definitely die. A sniper sneered. That girl is really good. Fourth Master, that girl is mine. The sniper next to him suddenly said excitedly. Whoever kills Gu Hai will get that girl. Fourth Master said coldly. Okay. The 2 of them said excitedly. Suddenly, one of the snipers pulled the trigger. Shio. Suddenly, a sniper bullet was shot at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai was interrogating Tom when he suddenly turned his head and stretched out his left hand. His hand was extremely fast. That extremely fast speed made Tom's expression change. Although it wasn't a knife, Tom could see that Gu Hai's hand speed was terrifying. It was even faster than his own knife. It was almost like an afterimage. How could Gu Hai become so strong in these 5 years? Also, why was Gu Hai waving his left hand? Pooh! A muffled sound was heard. Tom saw clearly that there was a bullet between Gu Hai's left index finger and thumb. There was even red paint on the bullet. This is a sniper bullet? Gu Hai caught a sniper bullet? It can't be? Tom's eyes also opened wide. What? The first sniper in the distance also changed his expression. The sniper next to him also opened his eyes wide. No! What's wrong? Fourth Master stared blankly. The 2 snipers didn't know what to say for a moment. This is impossible. Did I see a ghost? I don't believe it. Let's shoot again. The sniper who shot first suddenly panicked. He grabbed the scope and stared at Gu Hai. However, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance was looking at him coldly. It's 1,200 meters. It's impossible to see me clearly, right? The sniper didn't believe it. He aimed at Gu Hai. When he was about to shoot, he saw that Gu Hai in the distance gently flicked his finger and the bullet in his hand was ejected. The sniper suddenly had a bad feeling. Shio! Boom! In an instant, the sniper's head was blown up by Gu Hai's sniper bullet. Oh no, Gu Hai is back with the sniper. Fourth Master's expression changed and he immediately hid. One sniper died, but the other sniper next to him had a look of despair. This was because he had seen the entire process through the scope. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. Fourth Master, who had lowered his head, shouted, "Quick, quick, shoot Gu Hai. Shoot him to death. That girl is yours. Quick, aren't you the Amazon Sniper King?" No. The living Sniper King immediately refused, his eyes flashing with fear. What? Didn't you fight 10 snipers in the Middle East? Gu Hai has a sniper, but he's not your match. Quickly get rid of him, and I'll double your salary. No, 10 times. Fourth Master glared and shouted. No, 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 he's the devil. I want to go home. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. The sniper threw down his gun in fear and fled into the distance. Humph! Pah! Fourth Master killed the sniper with one shot. Humph! Isn't it just Gu Hai? Everyone, load your guns. Kill Gu Hai for me later. Fourth Master glared and roared. Yes. Around the manor, there were a large number of people who looked like mercenaries. At this moment, they quickly set up an ambush. In the distance, Gu Hai ejected the sniper bullet and turned to look at Tom. He's so scared that he's bleeding from all 7 orifices? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. Poison, there's poison on my knife, boss, save me, I need the serum, inject the serum into me, I'm going to die, quick, this is the King Cobra's poison, save me, save me! Tom suddenly remembered something and screamed in horror. Let's go. I'll take you to try the car. Gu Hai laughed. No, boss, don't leave me behind. Save me! Tom screamed in fear. Gu Hai ignored him. If it wasn't for his extraordinary ability, the person who would be dead now would be him. With a trace of curiosity, Zhang Yulian followed Gu Hai into the car. The road here was very rugged and there were many twists and turns. The two slowly drove the car towards a manor in the distance. So slow. Zhang Yulian frowned. It's very slow, but I haven't driven in a long time. I really miss it. Alright, the manor is in front. We're within their firing range. Let's get out of the car and go. Gu Hai smiled and got out of the car. Everything here was very novel. Zhang Yulian listened to Gu Hai. The two walked towards the manor in the distance. At this moment, the manor was surrounded by a sea of beautiful flowers. What flowers are these? There are so many, so beautiful! Zhang Yulian exclaimed. This is called poppy flower. It's not a good thing. When I planted spices here, I gave a death order. Whoever dares to participate in the drug trade behind my back will all die. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Drugs? This is poison? Where is this? Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai. The poorest and most chaotic country on earth, Somalia, Gu Hai explained. At this moment, in the distant building, Mr. C's eyes widened. They're in range. Quick, launch the rocket launcher. Beside Mr. C, a mercenary carried a rocket launcher and aimed at Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. Boom! A rocket launcher was instantly fired at Gu Hai. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai. Ha 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 ha, die! Mr. C laughed. Mr. C is too nervous. These two people, do they want us to be fully armed? They're dead. The rocket launcher will definitely kill them. Even if they have 4 legs, they won't be able to escape. The group of mercenaries was in a happy mood. Everyone's laughter stopped abruptly. They saw Gu Hai in the distance grabbing the shaft of the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher's front collision detonator didn't touch anything, and the rocket launcher didn't explode. At this moment, it was in Gu Hai's hand. This rocket launcher, is it fake? Mr. C questioned. In the distance, Gu Hai turned the rocket launcher and threw it at the building. Whoosh! The rocket launcher was instantly fired at the group of mercenaries. No. Hong! Ah! Ah! Instantly, screams filled the air. A large group of mercenaries was killed by the explosion. Mr. C's eyes were about to pop out. Release more, release more, release more. Fourth Master roared. Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. These things can explode? That's right. They are called firearms. Gu Hai nodded. I don't like being passive. I'll help them. Zhang Yulian shouted. As she spoke, she stepped on a rock and crushed it. Then, she lightly kicked it. Swish, 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 swish. A large amount of gravel instantly shot out like bullets towards the arrowheads and bombs in the mercenaries' hands in the distance. It was extremely accurate and instantly ignited countless firearms. Nanny? Mr. C's eyes widened. Boom, 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 boom. All the rocket launchers, bombs, and gasoline barrels exploded. The sound of the explosion soared into the sky, and flames shot out in all directions. The huge buildings of the manor instantly exploded in a thick fire. Chapter 7:18. Zhang Yulian kicked out and the entire manor was blown up. All the mercenaries died in the fire. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. After the explosion, Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the manor. 90% of the buildings were destroyed. After all, there was too much gunpowder stored here. Mr. C was also burned by a barrel of gasoline and turned into a charred corpse. All of them were wiped out. Gu Hai was speechless. What's in the ruins? Are you looking for it? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. I found it. A phone. Gu Hai found a phone and smiled. Zhang Yulian looked at Gu Hai blankly. Soon, a voice came from the phone. Who is this? 1,000-mile telepathy? You can do that without Reiki? What kind of treasure is this? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Gu Hai didn't care. He took a deep breath and said, Director Zhang, it's me, Gu Hai. Gu Hai, you're still alive? A surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm in my Somalia spice manor. The things I gathered last time are all with me. Kangshi's imperial seal, Wu Daozi's painting, Su Dongpa's manuscripts. I won't go into details. I need to bring them back to China immediately. The sooner the better. It's best if there's a flight today. Gu Hai said. They're all with you? Okay. But the flight to Beijing today might be a little. Director Zhang was in a dilemma. Get 2 fighter jets from the military. That's fine. I need to go back to China today. Time is of the essence. Gu Hai said solemnly. Fighter jets? Brother, do you really think I'm the National Security Bureau? Director Zhang suddenly felt bitter. I don't want these treasures back to China. I'll give them to the Forbidden City Museum, Gu Hai said lightly. You don't want them? But I don't have the ability to get fighter jet. How about this? I'll inform the Somalia embassy and try to get helicopters for you. I'll also delay the flight to Beijing. That's all I can do, Director Zhang said. Okay, as soon as possible. Gu Hai nodded. While Gu Hai was speaking, he heard Superintendent Zhang's subordinate report from the other side. Chief, we've locked onto the position, but this spice manor seems to have just experienced a big explosion, the subordinate beside him said strangely. Director Zhang was silent. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, All right, stop looking. I'm in this pile of ruins. Not good. It seems that an armed force is heading in the direction of the manor. Chief Zhang, they will arrive at the manor in at most half an hour, the subordinate said anxiously. Director Zhang opened his mouth and was about to say something when Gu Hai said from the other side, "It's Harson's men. Don't worry. Hurry up and inform the helicopter to come over." Director Zhang was slightly taken aback, and then smiled bitterly. "Okay, be careful." After hanging up the phone, Director Zhang quickly made arrangements. Gu Hai also hung up and looked around at the poppy flowers. "Is such a beautiful flower really poisonous?" Zhang Yulian said in surprise. "Burn this thing that harms people." Gu Hai shook his head. In a hall full of precision instruments, there was a large number of display screens inside. A man in military uniform was looking at a display screen. There were men and women in military uniforms wandering around the hall, constantly busy. "Chief, we've already notified. In 2 hours, the helicopter will arrive at the manor in the image," a man in military uniform said respectfully. The chief was Director Zhang in Gu Hai's words. Scholar Gu Hai, 5 years ago, who was responsible for searching for Gu Hai? Didn't they say he was dead? Director Zhang said in a deep voice. I don't know. Gu Hai has been missing for 5 years, there has been no news. A subordinate said bitterly. Chief, Harson's army must have seen the explosion in the manor, so they rushed over. There's also an armored car. Although the image is not clear, it's very sure that there are only 2 of them? Can they do it? A subordinate frowned. Shaoli, what was your position when you were 30 years old? Director Zhang said lightly. I just entered this intelligence agency. How many elites were there to pick you out? You only entered our agency when you were 30 years old. Do you know what Gu Hai was like when he was 30 years old? Oh, when he was 30 years old, his business had already spread to 30 countries, all from scratch. He loved to play chess and collected chess manuals from all over the world. His business plan was to play chess. He would travel to the Middle East, Europe, the United States, and Africa several times a year. Every time he went out, he could magically double the scale of his business. Harson? Gu Hai had fought with him a few times. It was not that he couldn't kill Harson, but he wanted to use Harson to block the harassment of other small forces. Harson saw him as an enemy, but he only used Harson as a watchdog to guard his spice manor. Do you think we still have to worry? Director Zhang said lightly. Yes, I think too much. Director Zhang nodded, but he still stared at the image. Even though Director Zhang believed in Gu Hai's ability, but there were only 2 people in the image? Chief, only the 2 of them are alive, there is no one else. The man in charge of the satellite video said respectfully. Zoom in. The image can only be zoomed in to this extent. The satellite image there is not enough. Is there a record of the previous explosion? Director Zhang asked. No, that place is not a recording area, there is no record. Director Zhang's expression was weird. Half an hour passed in a flash. Chief, look, Harson's equipment is here. Looking at the surrounding fire, he seems to be angry. Gu Hai didn't hide? The previous subordinate was shocked. Also, the surrounding poppy sea is burning, isn't the fire too intense? It's not normal, why is it burning so fast? Another subordinate was curious. What are they doing? In the hall, everyone stopped what they were doing and opened their eyes wide, looking at the satellite image in disbelief. That woman, she lifted the armored car? Armored car? You lifted it? A soldier's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh, she was thrown away. In the hall, almost everyone rubbed their eyes. That was not a few meters, but at least 1,000 meters. Is this a monster? Harson's men are all dead? Why did they all suddenly die? Someone was surprised. Zoom in, I want to see Gu Hai clearly. Director Zhang said anxiously. Chief, this is the biggest. I really can't see clearly. Everyone is dead. It seems like Gu Hai is saying something to that woman. A subordinate said bitterly. The image slowly returned to normal, but everyone in the hall didn't know what to say for a long time. The scene just now was simply inhuman. Replay the image just now. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. Xiao Li, you are an expert in behavioral psychology. Analyze, what was the attitude of Gu Hai and that woman just now? Director Zhang scratched his head and frowned. Yes. Xiao Li nodded. After a while, Xiao Li said, the image is too blurry. I can't see the expression of Gu Hai and that woman, but from the position they were standing, they should be very relaxed and disdainful of Harsan's army. Harsan seemed to have said something in the armored car which angered the woman. The woman was angry and lifted the armored car and threw it out. Gu Hai stretched out his hand as if he wanted to stop the woman, but it was all too late. Ah, look, Gu Hai picked up a stone and sprinkled it in his hand. All the militants are dead, that stone should be crushed, and then… After Xiao Li finished his analysis, everyone was silent. This matter is sealed. Everything you saw just now, no one is allowed to speak of it. It is a national secret. I will report it to the higher-ups immediately. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in shock. Continue recording. Director Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Very soon, 2 planes came to pick up Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai handed the antiques to the person in charge of the plane and then boarded the other plane with Zhang Yulian. The plane took off. Zhang Yulian was curious, but Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the manor again. The destruction of Harsan's army, the destruction of Little Four's army, and Tom's death should be investigated soon. However, Gu Hai didn't care. He wouldn't stay on Earth for long this time. After helping Long Zhanghua and Taiwa revive, he would find Laozi for a chat. Gu Hai was ready to go back. On the helicopter, a soldier in the co-pilot had received orders to observe and inquire about Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian. However, he did not dare to say anything from the start to the end. This was because the doors of the helicopter were not closed. The strong winds from the propellers outside were very strong. However, Zhang Yulian and Gu Hai's hair seemed to be very heavy. They did not move at all under this strong wind. The plane was flying fast enough. Zhang Yulian frowned and said, "This plane? It's too noisy and slow. It can only seat a few people. It's not a good thing. It's not even as good as a crane car. Just put up with it. If you're bored, listen to some music." The one in front, do you have music?" Gu Hai asked. "Music? Zither?" Zhang Yulian's expression changed. The co-pilot in front suddenly shouted, "Yes, yes, I have music here." As he spoke, he quickly handed over his phone and a pair of earphones to Zhang Yulian. "Do you have classical music?" Gu Hai asked. Classical music? I didn't download it. I only have some rock music stored in my phone." The co-pilot said blankly. "Rock music?" Zhang Yulian was slightly surprised. "Rock music? Maybe she can't stand the stimulation. Do you have something else?" Gu Hai asked. "Who said I can't stand it? There's nothing in Zither that I can't stand. Give it to me," Zhang Yulian shouted. The co-pilot immediately switched to rock music. Zhang Yulian learned to put on the earphones and listened. As she listened, Zhang Yulian's face stiffened. "How is it?" The co-pilot smiled. It seemed that secretly downloading music was very useful. Previously, when the bureau chief called him, he almost peed in his pants. If not for the fact that the number was correct, he would have thrown the phone away and scolded him for being a liar. The bureau chief gave him a task to receive the 2 of them, but he didn't do anything. Finally, there was music as an entry point. "What are you singing?" Zhang Yulian frowned. "Gotcha." Zhang Yulian crushed the phone. "My triple-proof phone." The co-pilot was in despair. Before the co-pilot could recover from the sadness of his phone being crushed, Gu Hai handed a shiny yellow object to the co-pilot. "Your phone is broken. This is for you." The shiny yellow object was too heavy. The co-pilot almost couldn't hold it. It flashed and his hand almost cramped. He looked down. "Is this a gold brick? So heavy? So big? Is it fake?" Yellow gold? The co-pilot glanced at it and his eyes almost popped out. The co-pilot hugged the gold and took a bite. Is it real? The co-pilot was in a daze of happiness. I have a phone too. Why don't you help me crush it too? The co-pilot said with a hint of envy. Chapter 719. Somalia. Gu Hai's Spice Manor. Not long after Gu Hai left, a large number of helicopters landed on the ruined manor. All the corpses were gathered on a square. A group of forensic doctors carefully examined the corpses. When they were examining the corpses, they were all shocked. Sir, these people's eyebrows are all broken stones. They were killed in one hit. A forensic doctor reported to a man in a military uniform. Sir, that's right. The armored vehicle flew over. There were no tracks on the way. The armored vehicle is a BVS-10 armored all-terrain vehicle. It weighs 14.5 tons and can carry 4 people. A soldier beside him said respectfully, 15 tons? Threw it 1,000 meters away? The officer's eyelids twitched. All the forensic doctors and soldiers around them were at a loss. It was hard for them to accept this result. Record everything and report to the higher-ups immediately. The officer shouted. Yes. Everyone answered. Sir, your phone. A soldier beside him handed over a satellite phone respectfully. Hello? Commander, yes, we are investigating the manor. Yes, there is no report yet. Yes, someone is here to take over? We should cooperate fully? But, Commander, the chief asked me to. Yes. The officer answered the phone. After a while, the officer said bitterly, Yes, Commander, but they are not here yet. Who's there? Suddenly, the soldiers all around shouted loudly. They saw 3 men in black windbreakers standing in the middle of the corpses. The 3 of them were wearing sunglasses and seemed to be inspecting the corpses. Suddenly, a large number of guns were pointed at the 3 men in black windbreakers. The 3 men were not afraid at all and continued to inspect the corpses. Who are you? The officer stared at them. You said it on the phone. I'm here to take over your mission. Please gather here. The leader, a man in a trench coat, said solemnly. At this moment, the officer also confirmed what the man in black said on the phone. Yes, Commander, I will cooperate fully. The officer hung up the phone blankly. How should I address you 3? The officer frowned. My name is Leo. But you won't remember it. The leading man in a windbreaker said lightly. The officer frowned slightly. This man in a windbreaker was very rude. Where did you get your information from? Leo looked at the officer and asked. It's an order from the higher-ups. I don't know the details. The officer shook his head. All right, then please stand here for a moment. Leo pointed at an empty space. Everyone walked over to him. The commander asked me to cooperate with you. What do you want us to do? The officer asked curiously. Look at the pen in my hand, look carefully. Leo laughed. All the soldiers looked at him. Bang! The pen in Leo's hand suddenly flashed like a flashlight. When it flashed, the pupils of all the soldiers suddenly shrank. Then, as if they were hit by a spell, they stood there stiffly. Clean it up, Leo said calmly. Yes. The 2 men in black behind him waved their hands. Buzz. In the sky above the villa, the light suddenly dimmed, revealing a huge flying saucer. Looking down from above the flying saucer, it was covered in white fog. Even if there were satellites, they couldn't see anything clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, the armored vehicles, corpses, and evidence on the ground were sucked into a large hole in the center of the UFO. In the blink of an eye, all the evidence below was gone. Leo walked to the front of the soldiers and said softly, Forget today's mission. You didn't see anything today. Today, the military asked you to do an emergency training. After the training, go back and report immediately. We are doing an emergency training, the previous officer said in a muddle-headed manner. Leo smiled faintly. Together with his 2 subordinates, they were sucked into the flying saucer. In the flying saucer, there was a group of people in black trench coats. One by one, they were constantly clicking on the precision instruments. My lord, among these clues, there is a phone that made a call 3 hours ago. According to our investigation, the call should have been made to this person 3 hours ago. A man in black tapped on the keyboard and pointed to the big screen. On the big screen, Director Zhang's face slowly appeared. Oh? Director Zhang? Leo narrowed his eyes slightly. On the side, there was Director Zhang's resume. In the sky above, there is only an old China satellite that can't record the image. It seems that Director Zhang has all the records? Go and find him, Leo said in a deep voice. Yes. This group of rats finally showed up again? Leo sneered. Xiao. The flying saucer instantly shot into the distance and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After Director Zhang sent the news, he had been staring at the satellite image. Gu Hai's manor had been locked on by the satellite. The military sent someone to check. But soon, a white cloud covered everything. Can't see it? A subordinate said. This cloud is too strange. Everyone nodded one after another. Director Zhang's face changed. You all stay here and watch, I will go out for a while. Half an hour later, in a hall, Director Zhang looked at an old man in front of him. Little Zhang, is what you said true? The old man frowned. Yes, I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Chief, who are they? Will they really target me? Director Zhang said blankly. When the immortals fight, we mortals suffer. That Gu Hai may have obtained an immortal fate. The old man sighed slightly. Immortal fate? I don't understand. Director Zhang said blankly. Do you think that the ancient myths are all fake? The old man said in a deep voice. Myths? That's right. Those mythical characters are still alive. All right, don't worry too much. When the time comes, it's only a part of your memory that's sealed. Swallow this spirit protection pill. After 3 days of amnesia, you'll recover your memory. Remember, keep it a secret. The old man said in a deep voice. Director Zhang swallowed the pill handed by the old man. Chief, they are so powerful? Director Zhang was shocked. In your memory, they are as powerful as the immortals. To put it bluntly, at this time, the whole world is under their surveillance. The old man smiled bitterly. It can't be? Director Zhang seemed to be listening to a book. Just pretend that you don't know about this. Deal with it as you should. After this, if you are safe, I will let you enter an organization. As for Gu Hai, he obtained an immortal fate and is very familiar with you. In the future, you will be in charge of Gu Hai's line. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes. Director Zhang responded. Go back quickly. I will erase all the records of you coming out. Go back immediately, they may be here. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later. In the hall where Director Zhang was, everyone was still there. At this moment, there was a group of uninvited guests in the hall. A group of people in black windbreakers. They pointed their guns at Director Zhang and the others. The group of people in black quickly operated the machine in the hall. Soon, the image of Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian was exposed. Sir, the image is not clear, only 2 people can be seen. It shouldn't be wrong, it has been deleted. At the same time, all the emails have been recovered. A person in black said respectfully. Leo looked at Director Zhang. Director Zhang, it seems that what you said is true. Who are you? Impersonating the chief's orders and lying to me? Director Zhang stared. Look at my pen. Leo laughed. Pung. The pen shone brightly like a flashlight. Everyone was stunned. Okay, let's go, Leo said in a deep voice. A group of people in black followed Leo out. Director Zhang and all his subordinates were still in a daze. Sir, all the electronic devices along the way are controlled. There won't be any images of us, a subordinate said respectfully. Leo narrowed his eyes and said, Investigate this Gu Hai immediately. Find out who he is. Yes. Also, Immediately return to Somalia and intercept Gu Hai. Leo said coldly. Yes. Xiao. Everyone stepped on the UFO and instantly shot into the distance. An hour later. Somalia's capital, Mogadishu International Airport. In a hall of the airport, Leo looked at the image on the big screen. Gu Hai and that woman have already boarded the plane? Leo narrowed his eyes at the image. Yes, the plane took off an hour ago. A subordinate said respectfully. Transfer all the satellites in the sky and quickly lock onto this plane. Let's go. Leo said in a deep voice. Yes. An hour later, over the Indian Ocean, a plane was flying in the clouds. However, at this moment there was a UFO floating above the plane. At the same time, a blue light shone down and enveloped the plane. A group of people in black flew down and strangely opened the cabin door of the plane. They entered. In the plane, there was a sudden scream. However, perhaps because of the blue light from the UFO, the things in the plane did not fly out due to the difference in air pressure. Leo led a group of people in black to check. Nothing? Didn't Gu Hai board the plane? Leo stared. I don't know. The stewardess and the captain both opened their eyes wide. Sir, we have checked the black box and some recorded videos. Gu Hai did not board the plane. A man in black quickly stepped forward. Oh no, Gu Hai is still at Mogadishu airport. Let's go back. Leo's face changed. A group of people in black swarmed out. Look at the pen in my hand. Leo shouted. Pung. Everyone forgot everything that happened just now. All the data records were all changed by the people in black. Xiao. The UFO turned around and flew towards Mogadishu. The plane continued to fly. When Fei Dai was far away, two figures appeared at the bottom tail of the plane. What was that just now? Zhang Yulian was surprised. The investigation is really fast. They have already found my whereabouts? Humph. Gu Hai looked at the UFO in the distance and snorted. Do you want to chase after it and see? Zhang Yulian frowned. No need. I will return to China immediately. I have to meet someone. Earth? After all, there is no need to stay too long. The time here is different from the time in the Divine Continent. I have to return to the Divine Continent as soon as possible. Gu Hai shook his head. Chapter 720. The plane landed at Beijing Airport. Gu Hai didn't contact his old friends and quietly left the airport with Zhang Yulian. He didn't use his old account. Gu Hai had a house in Beijing. Gu Hai drove a car and quietly left Beijing with Zhang Yulian. Gu Hai disappeared into the crowd. Leo, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. Lost? Gu Hai was lost just like that? Inform all departments to strictly guard Gu Hai's information. Planes, trains, hotels, as long as there is a record, report it immediately. Leo said gloomily. Yes. A group of men in black responded. 3 days later. Director Zhang suddenly trembled. When he woke up, his mind suddenly recalled the previous scene. In a hall. Leader, I remember now. Is it true? They all lost their memories? Director Zhang said worriedly. It's okay. They just had a part of their memory sealed. The old man nodded. Then Gu Hai. Director Zhang said worriedly. Gu Hai's records have all been erased. He really knows how to hide. It's been 3 days and there's still no news. Those people must be anxious. The old man laughed. Gu Hai is gone? He just went into hiding. From now on, you'll be in charge of Gu Hai. Later, I'll bring you to a place, a secret organization, an organization that only targets these immortals. Solemnly the old man said to Leo. Yes. I've already transferred your phone. If Gu Hai calls you, it will be transferred to this phone. After all, your phone may be monitored. The old man handed over a phone. Yes. Director Zhang nodded. Chengdu City, outside Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian wore hats, sunglasses, masks and casual clothes as they stepped into Qingyang Palace. The person you're looking for is here? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Qingyang Palace? Yes, the last time I came back, it was Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai nodded. The surrounding tour guides kept explaining the culture of Qingyang Palace. Gu Hai looked at the statue of Laozi. Many people were saluting him. Gu Hai, please meet Mr. Lier. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the statue of Laozi. This is just a sculpture? Zhang Yulian frowned. Gu Hai waited for a while, but there was no response. After walking around the Qingyang Palace, Gu Hai walked out of the Qingyang Palace in confusion. I didn't come out? The moment Gu Hai stepped out of the Qingyang Palace with Zhang Yulian, a little Taoist child suddenly said to the two of them, "The two of you, is this considered marriage? My family's Taoist priest is very accurate in his calculations." Not far away, the security guard's face darkened. There was a fortune teller soliciting customers at the entrance of Qingyang Palace? It would affect the reputation of the Qingyang Palace. He was about to stop them. Then please lead the way. Gu Hai smiled. The little Taoist immediately led the two of them away. Don't let me see you again. The security guard glared angrily. The three of them walked away. After 7 or 8 twists and turns, they arrived at a quiet and secluded house. The two of you, please, the little Taoist child said respectfully. Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian stepped into the small courtyard. The little Taoist child immediately closed the door. In the hall of the courtyard, a white-haired old man was standing. He looked at Gu Hai with surprise. Honorable guests, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. However, since you left last time, the Qingyang Palace has been under surveillance, so I can only meet you here. Please forgive me. The white-haired old man immediately adjusted his attitude and smiled. Isn't this the sculpture just now? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Gu Hai recognized it at a glance. It was Lao Tzu, whom he saw last time. Gu Hai greets Mr. Lier. Gu Hai bowed solemnly to Lier. You actually returned with your physical body? Good, good, good. Lier's eyes flashed with joy. I am indebted to you for imparting the complete Tao Te Ching to me. I am very grateful. Gu Hai smiled. Tao Te Ching? He imparted it to you? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu and suddenly found that there was a strange aura on Lao Tzu. This aura was very similar to that of Wanshou Taoism. Lao Tzu transformed into 3 pure ones. He was the one who imparted the complete Tao Te Ching to me. Gu Hai nodded. Lao Tzu also looked at Zhang Yulian in surprise. Little girl, your cultivation method is very strange. It is somewhat similar to mine. 6 Immortal Firmament Taishang. Gu Hai introduced. Lao Tzu suddenly showed a trace of surprise. I am Zhang Yulian, a disciple of Taishang's lineage. If you are not Taishang, you would not dare to call yourself Taishang. Greetings to Lao Tzu. Zhang Yulian also said in surprise. So there is another Taishang? Haha, I am not alone. Lao Tzu suddenly laughed. Please take a seat. Lao Tzu invited. The little Taoist child quickly served fragrant tea. Lao Tzu looked at the two of them curiously. The two of them also looked at Lao Tzu curiously. How did the two of you come here? Lao Tzu asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian took out a guqin and played it slowly. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, Taishang's long life sound came out. Gu Hai did not understand, but the one sitting in front of him was Lao Tzu. He closed his eyes slightly and listened carefully. He closed his eyes and did not say a word until the song was finished. Lao Tzu suddenly opened his eyes. Mr. Lao Tzu, this song is Taishang's long life sound. What do you think? Zhang Yulian looked at Lao Tzu. This is a song of induction. Taishang's way to immortal firmament? Taishang, what a strange Taishang. He actually found a void resonance? Resonating with 2 immortal firmament? Lao Tzu said in surprise. Taishang's long life sound is a channel to connect 2 immortal firmament? Gu Hai smiled. No, it's not a channel to connect to immortal firmament. Logically speaking, at most, a thought can be transmitted. Your physical body can't come here, right? At most, it's just a thought. Moreover, one person has to listen to the way of Taishang of two immortal firmament at the same time, Lao Tzu said in surprise. Then, Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Only a thought can be transmitted? But our physical body can also come here. Zhang Yulian said in surprise. No, this song can only connect to another immortal firmament. It can't be transmitted. Mr. Good, how did you transmit? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai curiously. Gu Hai was slightly stunned and kept silent. Zhang Yulian also looked at Gu Hai. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, "Play it again." Zhang Yulian played the Taishang's long life sound again. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the void. It was Gu Hai activating the heaven-suppressing divine seal. As soon as the black hole appeared, Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand. Whoosh! However, when he tried to search, he found nothing. The time is wrong. Although the channel is here, it's not at this time. Lao Tzu frowned. It can't be. Gu Hai stretched out his hand to touch. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Huh! Lao Tzu narrowed his eyes. Lao Tzu looked at this scene in surprise. Zhang Yulian and the Taoist child at the side also tried to touch it. However, they could not touch it. They could see it but could not touch it. Only Gu Hai could touch it. That's weird. Lao Tzu frowned. Does that mean only you can go through the channel? Zhang Yulian said in surprise. Only me? Is it because of the black chess pieces? Only the black go stones can construct the channel, and the Taishang's long life sound points the way? The black go stones can construct the channel, and only I can go through the channel? However, Zhang Yulian came with me earlier. The aura of a Go Dao formation? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai in surprise. My Go Dao is pretty good. This passageway is indeed related to the Go Dao. Gu Hai nodded. Is it the same as what Ichio said? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Ichio? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Ichio once said that the immortal dome is not unique. There are black and white in Go, yin and yang in heaven. Naturally, the immortal dome has a positive and a negative. Our immortal dome is positive, so naturally, there is an immortal dome that is negative. In other words, there is another immortal dome. Back then, no one believed his theory. Ichio? I remember that Ichio was the Go saint during the spring and autumn period? Gu Hai asked in confusion. That's right. Back then, he exhausted his mental and physical strength to condense a black Go stone. However, Sai, I'll look for his will and see if there are any other records. Lao Tzu said with a frown. Condense a black Go stone? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Was it the one he condensed? It's a pity that the black Go stone is gone. He exhausted his mental and physical strength and died. What a pity! Lao Tzu sighed. Gu Hai nodded in confusion. As for the black Go stone that fused with the heaven-suppressing divine seal, Gu Hai did not mention it. By the way, why did you come back to me this time? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. I have 2 souls here. I want to revive them. Mr. Lao Tzu, do you have any resurrection items? I can borrow them from you. I will repay you generously in the future. Gu Hai said solemnly. 2 souls? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. Yes. One of them is a female soul. There is a corpse, but no blood. The other one is a male soul. There is nothing else. Gu Hai nodded. May I know who it is in the 6 Tao Immortal Dome? Is there anyone similar to it in our Immortal Dome? Lao Tzu looked at Gu Hai. One is Taiwo with a human head and a snake body. The other is the Emperor of a generation, Long Zhangua. Gu Hai explained. Taiwa? Niwa? Lao Tzu raised his eyebrows. Maybe. Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Maybe it's a coincidence. Niwa died, but there is her blood. I can take you to find it. Another emperor? Long Zhonghua? What did he do? Lao Tzu frowned slightly. Long Zhonghua, the emperor of the Deqian Celestial Empire, has 33 heavenly cities, the Imperial Court Hall and the Lingshao Palace. It's a bit like the legend of the Jade Emperor on Earth. But it's just a legend, Gu Hai said with a wry smile. Who said the Jade Emperor is just a legend? Lao Tzu shook his head. Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. The Jade Emperor? It's a bit troublesome. If you want to reconstruct the body according to his conditions, you will need some very special materials. But luckily, Sakyamuni and Jesus have them. Borrow them from them, Lao Tzu said after thinking for a while. Sakyamuni? Jesus? They're still alive? Then, should I go to India and Vatican City to find them? Gu Hai asked with confusion. No. Lao Tzu shook his head. Then how? Gu Hai was confused. Lao Tzu waved his hand. The little Taoist beside him took out a computer and typed quickly. Soon, 2 videos appeared in front of Gu Hai. Just a video chat. Wait a minute. Lao Tzu looked at the 2 videos on the computer and comforted Gu Hai. Gu Hai was speechless. Chapter 721. Soon, 2 men came to Laozi's small courtyard. One was a burly Indian. He walked barefoot on the ground, but he was clean. The other was a skinny Westerner, dressed in white, emitting a soft white light. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, they looked at Gu Hai with surprise. Laozi spoke casually in the video, but the 2 were shocked. Another perfect immortal dome? Almost at the same time, the 2 threw away their computers and rushed over. Gu Hai from another immortal dome? The burly Indian asked with a smile. Another immortal dome really exists? The Westerner in white was also curious. Before Gu Hai could say anything, Zhang Yulian raised her eyebrows. The aura of Buddha? The aura of Tai Chu? Gu Hai, nice to meet you, Mr. Shakyamuni and Mr. Jesus. This is Zhang Yulian. Taishang from the 6th Immortal Dome. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian? 6th Immortal Dome? The 2 were surprised. Okay, let's talk later. Did you bring the thing? Laozi asked. Of course. Shakyamuni nodded and smiled. Jesus also nodded. Let's go. Laozi waved his hand. 1. A void gate suddenly appeared in front of them. This is? Zhang Yulian was confused. Laozi, the Taoist boy, Shakyamuni, and Jesus all entered. Gu Hai followed them with Zhang Yulian. 1. The void gate suddenly disappeared. The next moment, they appeared above a sea of clouds. It was a huge floating island with many palaces around it. Outside it was a sea of clouds. A large number of cranes were flying in the distance, and the sun shone down. It was very dreamy. Floating island? This is not the Earth just now. This is an immortal dome? Zhang Yulian looked around in surprise. It's not an immortal dome. It's a world that we refined together, a place to hide. Laozi smiled bitterly. Gu Hai looked at the palaces on the floating island. There was a plaque on the biggest palace. Tushita Palace? Old Lord Taishang's residence? Gu Hai looked at the plaque in surprise. Quang. The door of the hall opened with a loud bang. From the inside, a large number of Dao children walked out. The one leading them was an old man who looked a little like Laozi. Is it really Sage Taishang? Gu Hai asked with a strange expression. Then, Elder Taishang walked in front of Laozi and bowed respectfully. Taiching, Daod, greets Laozi. Laozi nodded and said, Taishang, please go to the Nuwa temple and ask for Nuwa's holy blood. Bring it all here. Yes. Old Lord Taishang replied. As he spoke, Old Lord Taishang's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Xiao! 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 As if sensing their arrival, streaks of light shot over from afar. Swish! The first to arrive was a black-robed man. He emitted a torrential sword aura. Tongtian sect master? Why are their auras so similar? Zhang Yulian's eyes widened in surprise. The black-robed man looked at Zhang Yulian in confusion. Then, he bowed respectfully to Laozi and said, Shangqing Lingbao greets Laozi. A white-robed man beside him said respectfully, Yuqing Yuanshi greets Laozi. Zenyuanzi Longevity Mountain greets Senior Laozi. A few Taoist experts bowed respectfully to Laozi. Xiao. In the distance, a golden light approached. Tathagata greets Venerable Shakyamuni. A man who looked similar to Shakyamuni said respectfully. Streams of golden light shot over. Buddhas appeared one after another and bowed respectfully to Shakyamuni. Shakyamuni nodded. Xiao. More streams of white light shot over. It was a white-robed man. Confucianism, Kong Chiu greets sages. Mahists Mod greets sages. Legalists Han Fei greets sages. All the famous people that Gu Hai knew in history flew over. Gu Hai looked at everyone curiously, but he didn't ask in detail. It wasn't the time yet. Xiao. Taishang Laozi suddenly flew back with a group of women. He bowed respectfully to Laozi. Laozi Nuwa died. Her blood is all here. Didn't you say that Nuwa couldn't be revived? Taishang Laozi asked curiously. Laozi shook his head and didn't explain. With a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams pill furnace of Tushita Palace was moved out. Taishang Laozi assisted from the side. Mr. Good, who should we start with? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Let's start with Long Zhanghua. Okay. Laozi nodded. Kuang. The furnace opened. Shakyamuni Jesus, thank you. Laozi looked at the two of them. Shakyamuni nodded and took out a golden lotus. Jesus also took out a golden cup full of liquid. Reincarnation golden lotus and holy water, please pour into the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Huff. The two of them quickly poured into the furnace. Laozi also threw a bunch of things into the furnace. Mr. Good, Long Zhanghua's 3 souls. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian also looked at Gu Hai curiously. Gu Hai opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white gas. Long Zhanghua's 3 souls? Because Gu Hai practiced the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, there was a heaven healing pool in his dantian. As long as someone was killed by Gu Hai, his sins and 3 souls would be absorbed into the heaven healing pool. After being refined into the heaven healing pool, the 3 souls would be controlled by Gu Hai. Gu Hai could refine and store them. He opened his mouth and spat out the 3 souls of Long Zhanghua. Laozi waved his hand. Xiao. The 3 souls of Long Zhanghua wrapped in white gas entered the furnace. Start the furnace. Laozi solemnly said. Boom. Taishang Laojun quickly activated the true Samadhi fire and began to refine it. In an instant, the 8 trigrams furnace was wrapped in fire. The materials that were used to reconstruct the body were being refined inside. After 49 days, Long Zhanghua will be able to reconstruct his body. Laozi solemnly said. 49 days? That long? Gu Hai's eyes widened, showing a trace of worry. Don't worry. A day on earth is a year in this world. Laozi smiled. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he nodded. In that case, Gu Hai waited patiently. He could afford to wait for 1 or 2 days. 49 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, more and more experts arrived at the floating island of Tusita Palace. Many legends and historical figures that Gu Hai was familiar with were here. They bowed to each of them before arriving. But they didn't interrupt. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the furnace. Boom! The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace exploded. Immediately, 2 rays of golden light shot into the sky. Withdraw. Taishang waved his hand. Suddenly, the fire disappeared, revealing a strong man inside. The man walked out of the furnace naked. The man's eyes were glowing with golden light, and they shone in all directions. Fiery golden eyes? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai recognized the man when he saw him. Where is this? Why am I here? Gu Hai. The man raised his eyebrows when he saw Gu Hai. Congratulations, Daqiansheng. You have been reborn, Gu Hai said with a smile. While smiling, Gu Hai took out a dragon robe and handed it to the man. The man was Long Zhanggua. He put on the dragon robe and looked at everyone around him with narrowed eyes. Everyone was so unfamiliar. Except for Gu Hai and Zhang Yulian, he didn't know anyone. Where is this? Now, Long Zhan had lost all his cultivation base, but even so, he still had a dragon aura around him. It was as if he was born with it. The fearsome dragon aura caused the faces of the gods and Buddhas around him to change. This was the aura of an absolute superior. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty? Who? Why haven't we heard of him? This aura could only be felt by the Jade Emperor who had fallen in the past. Do you remember that I told you that there might be other perfect immortal domes besides the 6 immortal domes? Gu Hai said solemnly. Other perfect immortal domes? Long Zhanggua narrowed his eyes. This is where I was born, Gu Hai said solemnly. Laozi looked at Long Zhanggua and said, Unyielding might, unyielding to the heavens, the 6 immortal firmament, the strongest person in the world. Long Zhanggua, Mr. Gu has already told me about the 49 days you spent rebuilding your body. I admire you. Long Zhanggua looked at Laozi. These are the seniors in my immortal domes who fought against the heavens to protect the common people. Gu Hai explained. Li'er, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanggua. Shakyamuni, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanggua. Jesus, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanggua. Kong Qiu, nice to meet you, Mr. Long Zhanggua. Solemnly, everyone bowed to him. Long Zhanggua's eyes were full of surprise, but he also bowed to everyone. After that, Long Zhanggua suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, it seems that I am not destined to die yet. Gu Hai, my spiritual light has indicated that you can be trusted. You are indeed a big variable. Daqiansheng, you flatter me. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. De Qian is no longer here, so you don't have to call me Daqiansheng. Just call me by my name, Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua sighed. Alright. Gu Hai nodded. These are? Oh, Buddha now? Tongtian sect master? Their auras? Long Zhanggua looked at Tathagata and primogenitor Lingbao. Not only the 2 of them, but there were also some others who were familiar with them. In the immortal world, there will always be similarities in the process. Laozi nodded. Long Zhanggua's eyes flashed with surprise. However, he didn't rush to ask for details. He just nodded gently. Long Zhanggua is resurrected. Next, please help me resurrect Taiwa, Gu Hai said solemnly. While speaking, Gu Hai took out a huge coffin. Lying in the coffin was Taiwa, who was stabbed to death by him. In the past few days, Gu Hai had already mended the hole in his forehead with his heaven-replenishing energy. His physical body is still here, so it is much easier. Laozi nodded. When the coffin opened, there was an uproar. Goddess Nuwa's physical body is still here? Some immortals at the edge of the crowd shouted in surprise. Chapter 722. Do Shui Palace Square. Although Taiwa had a physical body, it was much harder for him to revive compared to Long Zhanggua. Long Zhanggua rebuilt his body and lost his cultivation, while Taiwa had his own physical body and could retain his cultivation. In the furnace of 8 trigrams, Taiwa's physical body, Nuwa's blood, and Taiwa's 3 souls were fused in. Gu Hai and the rest waited patiently. The furnace of 8 trigrams would take 64 days to revive Taiwa. With Taishang Latsu controlling the fire, Gu Hai and the rest were assured. Immortal children brought chairs over. Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian, Long Zhanggua, Laozi, Shakyamuni, and Jesus conversed while waiting for Taiwa to revive. All around them, all the immortals and Buddhas listened respectfully. Primeval Lord of Heaven, go and find all of Ichio's records and last words. Laozi ordered. Yes, Primeval Lord of Heaven. Primeval Lord of Heaven nodded and left. Long Zhanggua gradually understood as he conversed with the rest. Isn't this the immortal dome? Is this a world you created yourselves? Long Zhangguo looked around. Yes, the immortal dome is only born once every million years. How can it be so easy? Last time, the immortal dome fell short of success and completely collapsed. Laozi sighed slightly. My immortal dome is also broken. What a pity for the people there. Long Zhangguo sighed. Your immortal dome is broken? What a pity. Laozi sighed. At the side, Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. The shattered immortal dome was in Gu Hai's hands. When he killed the War Dragon Kingdom, he obtained the shattered immortal dome. The immortal dome was shriveled and completely broken. Gu Hai threw it into the heaven mending pool, hoping that the heaven mending pool would be able to repair it. It was still soaking in the pool. Earth? Whose heaven? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. His name is 30. Perhaps our universe can also be called the 30 immortal skies. Laozi sighed slightly. 30? Gu Hai was puzzled. Have you fought with 30 before? Long Zhangguo asked in a deep voice. Yeah, it's a pity that no one is his match. He has collected all the rules in the world, and there is no spiritual qi. If we didn't make the arrangements earlier, this world would also. Laozi sighed slightly. What kind of world is this? I saw a lot of immortals from Earth? Gu Hai asked curiously. This is a world that we created together, a world that exists in the minds of all living beings. As long as all living beings live, this world will exist forever. It is modeled after the immortal dome. Unfortunately, the immortal dome is too difficult to construct. Laozi shook his head. To be able to do this, it is already extraordinary. It's not inferior to my immortal dome. In fact, it's even more perfect. Long Zhangguo narrowed his eyes as he sensed the world around him. Then the 3 pure ones here, Tathagata? Did you guys create it as well? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Them? When this world was first created, we all separated a strand of our divine thought. Just like the 3 pure ones, they were formed by my qi and slowly became what they are today. Laozi nodded. Before I came here, I was also targeted by someone? A group of people in black? Gu Hai asked curiously. They are just the lackeys of heaven. The one who chased you is called Liu. Heaven gave them some special magic weapons that can seal a part of a person's memory. They are committing crimes everywhere. However, apart from us, there are still people from other countries who are enlightened. They set up their own mortal organizations to deal with Liu. Unfortunately, they are just mortals after all. Laozi sighed slightly. You don't support those mortal organizations that are fighting against heaven's lackeys? Zhang Yulian asked curiously. Good and bad people are mixed together. No one can guarantee that there are no spies from heaven. Therefore, we didn't contact them at that time. Even if we did, they were not allowed to enter this world. Laozi shook his head. Then those myths and legends on Earth all happened in this world? Journey to the West? Investiture of the gods? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Some are real, some are fake. Investiture of the gods? In this battle, many characters were real. However, it was not a battle between the Jie sect and the Chan sect. It was a heaven-defying action. In the end, it failed and countless people were killed. Our world almost fell short of success and was completely destroyed. Nviwa was also unfortunate after that. Alas. Laozi sighed slightly. Jiayin Zhuanti also. Shakyamuni sighed slightly. Lucifer also. Jesus smiled bitterly. Gu Hai was surprised. So many people were killed? Who was the leader at that time? Gu Hai asked in confusion. It was the Jade Emperor. He also died. He protected our world with his life. Laozi sighed slightly. The Jade Emperor? Isn't he the one in the journey to the west? Gu Hai was confused. That was spread by Wu Qinzhen. Heh, do you think the Jade Emperor, the Emperor of all immortals, is so weak? Laozi laughed. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The Jade Emperor died a long time ago. The journey to the west described only a trace of his remnant thoughts. Moreover, his temperament has changed greatly. He is not the original Jade Emperor at all, Laozi said in a low voice. A world that can hide from the heavens. You are extraordinary. Even the heavens can't find you, Long Zhangua said in a low voice. Shakyamuni shook his head. A few years ago, something happened. Now, our world is constantly investigating, hoping to find the source. I am worried that this world has been exposed. Oh! Gu Hai's face fell. Tathagata, you say it? Shakyamuni looked at Tathagata. Yes, Supreme One. Tathagata stepped forward. It started from last time. Goddess Nuwa left a piece of 5 colors stone. It absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and gave birth to a stone monkey. The stone monkey was unique. Patriarch Bodhi took it as his disciple and taught it some skills. The monkey was also amazing. In a short time, it learned a lot of skills. However, it was wild and hard to tame. I spent a lot of effort to seal it under the 5 Fingers Mountain. Tathagata said solemnly. Sun Wukong? It's in the journey to the west. Gu Hai said blankly. Tathagata nodded. You've read The Journey to the West? Well, it's that Sun Wukong. Didn't you notice the difference when he was sealed under the 5 Fingers Mountain? Before, he dared to fight the immortals and God. After he left the 5 Fingers Mountain, his strength was not enough. Tathagata explained. That's right. Gu Hai nodded. In fact, not long after he was suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain, Sun Wukong disappeared. We thoroughly searched the entire world, but there was no trace of him. Later on, we found an ordinary monkey demon to replace him in order to lure him out. However, my disciple, Golden Cicada, walked the entire journey to the western heaven, accompanied by so many gods and Buddhas, but he did not show up. Tathagata Buddha said with a frown. Sun Wukong? We have to be careful when he disappears. Shakyamuni sighed. Sun Wukong? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have created Sun Wukong in the infinite celestial capital with the formation. That Sun Wukong was different from Zhang Sanfeng and the others. Not only did he not listen to his orders, but he could also escape the formation and fly away? No way? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with confusion. Ah, it's you? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the group of immortals. Neza, don't be presumptuous. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly Kingly shouted. Gu Hai looked at the shocked Neza. Third Prince Neza? You've seen me before? Gu Hai asked curiously. No, I don't remember clearly. I think it was you. I seem to have had a dream in a dream. Maybe I remembered wrongly? Neza shook his head, not daring to speak. There were so many immortals here. He had no right to speak. In a dream? Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. Apart from Sun Wukong, he had also created Neza to deal with the Qing Emperor. At that time, Neza was also a little strange, but he returned in the end. Mr. Good, did you see Neza in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? Laozi asked. Jesus and Shakyamuni also looked at Gu Hai in surprise. I'm not sure. Maybe it was him. Gu Hai frowned. Everyone's expression changed. While everyone was puzzled, Yuanshi Tianzuan quickly returned. Deity, this is the will of the chess saint Ichio. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said respectfully. Laozi's expression changed, and he quickly spread out the will. With everyone's eyesight, they read all of them almost instantly. Soon, he saw a special place among them. The first go is the beginning. The 2 go pieces are yin and yang. The path of the immortal dome is like a chessboard. The right moves and the wrong moves, and the wrong moves and the right moves. The right moves can't be missing, and the wrong moves can't be missing. One replaces the other to make up for the balance. This immortal world was created by the previous sages, and new laws can be integrated into it. Ichio is not talented, so he integrated the Go Dao array into this world. If someone in the anti-immortal dome uses my go power to set up an array and summon me, I can increase and decrease my go power. But what can I do? My go power may never enter the anti-immortal dome. I'll just treat it as a joke and keep it as a memento. Those were Ichio's original words. Gu Hai, lousy, and the others' expressions changed, and then they all looked at Gu Hai. This world has the array set up by Ichio. As long as you set up a similar array in the 6 Immortal Dome, you can exchange people? Lousy looked at Gu Hai with a change in expression. Gu Hai's expression changed, and then he smiled bitterly. I did summon Sun Wukong, but the time was wrong. I only summoned him a few years ago, but I had the journey to the west when I was on Earth. No, the time of 2 Immortal Domes may not be the same. Perhaps there is an irregular difference. Lousy shook his head. So, Sun Wukong was summoned to the 6 Immortal Dome by you? Shakyamuni asked doubtfully. I summoned the real Sun Wukong? Not the Cloud Beast? Gu Hai was also stunned. According to Ichio's theory, he had indeed integrated his own Tao of chess into it. Furthermore, his Tao of chess came from the 100,000 remnant pieces on Earth. The black chess piece was refined by Ichio, and it had helped him refine his Tao of chess. Did Ichio help him with his Tao of chess? You can't lack the right and you can't lack the wrong. One exchange, one supplement. Only then is there a balance? In other words, you can only summon one person. If Sun Wukong is summoned by you, then Neza can't go and can only dream about it. Unless Sun Wukong comes back, you can only summon one person? Jesus asked doubtfully. The balance of the Immortal Dome can't be broken, so you can only summon one person? So, if you return to the 6 Immortal Dome and send Sun Wukong back through the array, you can still use the Go Dao to summon another person? Lousy's expression changed. Chapter 7:23. The balance of the Immortal Dome cannot be broken. You can only summon one person? So, if you return to the Immortal Dome of the 6 Paths and send Sun Wukong back through the formation, you can use the Tao of chess to summon another person? Lousy asked. Wait! Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, Gu Hai remembered the black hole that appeared when Zhang Yulian was playing the zither. Zhang Yulian, play the Taishang tune of longevity again. Gu Hai frowned. Everyone was confused, but Zhang Yulian suddenly played the zither. Ding 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 ding! The sound of the zither rang out. Gu Hai waved his hand, and another black hole appeared in front of him. This is the passage to the anti-immortal dome? Jesus's expression changed. The entrance to the immortal dome of the 6 Paths? Shakyamuni also touched it expectantly. But Shakyamuni could not touch the black hole at all. Shakyamuni was surprised. The entrance. Long Zhanghua also touched it. Long Zhanghua also missed. Zhang Yulian, you didn't touch it that day at Laozi's residence? Try again. Gu Hai said seriously. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang tune of longevity while touching it, but still could not touch it. Gu Hai picked up Zhang Yulian. No! Zhang Yulian blushed. There were so many people here. Keep playing. Gu Hai said seriously. Zhang Yulian did not stop playing. Gu Hai carried Zhang Yulian and stepped into the black hole. Zhang Yulian fell to the ground. You can't go in? Why can't we enter? Gu Hai's brows furrowed. Why can't I go in? I came with you just now. Zhang Yulian said anxiously. Can't I return to the divine continent? One for one, one for the other. That's how the balance is. Because Sun Wukong is in the 6 Tao Immortal Dome, that's why you can bring one back. Laozi frowned and analyzed. The 6 Paths of Immortal Firmament now has Sun Wukong, and the 30 Paths of Immortal Firmament now has Zhang Yulian. One for one, one for one. Is this a trade? Gu Hai's expression changed. I can't go back? Zhang Yulian said in shock. Maybe. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Zhang Yulian couldn't go back? If I can't go back, then what about Long Zhanghua and Taiwa? Zhang Yulian asked blankly. They are different. They have already died before, no longer humans, but rather mortals, so they are not included. Furthermore, even if the Long Zhangguo was reborn, everything he had accumulated would be gone. He was no longer the Long Zhangguo of old. If my guess is correct, Taiwa's resurrection will definitely be different. They are now members of the 30 immortal firmament. Laozi shook his head. Then what about Gu Hai? Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai. Why could Gu Hai go back? Mr. Good, he might have another adventure. Unfortunately, this adventure can only be returned by himself. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Laozi guessed that Gu Hai had an adventure, but he didn't ask. Since Laozi didn't ask, the other immortals around were curious, but they didn't dare to interrupt. Mr. Laozi, have you ever thought of going with me? Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Obviously, Gu Hai also understood what Laozi had guessed. Laozi even guessed the black chess piece. Laozi shook his head. The immortal firmament is a cage. What's the difference between going and not going? Since Taishang appeared there, it means that Taishang is there, and he can't do anything. If I go, everything will start again? It's not necessary. What's the difference between going and not going? Sakyamuni and Jesus heard Laozi's words, smiled bitterly, and nodded. Gu Hai, however, bowed slightly to Laozi and the others to express his gratitude. Perhaps you were able to obtain Ichio's inheritance because of Ichio's wishes. We deliberately messed things up, but it might not be better. Your luck is also your suffering. Bear it yourself. Laozi solemnly said to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, do you have to go back? Jesus asked curiously. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and nodded. My family is there. I'm worried. I have to go back. You want to go back? Zhang Yulian's face stiffened and she looked anxious. In the past, Zhang Yulian didn't care about Gu Hai's feelings. But now, when the two of them were about to be separated into two different worlds, Zhang Yulian finally panicked. Perhaps they would never see each other again in this lifetime. Long Zhangguo, I'm very sorry to bring you here. You may not be able to go back. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I've already died once. It's the same wherever I go. Long Zhangguo shook his head. Can you bring your soul back like how Long Zhangguo came here? Jesus asked with a frown. Maybe, but are you willing? Sakyamuni smiled. Jesus paused slightly. Commit suicide and let Gu Hai take him away? Rebuild his body in the 6 Paths Immortal Dome? His 3 souls were controlled by Gu Hai, and he might not be able to adapt to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Jesus smiled bitterly and shook his head. It won't work. My rebirth this time seems simple, but it's extremely dangerous. Long Zhangguo shook his head. Everyone was puzzled. During the days when I died, I passed out for a period of time. No, it should be that my soul fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept. I don't have the concept of time and space. I have a feeling that I've brushed past destruction. Long Zhangguo shook his head. In other words, there's a certain probability that you'll be worn away by the void while crossing the 2 immortal domes? Laozi frowned. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They no longer had the idea of going to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. You can only summon others after you capture Sun Wukong and send him back with the Go Dao formation. Laozi shook his head. Gu Hai, when will you go back? Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai. The time in the 2 immortal domes is irregular. So, I'll go back as soon as Taiwa is resurrected. Gu Hai said solemnly. Before you go back, I'll write you a few letters. I hope my trusted followers won't hate you to the core. Long Zhangguo smiled bitterly. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Long Zhangguo, since you're staying here, I can't help you with the things in this mythological world. But I still have some properties on Earth that I can give you, Gu Hai said. Long Zhangguo nodded. Zhang Yulian felt lost. Although she couldn't go to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome with Gu Hai, there was still a way. Maybe Gu Hai could summon her in the future. Maybe Gu Hai could come to see her through Lin Wanner's Taishang's sound of longevity. Everything was decided by Gu Hai. What if Gu Hai didn't decide? Zhang Yulian's heart was in a mess. Mr. Good, since some things are similar in the Six Paths Immortal Dome, why don't you ask Tathagata and Yuanshur to tell you about their cultivation? It'll be convenient for you to rely on when you go back, Laozi said. Thank you. Solemnly Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Some things aren't very useful. Everyone walks a different path. You can only use them as a reference, but you can't make them your own. Sigh, what a pity. As for those divine weapons and magical treasures, you can't take them with you. The two immortal domes need to be balanced. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. In the following days, the immortals explained their cultivation methods and experiences to Gu Hai. Indeed, Gu Hai couldn't do these cultivation methods. They weren't on the same path, but that didn't stop Gu Hai from using them as a reference. Gu Hai listened to the immortals' descriptions while organizing Ichio's will. Ichio didn't leave behind any chess records. This was what Gu Hai found most regrettable. Long Zhanguo was also quickly learning about Earth, constantly enriching himself. Long Zhanguo was the same as Gu Hai. They were both good at learning. They didn't stop for a moment and needed to understand everything as soon as possible. 64 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The lid of the 8 trigrams furnace suddenly opened, and the fire was put away by Taishang. Hey! A woman's voice came from the 8 trigrams furnace. While the immortals were waiting outside, Zhang Yulian flew into the furnace with a set of clothes and put them on Taiwa. Who are you? Taiwa's voice suddenly came. You don't recognize me? Zhang Yulian asked in surprise. My head hurts so much. Taiwa seemed to be in pain. Gu Hai was worried outside the 8 trigrams furnace. Laozi suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, what if you leave? What will happen to your 2 women? My? Ha, Mr. Laozi, did you misunderstand? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Misunderstanding? Not really. I don't know about Taiwa, but we've seen Zhang Yulian these days. She cares about you. Can't you see it? Laozi said with a smile. Gu Hai sighed slightly, then smiled bitterly. But they can't go back. We can only think of a way in the future. Only in the future? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Zhang Yulian is fine, but Taiwa is not suitable to appear in the immortal dome of 6 paths otherwise, when the immortal of 6 paths investigates, it will be. Alas. Then what are you going to do? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Laozi, I have a presumptuous request. Gu Hai looked at Laozi. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Zhang Yulian is Taishang of the immortal dome of 6 paths. I have no one to protect me when I leave this time. Please accept Zhang Yulian as your disciple. Maybe you don't like Taishang of the immortal dome of 6 paths, but I can rest assured if she becomes your disciple. Gu Hai said solemnly. You're worried about Zhang Yulian too? Laozi smiled. Kind of. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. I'll think about it. Laozi shook his head and did not agree immediately. At this moment, Taiwa put on her clothes and was taken out of the furnace of 8 diagrams by Zhang Yulian. As soon as she came out of the furnace of 8 diagrams, she was slightly nervous. She was a little scared when she saw so many gods and Buddhas around her. Taiwa scared? Gu Hai's expression changed. Is it really like what Long Zhanguo said? My soul was injured when I crossed 2 immortal dominions? She is Taiwa. Taiwa looked at the others and was a little scared. Suddenly she saw Gu Hai. Benefactor, is that you? Taiwa saw Gu Hai and her eyes were filled with tears of excitement. She quickly ran to Gu Hai. Benefactor? The surrounding people were confused. Even Long Zhanguo and Zhang Yulian were curious at this moment. I'm Xiaoro. Benefactor, don't you recognize me? Taiwa looked worried. Chapter 724. On the square of Tushita Palace. At this moment all the deities had left. Only Laozi, Long Zhanguo, Gu Hai, Shakyamuni, and Jesus were left. Taiwa doesn't remember the past anymore? Does he only remember that he is Xiaoro? Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai with interest. Maybe there was an accident on the way between the two celestial dominions. Gu Hai shook his head. Or maybe Taiwa is disheartened and deliberately avoids life. That's why Xiaoro is leading him. Long Zhanghua sighed slightly. Mr. Good, did you agree? Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Agree? But that's not fair to them. I don't know when I'll come back. Maybe I won't come back for the rest of my life. Gu Hai frowned. If you want to come back, you will eventually come back. It doesn't matter if you come back late or early. People have to have something to look forward to. If you don't do anything, it's unfair to them. Jesus shook his head. I can see that Xiaoro's feelings for you are the most sincere. She doesn't want anything else. Shakyamuni said with a smile. Monk, aren't monks supposed to be indifferent to worldly pleasures and stay away from women? Why did you? Gu Hai looked at Shakyamuni strangely. You can only let go after you have loved. Becoming a monk was because he once had a family. That was why he could become a monk. I've been there before. How can I not know? Shakyamuni said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. I know. But I can't let go of the celestial dominions of the 6 realms, so… Then you have to cherish yourself more. Protect yourself and come back to see them. You have to live for them, Laozi said in a low voice. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at Laozi. Laozi's words are the key. I hope the 2 girls can give Gu Hai a spiritual bond. However, it doesn't matter if Laozi says it or not. I can't let them go. Gu Hai, it's hard to repay a debt of love. If you care, then work hard. Don't learn from me and Morong Yin. I only know how to cherish something after losing it. Long Zhanghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. I asked for you. Laozi smiled. What? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Laozi. Zhang Yulian, I have already accepted her as my disciple. Why can't Master ask me? She agreed. As for Xiaoro, she also agreed. Laozi looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Laozi, do you have to do this? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Long Zhanghua frowned and said, Stop being so wishy-washy. The 2 girls have already agreed. Don't you feel embarrassed? Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. I'm not being unreasonable. I also agree to this matter. However, if I leave this time, please help me protect them and wait for me to come back. Don't worry. The time of the 2 immortal firmament is not symmetrical. Perhaps you will leave today and come back tomorrow. Laozi smiled. Based on the time of your last departure, you have been away from Earth for 50 years, and you have only been on Earth for 5 years. If there is a pattern, the Sage of the 6 Paths will wake up in another 50 years, and you have at most 5 years to grow up. At that time, everything will be clear. Long Zhanghua nodded. Don't worry. Jesus and Shakyamuni also responded. In that case, let's prepare. We will hold a grand wedding for you in the Lingxiao Palace. Laozi solemnly said. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Earth's immortal world, 3 days later. Lingxiao Palace. At this moment, the Lingxiao Palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. There were countless immortals, groups of Buddhas, and countless Western angels. They all came to the Lingxiao Palace to send their blessings to the grand wedding. Yulao was the wedding master. The goddess of flowers sprinkled countless petals all over the sky. Gu Hai was dressed in a groom's costume. Beside him, one on his left and one on his right, were 2 brides with veils. Long Zhanghua, Laozi, Jesus, and Shakyamuni were the wedding masters. They sat at the head of the table. Under the red veil, Xiaoro had a silly smile on her face. She felt like she was in a dream amidst the congratulations of the gods and Buddhas. Under the red veil, Zhang Yulian's face was also red. She lowered her head shyly as if she was drunk. Congratulations to Mr. Good. Congratulations to Mr. Good, Miss Xiaoro, and Miss Zhang. Congratulations. Amidst the countless congratulations, the three pure ones, Tathagata, Jehovah, Mary, Brahma, Vishnu, and countless other gods and Buddhas sent their blessings. The time has come. First, bow to the immortal dome and thank the immortal dome for its nurturing grace. Yu Lao shouted. Gu Hai and the other two bowed to the heavens and the earth. Second, bow to friends and family. Thank you for your blessings. Gu Hai and the other two bowed to the gods and Buddhas led by Long Zhanggua, Laozi, Jesus, Shakyamuni, and the others. Solemnly. Husband and wife bow to each other. I wish the newlyweds a child soon and that their marriage will last forever. Yu Lao shouted. Gu Hai faced the two women and bowed solemnly. The ceremony is done. Send them to the bridal chamber. Yu Lao shouted. Under a burst of heavenly music, the three of them were quickly sent to the bridal chamber. Quang. The door of the bridal chamber closed. In the outside world, Laozi and the others hosted a huge banquet. Flat peaches, ginseng fruits, bodhi seeds, happiness fruits, and all kinds of holy fruits, immortal fruits, and divine fruits were served. All the gods and immortals drank to their heart's content. In the bridal chamber, Gu Hai lifted the two women's veils. Benefactor, Xiao Rou said shyly in excitement. Are you still calling me benefactor now? Gu Hai said with a smile. Husband. Xiao Rou's eyes were a little blurred. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. At this moment, Zhang Yulian was a little shy. Husband, husband, Zhang Yulian said shyly with some expectation. Since she let go of the lock in her heart and no longer rejected her love for Gu Hai, this love had been growing vigorously. Now, it had already grown into a towering tree. It was just that she couldn't get rid of her pride. Now, at the moment of farewell, she completely broke out. Wife. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt and gentleness. Zhang Yulian couldn't forget that time when their souls merged. How could Gu Hai forget? Therefore, when Zhang Yulian didn't turn back, Gu Hai didn't hesitate. As for Xiao Rou, he had been avoiding Xiao Rou because he missed Chen Xian. At the moment of Xiao Rou's death, Gu Hai thought everything through. It was too late for regrets. Later on, he let go of his thoughts. Outside, countless guests, at the banquet, but some people pricked up their ears and listened to the movements in the bridal chamber. Among them, Neza and some other juniors were the most excited. Husband, love me! Buzz! Clap, clap, clap. The sound was blocked out by Gu Hai in the bridal chamber. But outside, Neza and the others pricked up their ears excitedly. Why is there no sound? Neza frowned. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white light covered Gu Hai's bridal chamber. No one outside could hear the sound inside. We pay our respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Neza and the others immediately said respectfully. It's not polite to eavesdrop, Guanyin Bodhisattva said with a smile. Yes. The immortals had a bitter expression. Laozi and the others sat in the middle of the banquet and waited. The banquet lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the 3 people in the bridal chamber had yet to come out. The immortals waited patiently until the 6th day. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. It was as if a strong airflow rushed out of the bridal chamber. It instantly broke the soundproof barrier cast by Guanyin Bodhisattva. A strong aura was emitted. This is... The immortals were confused. Gu Hai broke through? Long Zhanggua's expression changed. Rumble! They saw a huge phantom of a yellow palace rushing to the sky from the bridal chamber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The palace kept growing bigger. Central Celestial Palace? Hall of Merit? Long Zhanggua's expression changed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the phantom of merit rose from the ground, a huge yellow phantom seemed to be squeezed into the palace. Gu Hai's Earth Soul? The massacre in the Azura secret realm has made it grow to the maximum. Long Zhanggua's eyes flashed with expectation. Central Celestial Palace? This is the cultivation of the Earth Soul. The cultivation of the Earth Soul requires merit. Jesus frowned. Do we need to lend some to him? Shakyamuni frowned. Laozi shook his head. No, his merit is no less than ours. Oh! Long Zhangguo looked at Laozi. Xiao has fused with Nuwa's blood. Nuwa once mended the heavens, and Nuwa even sacrificed herself for the immortal dome. The immortal dome has already bestowed countless merits to Nuwa. Even Fushi's merits were given to Nuwa. That's why there's no need to worry. In terms of merits, we might not even have more than Nuwa. Nuwa died, and her merits are in her blood. Because Xiao was reborn, all her merits are in her hands. Gu Hai needs merit points. It's too easy. Laozi laughed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The central celestial palace continued to grow taller. As it grew taller, the celestial gods in the sky widened their eyes. Guanyin Bodhisattva, how big is your central celestial palace? Neza looked at the huge central celestial palace in the distance in surprise. When I first broke through, it was only 1 zhang palace and 5 inches of earth soul. Guanyin Bodhisattva shook his head and praised. How about now? 300 zhang palace and 10 zhang earth soul. Guanyin exclaimed. Gu Hai's central celestial palace had reached a height of 500 zhang and was still growing. Husband, I have merit points to help you break through. Xiao voice sounded. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The central celestial palace grew taller and taller. Gradually, it reached a height of 100 zhang before stopping. Gu Hai's earth soul was also growing rapidly. It only stopped when it reached 64 zhang. 1. Gu Hai's earth soul shone with golden light. It seemed to illuminate the surroundings in an instant. 490 zhang human soul and 64 zhang earth soul? They are both perfect human souls. The central celestial palace has reached the limit of perfection again. Long Zhangguo said with a wry smile. When others cultivate the central celestial palace, they only need to fill up a pool of water. Gu Hai's earth soul is as big as a sea. How long will it take to fill it up? Neza looked at Gu Hai's huge human soul blankly. Laozi and the others were also worried. Others cultivated slowly. They first reached the central celestial palace and then went back to expand their human soul and earth soul. Gu Hai reached the central celestial palace in one step. If he wanted to upgrade, it would be harder than climbing the sky. Don't worry about him. When he was cultivating his human soul, we were also worried. But he reached the great completion of human soul in less than a year. Long Zhangguo shook his head. All right. Everyone sighed slightly and nodded with a trace of worry. Whoosh! Suddenly, the central celestial palace and the earth soul shrank back into the bridal chamber. Husband, how was it? Zhang Yulian's voice came from the bridal chamber. I broke through the first level of the central celestial palace. Thank you, my wives. Gu Hai's voice came from the bridal chamber. I don't know why, but just now, I also broke through the central celestial palace. Moreover, I have returned to the peak of the central celestial palace. I am only 1 step away from the central celestial palace. Zhang Yulian's voice came. I seem to have been going to the central celestial palace. Xiao voice came. Your dual cultivation method? Zhang Yulian's voice carried a hint of surprise. Chapter 725. After the wedding, Gu Hai accompanied Zhang Yulian and Xiao for a year. Zhang Yulian's cultivation had reached Heavenly Palace, and Gu Hai was relieved. A year in the immortal realm was a day on Earth. During this year, Gu Hai did not return to Earth. During this time, Long Zhangguo had learned a lot about Earth. In just a year, Long Zhangguo's cultivation had reached the Yuanying state. You're leaving? Long Zhangguo looked at Gu Hai. Yes, I have to go back as soon as possible. I'll find a way to come back. Gu Hai said solemnly. I'll inform Laozi and ask them to send you off. Long Zhangguo said. All right. But are you sure you don't want to cultivate in the immortal realm? Gu Hai looked at Long Zhangguo. I'll go to Earth and follow Earth's rules. Long Zhangguo laughed. Oh! Long Zhan said, Last time I failed. This time I will naturally be different. Although this celestial realm is blessed by the heavens, it is still a bit fake. The outside world is the real thing. I just happened to reach a bottleneck. These are all my accounts. You can use the money in them first. I'll leave my businesses to you. Gu Hai handed over a book. Don't worry, they'll all be De Chien Group's businesses in the future. I promise you that your businesses will never stop, even if they're operating at a loss. Long Zhanghua laughed. De Chien Group? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, don't you need an identity to survive on Earth? Long Zhanghua laughed. A day later, Director Zhang received a call. Hello? Is this Gu Hai? Where are you? What? Okay, I'll be right there. Wait for me. Director Zhang said excitedly. Over the past few days, he had come into contact with an organization and learned a lot of exciting news. This organization was formed by members secretly arranged by the governments of various countries. Although they had fought with the group of men in black many times, they had never won. However, the secret members of each country knew that there was a higher-level organization that was fighting against the men in black. They were the mythical figures of various countries. China's Laozi, India's Sakyamuni, Vatican City's Jesus, Greece's Zeus, and so on. A large number of historical and mythological figures existed, but there had never been a chance to connect with them. Although the organization had requested many times, the mythical figure had never bothered. Now, Gu Hai seemed to have made a connection. As for Superintendent Zhang, he had gotten in touch with Gu Hai. He was worried that Gu Hai would not contact him. Now that Gu Hai had contacted him, Superintendent Zhang naturally wanted to see Gu Hai immediately. Whether it was through patriotism or the sympathy of the oppressed people, he had to persuade Gu Hai to let the mythical figure get in touch with his organization. Director Zhang immediately found a fighter jet and flew himself to the East Sea. Above an island in the East Sea, the pilot looked at Superintendent Zhang blankly. Chief, are you really going to jump from here? Don't talk nonsense, go back by yourself and watch your mouth. Today is a secret mission, don't leak anything. Superintendent Zhang ordered. Yes. Superintendent Zhang replied. Xiao. Superintendent Zhang was ejected. The plane quickly flew back. Opening the parachute, Superintendent Zhang headed towards the center of the island. The center of the island was already full of people at this moment. When the parachute fell, Superintendent Zhang began to rub his eyes. Who is that? Buddha Tathagata? And the 3 stars of Fu, Lu, and Shou? Third Prince Neza? Guan Yin Bodhisattva? Jesus? Angel? Superintendent Zhang felt that his heart was beating violently. Before coming, Superintendent Zhang thought that he would only see Gu Hai. If he wanted to see some mythical figures through Gu Hai, he would need a lot of time to get used to it. But now, he had just arrived, and there were so many immortals? Could it be an imitation show? Gu Hai had only been here for a few years. How could he have such a big face to invite so many immortals? Who? The parachute landed in the center of the immortals. Gu Hai was comforting 2 beautiful women at this moment. All the immortals looked at Superintendent Zhang. Superintendent Zhang's expression was very strange. Gu Hai. Superintendent Zhang called out with uncertainty. Oh, Superintendent Zhang, you are here. Come, let me introduce you. This is Laozi. This is Shakyamuni. This is Jesus. This is Long Zhanghua. Gu Hai introduced a few important people. Ah, Laozi? Hello. Shakyamuni? Sorry for not greeting you. It was really not my idea to destroy the temple last time. I will go to the temple tomorrow to burn some incense for you. Jesus? I went to the church to attend a wedding last month. You really look like the one on the cross. Superintendent Zhang shook hands with everyone with a strange expression. Looking around, if it was not an imitation show, then what he saw today would be enough to shock him for a lifetime. Look, that is Guanyin Bodhisattva. That is Buddha Tathagata. Was that Jehovah? And Laojun Taishang? Director Zhang was so excited that he felt dizzy. Director Zhang, I invited you here this time because I have something to trouble you with, Gu Hai said. No problem, Mr. Good and all the immortals, just tell me. Director Zhang said excitedly. This is my friend. His name is Long Zhanghua. Yes, he wants to register a company. Please help me with the procedures. Otherwise, it will be too slow. Gu Hai handed over a pile of documents. Director Zhang. After receiving Gu Hai's materials, Superintendent Zhang had a feeling that this group of people had teamed up to trick him. A large group of immortals, asking him to go through the back door to register a company? That didn't seem right. Let's call it De Qian Limited Liability Company. Also, we might need to set up some branches overseas. When the time comes, we will need some procedures and lawyers. Please help us, Gu Hai explained. De Qian Limited Liability Company? Okay. Director Zhang was confused. He didn't know how he agreed. Director Zhang, I'll have to trouble you next. Long Zhanghua smiled. The immortals in front of him said that there would be trouble? Director Zhang felt that he couldn't keep up with the pace. Okay, I'll do it well. Don't worry. But, how do I contact you? Director Zhang asked strangely. Yes, I just asked someone to get a phone set up yesterday. We can just change numbers. Long Zhanghua smiled. Okay. Director Zhang was in a daze. Were these people immortals? It's about time, Yulian. Gu Hai looked at Zhang Yulian. Zhang Yulian's eyes flashed with reluctance. Xiao Rou's eyes were slightly red. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as possible, Gu Hai said solemnly. Husband, we'll wait for you. Xiao Rou nodded with red eyes. Husband, take care. Zhang Yulian didn't cry. However, Gu Hai felt the pain in Zhang Yulian's heart. Ding, 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 ding. Zhang Yulian played the Taishang longevity tune again. Gu Hai waved his hand. One. A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Husband, this zither is for you. This zither is sealed with my Taishang longevity tune. As long as you carry this zither, it will keep vibrating the Taishang longevity tune for 10 days. Zhang Yulian handed over the zither solemnly. Gu Hai took the zither. No one played it, but the strings kept vibrating. Reluctance flashed in his eyes. He kissed Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou's cheek. Take care, I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay. The two girls nodded. In a modern room. Beep, 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 sir, there's news. Just now in the East China Sea, a China fighter jet deviated from its flight path and turned around above an island. The satellite image of that island is now covered by clouds. Someone might have gone there. A man in black rushed in front of Leo. Gu Hai came out? Haha, let's go. Leo stared. Xiao. Leo led a group of men in black onto a flying saucer and instantly flew towards the island where Gu Hai was. The flying saucer was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the island where Gu Hai was. On the island, there was a black hole. Gu Hai was carrying a zither and was about to enter. A flying saucer. Director Zhang's expression changed. Men in black appeared? What should we do? In the UFO, Leo's expression changed. What? They are all here? Oh no, there are so many of them. We can't stop them. Quick, let's go. Inform the others. Quick, quick. Boom. But at this moment, a red tasseled spear pierced through the flying saucer. No. The men in black screamed. The flying saucer was pulled over by Neza's red armillary sash. Seal the treasure. Don't let them reveal our tracks. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li shouted. TSK, 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 TSK. At this moment, Gu Hai suddenly threw out a large number of sabers from his storage space. Boom. In an instant, all the men in black were killed. There was no spiritual chi on Earth. However, Gu Hai's strength was extremely terrifying. The flying saucer was instantly torn into pieces. All the heads of the men in black flew out. Director Zhang's expression changed as he exclaimed, Gu Hai is so powerful? Just in time. I will take their souls and transmigrate again. Let's see what their souls will become, Gu Hai said. He wrapped his hand around the flying saucer and the corpses and pulled them into the black hole. Xiao. Gu Hai stepped into the black hole. The entrance of the black hole slowly disappeared. Husband, you have to come back soon, Xiao Rou said. Blard. Zhang Yulian suddenly retched. What's wrong with you? Laozi frowned. Master, I'm fine. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yulian shook her head. Xiaiheng, come and take a look. Laozi looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva with a trace of expectation. Guanyin walked closer. Suddenly, a red light appeared in her eyes. She looked for a while and said happily, Congratulations, junior sister. You are pregnant. I'm pregnant? Zhang Yulian was slightly stunned. She slowly touched her belly. Ha 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 ha, this is good news. Let's go back and celebrate. Laozi was the happiest and laughed loudly. Laozi didn't make any request for Gu Hai. However, this request was the biggest one. Laozi had been matchmaking Gu Hai, Zhang Yulian and Xiao Rou to be husband and wife in order to completely tie down Gu Hai's heart. Laozi had a vague feeling that perhaps Gu Hai could play a big role in the hope of the world. As long as Gu Hai's heart was tied down, he would never give up the earth. Now, Zhang Yulian was pregnant. This was what Laozi wanted to see the most. He waved his hand and the entrance of the celestial realm suddenly appeared. A group of immortals and Buddhas entered. The entrance of the celestial realm opened and disappeared quickly. Director Zhang was the only person left on the island. He was at a loss. Slap. Director Zhang slapped himself. It was like a dream. Everyone is gone? Was I dreaming? Director Zhang was sure that he wasn't dreaming when he saw the document in his hand. The document said, De Chien Company, Limited. Chapter 726. In the tunnel. Gu Hai traveled for 3 days. Finally, he saw a bright exit. Gu Hai immediately flew out of the exit, and the exit suddenly disappeared. Bang! Gu Hai landed on a sea. It's this feeling of spiritual energy. I'm back. Gu Hai clenched his fist. Immediately, he took out a flying boat and flew up. On the flying boat there was a pile of corpses. They were the corpses of Li O and the others. However, at this moment, they had strangely turned into a pile of bones. His consciousness sank into his dantian. Gu Hai checked the souls in the pool of retribution. After the death of the men in black, their souls were all thrown into the pool of retribution. But at this moment, this pile of souls seemed to have melted. They're all destroyed? Gu Hai's face darkened. The souls of Li O and the others were all melted into nothingness. It seems that this method still doesn't work. Back then, perhaps the 3 souls of Long Zhanghua and Xiao Rou were stronger, so they could barely pass through. Others. Gu Hai's face darkened. He reached out and burned the corpses. Gu Hai looked at the huge flying saucer. Rumble. Gu Hai quickly dismantled the huge flying saucer. There wasn't much that could be used. The flying principle was only some hydrogen energy, but it was far inferior to the magic treasures of the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. The only thing that caught Gu Hai's attention was a pen. Li O's pen that made people lose their memories. I said that there's a trace of the sealing power of the time attribute mixed in it? Time attribute? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and carefully put it away. There was only one amnesia pen. Gu Hai didn't have the ability to analyze it for the time being, so he put it away for the time being. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked around. This is the sea where the Solar Divine Shrine is located? The Fusang tree is gone? That giant monument? Rebelling against the ranking list? Gu Hai looked at the giant monument. All of the names on the steel disappeared, and each time a name disappeared, the steel would be covered with blood. 3,000 people, all dead? Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai reached out and took out the Guqin figurine. He wanted to contact the infinite celestial capital. However, when the Guqin figurine was taken out, there was no sound at all. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He had already set up the Guqin figurines in the vicinity of Solar Divine Palace. The Guqin figurines could send messages over 1,000,000 miles, but there was no signal at all? Did that mean that all the Qin figurines within 1,000,000 miles were gone? Gone? The principle that he had set back then was to spread the net all over the world. The Qin terracotta figures would only increase in number in the world and not decrease in number. What if the Qin terracotta figures nearby disappeared? Did something happen? Gu Hai took out the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. The moment the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to have sensed something. With Gu Hai as the center, a rolling golden aura suddenly gathered. Boom! However, the surging luck came out of nowhere, increasing in number. Amidst the rumbling, a storm-like luck slowly gathered above Gu Hai's head. After Gu Hai left the Six Paths Immortal Dome, the luck of the Han Dynasty disappeared with him. It wasn't that the luck had scattered, but that it couldn't find a person to gather it. Now, with the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal as proof, as long as Gu Hai appeared and the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal appeared, it would prove to the heavens and earth that Gu Hai had returned. With Gu Hai's appearance, the scattered karmic luck naturally gathered. That was not all. Apart from the luck of the Han Dynasty, the amount of luck in front of him was still increasing. It was the luck of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty that Gu Hai had seized when he killed the Long Zhanghua. There were two ways to increase one's luck. One was to slowly accumulate as the population of the country increased. The other was to expand the territory and seize the luck by killing the monarch. Long Zhanghua had the luck of the Deqian. After he was killed by Gu Hai, the luck of the Long Zhanghua naturally gathered in Gu Hai's hands. Although a lot of it had been seized after the changes in the Deqian territory in the past few years, Gu Hai had also obtained a lot more. More and more, the luck seemed to be slowly gathering, as if it was nurturing something. Nurturing a dragon, is this the rhythm of the Jin dynasty? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Although he was looking forward to it, Gu Hai still held back. He threw the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Rumble! The rolling luck suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal like the collapse of a heavenly river. The seal had the ability to store luck, so it was all stored in the seal for now. The rolling luck was vast, and it took an entire day for all of it to be stored in the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. 1. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal gave off a dazzling golden light. Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. I wonder how the Han dynasty is doing. I have to go back quickly, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the Han dynasty. After flying for an entire day, Gu Hai's Qin figurine suddenly sensed something. Oh! Gu Hai's eyes lit up. The fact that the Qin figurine sensed something meant that there were other Qin figurines. However, the words of the Qin figurine made Gu Hai's expression sink. The great Emperor dynasty has already sent troops to the Han dynasty. The Han dynasty has been defeated and is about to be finished? They are competing with the Sky Chess Pavilion, right? Takashi Ryushin did not subdue the Dahan, so the Sky Chess Pavilion wants to use this opportunity to make a move. The Han dynasty? They are so cowardly. Haha, their treasures and territories are being snatched away, and they can only watch and not dare to send troops? Ha! Why don't we try too? It's not just you. The Han dynasty is a juicy piece of meat now. Many forces want to take a bite out of it. Many forces have already started to move. Voices came from the Qin figurine one after another. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai did not know who used the Guqin figurine to send the voice transmission. However, he was sure that it was not someone from the Han royal dynasty. The Han royal dynasty had a very strict procedure for sending voice transmissions. Who sent the voice transmission? Why was there a Qin figurine here? If it was not from the Han dynasty, Then there was only one possibility. The Qin figurine's message was exposed. Maybe the Han Dynasty figurine was stolen, or maybe Yun Mo worked with someone else. Exposed? Gu Hai understood that the secret of the Qin figurine could not be hidden for long. After the Long Zhanghua found out, many people in the Deqian knew about it. Sima Chongkong, Long Aotian, and the Long Sanxian all knew about it. Gu Hai's face was gloomy. Since the Qin figurine was exposed, Gu Hai would not use the Qin figurine to send a message. While listening to the Qin figurine's voice, he flew into the distance. On the third day, Gu Hai finally met a group of fox demons who were having a feast. Bang! Gu Hai suddenly descended from the sky. Who is it? Suddenly, the group of fox demons glared at him and shouted angrily. Only the fox demon king, who was the leader, suddenly showed a look of fear. Gu Hai. You know me? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Is it really you? Gu Hai, you are not dead? The fox demon king exclaimed. King, this brat came out of nowhere. Let me kill him. A fox demon shouted. Shut up, all of you, back off. The fox demon king shouted angrily. Yes. The group of fox demons said blankly. Ancient Emperor, you are not dead? I used to be a little demon in the Solar Divine Palace. I have seen you before. Ancient Emperor, I am not targeting the Han Dynasty. I have never set foot in the Han Dynasty. The Fox Demon King said worriedly. You know me? That's great. Don't worry, I am not here to kill you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The Fox Demon King immediately said respectfully. How long has it been since the Solar Divine Palace was destroyed? Gu Hai asked. It has been 5 years since all the people fell into a coma. Ancient Emperor, you don't know? Are you in seclusion? The Fox Demon King said in surprise. 5 years? Gu Hai's face fell. The two immortal firmament realms were indeed not symmetrical in terms of time, and it was an irregular asymmetry. Although it had been more than a year in the immortal realm on Earth, it had only been about 10 days on Earth. Including the 6 days in the tunnel, it had only been about 10 days. 5 years? 5 years? Did something big happen? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. I don't know. I am just a little demon in the Yuanying state. The Fox Demon King said in fear. Pick what you know and what you have heard. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Oh, yes, I know some news. It seems that the heavens are no longer monitoring Tianyuan Island in the Thousand Islands Sea. The Sky Chess Pavilion has reappeared and is recruiting disciples. Oh right, I heard that the Qing Emperor has pledged his loyalty to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King recalled. Ridiculous. The Qing Emperor is already dead. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, I know. In Shenong City, the ancient emperor killed the Qing Emperor with his own hand. However, the Sky Chess Pavilion used some unknown ability to resurrect the Qing Emperor. It's true. Now, everyone knows that in the Dian dynasty, the Qing Emperor's subordinates are overjoyed and have all gone to join the Sky Chess Pavilion. The Fox Demon King explained. The Qing Emperor has been resurrected? Impossible. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai had killed the Qing Emperor with his own hand. After being killed by Gu Hai, the 3 souls would enter the transformation pool. Gu Hai remembered that when the Qing Emperor's broken soul entered the transformation pool, he had completely refined it into the heaven replenishing power. Resurrected again? That was impossible. It's true. Now everyone knows. The Fox Demon King said with certainty. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and nodded. He did not argue. What others saw might not be true. There was definitely something wrong with the Qing Emperor. Perhaps he was not the real Qing Emperor. Continue. Gu Hai looked at the Fox Demon King. Yes, it said that the ancient emperor killed the Long Zhanghua in the end. After the Deqian Celestial Empire was destroyed, Many forces wanted to divide the Deqian celestial empire. However, Long Zhanggua's two sons mobilized the former Deqian celestial empire and established a new empire. The Fox Demon King explained. 2 sons? Gu Hai was puzzled. Yes. In the past, the Deqian crown prince, Dragon God Ing, established the Deqian Empire as the Ing Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire. In the past, the Deqian's third crown prince, Takashi Ryushin, established the Deqian Empire as the Emperor. He occupied the former 5 continents of the Deqian Empire, the Fox Demon King explained. Takashi Ryushin? He's still alive? Didn't he die in the 10 Suns Sky Crossing formation? Gu Hai frowned. Legend has it that the former Takashi Ryushin was only one of his clones. His original body did not participate in the War of the Heavens. Legend has it that he has been in seclusion for 100 years and has just come out. The Fox Demon King explained. Takashi Ryushin? A clone? Gu Hai's face darkened. Takashi Ryushin did not participate in the destruction of the Solar Divine Palace? Then what he saw before was only one of Takashi Ryushin's clones. Yes, I heard the same thing. I heard that martial emperors are extremely powerful. Not long ago, there was an emperor who coveted the North Sea Dragon Palace and wanted to conquer the dragons of the Dragon Palace. In the end, the martial emperor went and defeated the emperor in one move. He also subdued the North Sea Dragon tribe. The Fox Demon King explained. Ing Emperor? Martial Emperor? Haha, Long Zhanggua's sons are not easy to deal with. No wonder, no wonder. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Zhanggua had given him a few letters, but none of them were for his sons. He had even warned him to be careful of them. At that time, he found it strange. Wasn't Dragon God Ing the only one who was still alive? He was him. Why did he have to add them? How is the Han dynasty now? Gu Hai looked at the Fox Demon King.